Hello, everybody. I was losing it a bit. Apologies. I put me and Lockchuck in the wrong fucking room, and we're sitting there like, okay, I go live, and there's no go live. I'm like, oops, we're in the wrong place. So here we are. We're here. You're welcome. And Southpaw Pete was first. Hello, Southpaw Pete. Welcome to the show. Let's see. Black Smoke Joe, Eddie B. Hello, G Key Man. Hello. David Romano's here. Rune Sport is here. And who else? My goodness. Zoe the Cat. Hi, Zoe. Delbert's here. Hi, Delbert and Sean Casey. What is up, guys? Of course, Luckchuck's here with me. And Keith O'Reilly's here. Mr. Inferno, Humboldt Picker. Welcome, everybody. Don't forget to hit the like on the way in. Of course, I put up a poll to make sure that you're all hitting like. But hey, hi, hello there. Let me get us some jams for the background. We're like, it's like so like quiet, and since you're not singing, Lockchuck, I will put some music on. Let's do Feeding the Ducks. Ooh, look at that. What's that bougie stuff?
That's what I'm working on right this second. I'm working on a new front loader for Euros.
Wow. Lockchuck's always got something in the mix. Always got something coming exciting for us. Wow. Let me make that big screen. I want to check that out. Oh, solo. Look at that. Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So you're measuring it up on the actual, like on an actual Euro cylinder plug, right?
Yeah, I measured it, and this is make sure you can hear me. This is what I go through to. Alright, so yep. So there's just the 3D model of it. So this one's going to be for a front loader for regular Euros. So there's for the pinning shoe, which I need to cut that
through. That's cool.
So, give it a second. I was thinking about it. Trying to do too much at one time. So that should be, I don't know if anybody's seen the video of the Almont loader. This is based off of it. So dress it up a little bit.
That's really cool. Yeah, we need a new design for a front loader, people. I hate Euro cylinder gutting. That's why I rip them apart and saw them in half, because I hate trying to do any type of gutting. It's so difficult. Which
I extruded that the wrong direction.
The tools that we usually have are very, I mean, they work, obviously, but it's just such a pain trying to, you know. This is Lockchuck's designing program. Pretty cool. Oops, I put Lockchuck out altogether. I booted you, Lockchuck. My bad. Let's see. Yeah. Almont RQ tool. Let's see. Yeah, spam some hearts for our favorite lockpick lady picker. Thank you. Thanks for the hearts. Transparent Eyeball, welcome to the show. Hello. Thank you, Sean. Oh yeah, thank you. Don't forget about the CI affiliate league. Thank you so much. I'm gonna heart that. Thank you. Yeah, don't forget about the link. I'll put it in the chat. Well, I'll post it in the chat, but it's in the description anyways. It's in the description. If you want to get any cool CI gear, just go to the affiliate link, and it, you know, lets them know that I referred you, and I even get a small commission. What's up, Coxie? Welcome to the show. So yeah, guys, we got quite a couple things going on in the community. There's a couple giveaways going on, and also Digby is creating another lock, and he wants the help of the community to actually create this, like, from start to finish. The announcement for it is going out tomorrow, along with quite a few videos to kind of take you along on the process of, you know, how to get involved, and, you know, or if you just want to support the project, you know, and help with donations or any kind of thing like that. There's instructions on everything in the videos that are about to come out. And so I'm going to link his channel. Make sure you're subscribed to his channel, because it's the announcement's coming out tomorrow, so you don't miss it. And, you know, hopefully later on he's going to pop on once we get moving along here. He's going to pop in and talk about it with us and kind of give us lowdown on what it is he's doing, what he is trying to get everybody involved with, and all that good stuff. So I gave him the wrong link. So I sent him the right link. Hopefully he will show up later. He's got to get his kiddos to bed. And after that, he may show up and give us a little bit of information on it. And, you know, if he does and it's too late in the stream where we're kind of down to nobody again, then I will just cut that part of the stream out and put it in a separate video, so that way it goes on my channel so people can, you know, see what's going on. So that's that. But that's a pretty cool project. I know a couple of people have gotten the first 2 iterations of his lock, but with this third one he's creating, it's actually going to be a giant picking contest worldwide. So he's going to create a certain amount of this particular lock, and then you have to kind of put in an application to get chosen to be one of the pickers in the competition. So it's kind of pretty cool.
Yeah, that sounds real cool.
And the winner's getting, like, I think $1,000 prize. So that's also pretty cool. And anything that he makes, like through donations and like any support that he gets when he's done making the lock, if there's any money left over from the donations and things, he's putting that into the prize pot too. So it could be, you know, more than $1,000 that the winner actually wins. So that's pretty cool. But the instructions are all going to be in that series of videos, along with like a Discord server for people who want to get involved and things like that. So it's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. What's up, D-Mac? How are you? Almost bedtime, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, James. How are you? James Randolph is here. So yeah, that's I'm looking forward to hearing all about that one. That's interesting, you know.
So yeah, I just sent it to the printer. I've got a lock ready. I need to get it picked so I can try it out on.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool. I want to see what happens. See what happens with that. Let's see. I want to make sure I did talk to.
It was going to take about 30 minutes to print. So
let's see.
Go ahead and pick. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's, I don't know if this is what it's kind of based off of the Almont front loaders that
yeah. Let me
loose
put that
work on.
screen.
Well, I don't always, anybody watch my videos, you know, I always forget to turn my light on. Yep. So let's see.
That is cool.
So yep, you just put the pins in there, slide it in, take a pick or thing, push them down, turn it when they're in there. So.
Oh my gosh.
Anybody that's ever fooled with Almont will know what we're talking about. That thing's a pain in the butt.
I hate trying to load back up those locks. I cannot get that the one that's out there currently. I can't get it to work at all.
Where'd I have it? This one?
Yeah. I cannot I can get them out okay, not the best, but okay. I can get them out okay. And usually I have an incident where more than one pops out and everything goes flying, but I can still do it. It's just because I haven't practiced it enough to actually get good at it. But I absolutely cannot get the pins back in with that thing at all.
Yeah.
So once I got it, it's done.
Yeah. And if I probably had one of the metal ones, like I know there was D-Mac partners guy, he's really makes some nice ones out of brass, but I think he doesn't sell them, but they are really nice.
Yeah, I would like to have tried a metal one. It'd probably be a lot better. But yeah, I have absolutely no luck with that kind of thing at all. So I got my certificate from Broke Picks. I got in on his thing he was doing, and I got this really cool challenge coin, Broke Picks challenge coin.
That's nice.
It is really nice. I'd love to know where he got these made. These are really cool looking. 2025. Very cool. And of course, a certificate. So that's really nice. Let's see. For the completion of the Broke Picks challenge. That was pretty cool. That was a nice little idea for that. Broke Picks is going to be live tomorrow at 10 with Rune Smith. And of course then Greyhound goes live on Saturday morning. So guys don't forget that as well. Let me pull up Digby's YouTube channel so I can find it. And you never find it. Let's see. Because I'm going to link it. Oops. Oh, yeah, it is. Digby. I don't know. Digby Locksport. I can never find the dang.
Oh, his YouTube channel?
Yeah. I know it's I just watched a couple of his videos, but of course, it never comes up. Never. It's on my phone, but I can't. Let me see if I can find the for it somewhere on his channel on my phone. Let's see. See if I can hunt that down, because I want to link the link for you guys. Let's see.
Digby Lock and Pool.
Yeah. Here's oops. I just went out of the wrong place. Okay. I just want to see what the for his channel is, and I can send it. At Digby Lock and Tool. Okay, that's what we need. At Digby Lock and Tool.
Cool. Got it. Found it.
All right. Let me pull it up here. All right. Yeah, there's some cool.
He does some amazing work for
the second channel. Yeah, he totally does. He really does. It's the locks he makes are crazy.
And he does some beautiful cutaways. I mean, all of his stuff is.
All right, there it is. Let's see. Wait, what am I missing? G Keyman said something about. Oh, Delbert said his certificate's still in the mail. What's up, Dean? Frick is here. Hi, Frick. Yeah, it's Digby Lock and Key. All right, and yeah, I guess who had S&G send them stuff? G Key Man? I missed that. Oh, thank you, G Key. I guess I did the wrong thing. I said just put the and it wasn't the thing. Okay, thank you, G Key Man. Yes, there is. There's Digby's link. So if you want to go check it out and you want to get subscribed, get in on that. Picksmith is, I think Picksmith's stopping by later.
Oh, cool. I hadn't talked to him.
Yeah, and Marson is let's see. Yeah, Dig, our Dig, German Dig is going to be asleep, so he's not able to hang out in the stream. And Picksmith said he's still working for about an hour, so he'll be joining in a little while. So that's pretty cool. We haven't seen Picksmith in a minute.
Yeah, Dig. I guess they were having some kind of festival yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So,
so Dig was at the festival getting crazy.
No, his friends were at his house. Apparently, he was doing a barbecue, and they were partaking. And
yeah, good old Dig getting crazy. Oh, there's Tenny. Hi, Tenny. How are you?
Hey, Tenny.
He said off to bed now.
Yep.
We got to do an earlier one. I should start doing like an earlier in the day stream for my UK buddies, because and especially on a Thursday, because you can't even really stay up late because you got to work tomorrow. So if it was a Friday, maybe. But Lockpicking Paul's here. Hi, Paul.
Oh, there's Paul. See, Paul had a video. Oh, that magnet lock I was watching today. That was pretty interesting.
Oh, I didn't see that one. He had a magnet lock. I can't even imagine.
Well, it was I guess a cheaper knockoff of another brand, and they were it wasn't that bad to get into. It was just because of the tolerances, because it was cheaply executed. Yeah. But great video, check it out, and help him get to his what does he got to have, 4,000 hours or 3,000 hours?
You can do 3,000 to get monetized, like on the first tier, and like do members and stuff like that. But I think to get ads like from your videos, you have to have the 4,000 hours. Okay. But you don't make anything 4K. Anyways. Yeah, you don't make anything off of the ads. Let me just tell you, it's like 3 cents.
how close are you, Paul?
Yeah, how close are you, Paul?
I've been trying to watch what I can, and need to do a lot. Will live streams count toward that, or is that a different pool?
You can the hours of live streams do count towards that, but it's like it still count. Oh, only 250 hours to go. Okay.
I wonder if you could do a couple lives, and because you get a lot more hours from lives usually, right?
I don't know if it's more, but I know P-Dub's got hers just from doing some live streaming and stuff. But I mean, when you're live, you figure if you're staying live for like 4 hours and you got 20 people watching, that's how many hours. That's got to be a lot, I would think. But the thing is as you go and you make more videos, for the year. They do it for the year, so it has to be 4,000 in a year. So as you make more videos, more people are tuning in to watch your newer videos, and they're also watching your older videos. And so you kind of, like, as time goes by, people just watch more anyway. So you end up making making your hours.
Yeah, I think he said some of his were just turning over a year old, and he's losing, kind of went backwards. I think he said last week or something.
Yeah. David said, I make bank off the ads. Oh, God. Glad you do, David. Welcome, Donna. Alan is here. Welcome, Alan. Ruin Smith said, I've been making my way through Lockpicking Paul's playlist. There's some amazing content on there. And Coxie says he only has 1,500 hours for a year. Oh, geez. Yeah, it's very hard to get the hours. I do have to say, it definitely is not easy. It really isn't. Chuck Soup, change the world, move a rock. So, yeah, it's definitely hard to get them hours. Yeah, we should put Paul's do I have kits?
Yeah, I was like, what kind of kits is he?
Yeah, what kind of kits? What are we talking about? Lockpicking Paul is on his way to getting his hours for wait, you lost 100 hours? How in the hell?
Yeah, I think that's because the video expired.
Yeah, because of the year. Yeah, because the time limit expired. So in that day or whatever, in that week, it's like somebody watched your channel less that month or something. Oh wow, Coxie said he's closer to money on TikTok. He has a few vids with over 1 million views on that platform. That's pretty cool. That's pretty freaking sweet. I know TikTok can make tons of money. Big video this time last year. Yeah, that might be why it expired over that, maybe.
Yeah, and if anybody in the
go ahead, Chuck. Go
ahead.
I
was gonna say, anybody in the chat that doesn't know Lockpicking Paul, there's a link GK Man just put up there. Just go check him out.
Yeah, go check out Lockpicking Paul for sure, and just watch his stuff. You know, just watch his stuff.
You still need
put on his playlist and put it on before you go to bed and let it run. Put on a couple different playlists and just let his channel run for the night. That gets hours and hours and hours of time, you know. Yeah, he said killing it on Instagram, that doesn't generate anything. Over 25 million views. That's crazy. Yeah, you know what? With all these platforms, truly, you don't really make anything. You have to get ads from outside. Like, you know, you would have to get somebody come and knock on your email, like, hey, we want you to showcase our product in your channel for whatever, you know. And that's hard on Locksport, because what do we use? We use Lockpicks, you know what I mean?
Oh wow, I was looking at Paul's channel. He's at 2.99k subscribers. He'll hit 3,000 really soon.
That's awesome.
Just gotta get him the hours.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Donna, I don't think I have a bunch of stuff to give away to newer pickers on my new picker giveaway. If you want to get in on that, just go over to the video. It's right here on my channel, and just enter the giveaway on there. Because I do have a bunch of stuff that I'm gonna pick up, quite like maybe 3-4 winners, and just, you know, give all the stuff to them. So if you want to get into that giveaway, put your name on that giveaway, because I'm gonna do it later, well, sometime this week, probably, well, between this week and next live stream. So you know, if you want to get in on that. But that's where all the stuff I had to give away for new pickers is in that giveaway. So we've got I've got the FNG set. I could send you if you want to shoot me your address over on Discord or Instagram or my email. Just shoot me an email. I'll send you the FNG and some other little doodads I have here. Donna, I'm happy to send you some stuff. Yeah, Lockpicking Paul said, if anyone wants to help, there's a long form playlist. Feel free to leave it running. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Paul, basically everybody here usually just runs my playlist every night to sleep to, because you know, obviously that's what they're doing. They put it on and watch all night long. But you know what? Yeah, go check out Paul for a while, and let's get him some watch time. Just pop it on there and let it run. Yeah. It's all on Instagram. I think it's Lady Locks 1, because somebody had Lady Locks already. I don't know who they are, but
imposter.
Whatever. Yeah, it's an imposter. So you have to do Lady Locks 1. Yeah. Yeah, it's really hard. Cox said he wished a handcuff company would send him stuff. I know. It's like nobody in the lock picking or handcuffing field, whatever. You know, they don't do that stuff. It's crazy. You know. Yeah, there is an ASMR video on my channel, Unhinged. It's not a playlist, but it's a video. It's like, I think it's 25 minutes of lockpicking in the rain. It's pretty cool. You're too nice. You need to lure them into the dungeon for steal cornbread and water and make sure they lotion on their skin. J. Gabriel. We don't want to make them use the lotion, but they can come to the dungeon.
They put the lotion on.
Yeah. Yeah, that giveaway. I just kept letting it run because I didn't get too many. I mean, there's quite a few entries, don't get me wrong, but usually it gets, I would think it would get more than it did. So I just kind of left it running. But people forget about it too. So I should have put it, I don't know, so maybe I'll put it back up on Facebook or something. There's a lot of newer pickers on Facebook, and I did get some more locks from David Romano. He sent me some locks to add into that giveaway. So there's some, quite a few locks in there. I'm just gonna, I was trying to debate yesterday on, do I do a bunch different little ones or just do 3 or 4 bigger ones? So I decided to do the 3 or 4 bigger ones and send 3 or 4 people more stuff instead of doing more winners with less stuff. So I think I'm just gonna do less winners with more stuff. So what? Coxie said there's a company making an unpickable handcuff. I asked for a sample, willing to pay, got a very polite no, never gonna happen. Yeah, they don't like us at all. I guess the tool makers are the only ones that'll wanna work with us. But it's like, damn, and we don't get enough views either. Like they look at us and think just because our views are low, but we have a smaller community too. And so, when you get that many views, that's a lot of views compared to how many people are in the community. It's not like we have millions of people in our Locksport community. It's like thousands. That's it. So they're like, oh, nobody watches that, but the people that are in lockpicking do, and the Locksport people do, and a lot of people watch Coxie's stuff too. He does handcuff stuff, and there's a lot of people interested in that kind of thing. So he has like a whole different audience that watches his stuff. You'd think they would see that and be, well, I guess that's why they don't want you to. They're like, nope. Yeah, unpickable equals nobody tried. Unpickable equals Coxie didn't try yet. Yeah, they don't stand by their products yet. You got to start drama to get views. You got to start a beef with a lock company. Yeah, or we got to start beefs with each other, and make it real blatant. Like me and D-Mac, we're about to have a beef. It's going to go hard, and then we're hoping to get everybody be like, oh my gosh, Lady Locks versus D-Mac. Holy shit.
Drama. Drama sells.
Yeah.
Lock picking reality.
Yeah. But that is the truth. You're not even lying. That honestly is the truth. You do have to start a beef. People love to see people arguing. Yeah, McNally started beef with the lock company. Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's I guess Bosnian Bill. I guess he had a beef with Master Locks, right?
Yeah, maybe I'll start a beef with one of them. They would hate it if a girl beat them. That would be the worst. They'd feel really bad. Starting small though. First it's gonna be me and D-Mac, and then maybe we'll work our way up to the lock company. I'll just be the crazy lady in Locksport because I beef with everyone. They'll be like, oh, she beefs with everybody, don't mess with her.
She's nuts.
Master Lock threatened everyone back in the day. Yeah, Packlock is the only lock company that supports Locksporters. Yeah, I think you're right on that one. At least that I've seen from when I've been here. I haven't been there long, but it's the only one I've ever seen that, like, you know, even talks to us. Like, no one wants to watch you struggling. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we have beef with locks all day long, but no one wants to watch that.
I know I'm about to have a beef with this one.
Coxie, there you go. There's your beef. That's what you should do. You should call them out. You're right, Delbert. Or Sean says, shows you how confident they are that it's unpickable. Yeah, and you should totally just start a beef with them.
Give beef with gravy and roast potatoes.
Yeah, Coxie, that might be perfect. Gotta drama it up to get the views. That might be perfect, Coxie. You could be like, you could challenge them. You could actually challenge them, call them out, challenge them to their unpickable handcuffs. Oh shit, Mrs. Medico in the house. What's up? Speaking of Medicos, I have a M3 that I've been fighting with. I tried it a couple times. I swear to you, it's about a click away from opening, and yet the fucker still won't open. I don't know what I'm missing. I just don't know. It feels like it's, but that bottom pin will not bind, so I know it's not ready to open. I can't get it to that point.
I have had no luck with Medicos.
I'm really good at all the regular ones, but the cam locks, I suck at those. And then I got that M3 that was just like kicked my ass. So I'm just like, okay, now what? M3 is your favorite. Oh shit. Well, I know who to call now for help, because I don't know what what's the F that bottom slider. Yeah, F that bottom slider. Yeah, just ignore it. Well, it's the last thing to pick, I guess, then it's open. But yeah, I just keep picking away, and I swear everything's set. Like I can't figure out which one it is that's holding the whole production up. They all feel jiggly. They all feel like they're set, and I'm feeling around trying to figure it out. It's just over and over. I'm like, there's nothing left to pick. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And yeah. I could do a showcase on it, as they stupidly put the patent drawings on their site showcasing the mechanism. It is clever, but it's not perfect. Yeah, you should. The thing is, you'd think that they would say to you, like, yeah, you know what? Why don't we send you one? You can let us know what we should improve or what you think, help us design something. But they're just like, nope. That makes no sense. You got the best handcuff picker in the world, literally, that says, hey, like, you'd think they'd want to work with you.
Yep. So, hey, can we get you to test this and help us?
Help us figure it out. Help us figure out what we can do better. They're like, nope. So, hey, I say it's fair game now, Coxie. You should call them out. That would cause drama and probably get you some more views. Especially if we all start a buzz about it. Like, ooh, did you hear Coxie called out the handcuff company? Ooh, like.
Well, Master Lock must be getting in the handcuffs.
Mm-hmm. Scully, what is up, Scully? How are you? Eat some sushi, listening from work. All right. Sidebar and a false gate. I don't know. It could be. It just feels like it's totally still springy though. So I don't know how to get it to do anything, because it just won't. It won't even set to anything. It's just real jiggly when I push on it. It's like annoying. What's up, Trucker? Trucker, if you are driving, I can send you a link. You can come on and chat if you want. Voice your opinion on stuff.
All right.
Or just bitch
Finally.
and moan, whatever you feel like doing there. You know who I haven't seen in a minute is Lockpicking Steve. Has anybody, or Steve's Lockpicking, I guess. Has anybody talked to him or anything? Because
No.
I miss Steve. Where in the hell's Steve? John Doe, hello.
John Doe. All right.
Yeah, Trucker, if I could find you in my friends list or figure out how to find you. Okay, let's see. You know, I can't friggin' work the Discord ever. There's Trucker. All right, there we go. Oh, there it is. Thank you for the super sticker. I much appreciate it. That is very, very sweet of you. Oh my gosh, thank you. And holy shit, is it Doc? Is Doc here? Why are you not studying, girl? I don't know why you think you should be here right now when you should be studying. I actually did hurt my elbow in real life. I fell on the stairs and it is really jacked up. So, you know, hi Trucker.
Hello,
I'm trying to
everybody.
get a diagnosis from Doc right now, so hang on a second. It hurts right here on this spot, and if I set it down like this, it hurts so bad that I really feel like it hurts a lot, and I don't know what to do. And also, my knee hurts as well when it's gonna rain. Doc said her exam's over. She took it last week. All right, so you're officially you're officially it now. You can officially tell me now officially.
Did you pass? What was it?
Of course she did, Lockchuck. You don't ask the girl that.
Hey.
I cannot. We just assume she passed, and if she feels like saying she failed, then we'll just be like, oh, sorry to hear that. But we're just going to all assume that she's the smartest girl in the room, and she passed her test. Sorry about that, Doc. These guys, they just...
If she's a doctor, she's already the smartest person here. It don't matter.
Okay, Smith & Wesson were really good. When I informed them about the window exploit, then they were super interested. Then they concluded that it wasn't a security threat if applied to the rear. Okay.
That's kind of like having a flat tire and changing a flat tire and putting the flat side on the top. Like,
yeah, that's a good one. Doc's a real adult now, she said. This is crazy. Now we really have to we've got to be a lot more respectful. We got an official doctor in the house. It's super legit now. We have to behave. She's gonna, in 2 months, she's gonna be so bougie. And you know how doctors are. They're so bougie. Doc's gonna be so bougie. Oh my gosh. And then once she gets all her damn loans paid off, she's gonna be super bougie with bidets in her house and all kind of stuff. I can't with you, Doc. I can't.
she'll end up like another Diggs. She'll let me show you what I bought for $1. And I have hundreds of thousands of them.
No, she'll be let me show you what I bought for $100, because she'll be rolling in the dough, and she'll have all kind of cool locks and shit. Yeah.
You could have got that cheaper. I don't care. I haven't more than enough money.
Yep, that's exactly it too. She'll be that doesn't matter. That's of no concern. How did taking the exam feel? She said it felt like absolute ass and I hated it. And those exams aren't even I can't even say I just know for a fact that those things have 7 million questions on it. They sit your ass down and they're you have 18 hours to complete this 1 million question test. If you need a bathroom break, you must place your pencils down and take off all your clothes before exiting the room. We do not want you to have any electronics outside of this room. They are so strict and the tests are so big. It's how do you remember all that at one freaking time? So my hat's off to you, Doc, because I can't even imagine what that test was like.
Congratulations, because I would never take a test that doesn't have D, all of the above. That's every answer. All of the above.
C.
Yeah, when in doubt, put C.
Yeah. She said, it was brutal. I couldn't even remember how to read by the time I was done. I can't even imagine like how you get the energy for that either, because I mean, those tests are literally just ridiculous. Yeah, some people like tests and some don't. I always liked taking tests because I always felt like it was like challenging to me to see if I actually knew what I thought I knew. Because I'd always be like, you know what, I know all this. And then I'd be like, but I really want to know if I actually know it or if I'm just being an idiot and I think I know it and I don't know it. So I liked it for the challenges, but that kind of test right there, where there's 5 million questions and you have to sit there all freaking day. No, I don't think anybody likes that. Or all of the above or none of the above, Delbert says. And Chuck Soup said, turn the answer sheet sideways and fill in the dots.
That's awesome.
All right, Coxie, take care. Have a good night. And let us know if you decide to start some shit with the handcuff place. We will start. I'll help you start a buzz. I guarantee it. I will start a buzz on that. Because I think that's just crazy. That's crazy. You should email them back. You should email them back with one sentence. Do you even know who I am? And then let it go. Like, and then see what they say after that. That's what I would do personally. Do you even know who I am? Okay.
Do you know who you're effing with?
Yep. Especially like if Coxie's getting millions of views on TikTok, because TikTok is real evil and they fucking love that stuff. They love that. If he starts it on TikTok, they would love it. He said, I'll let you know. Sean Casey's writing a book about me. Thank you, Sean. Oh no, he's just writing a book. It's not about me. Well, I mean, you could write a book about me, but I guess
he's gonna write a book and it's gonna be full of all the shenanigans that's ever happened on the lives.
Mrs. Medico, if you want to pop on and pick some Medicos, you're more than welcome, by the way.
Yeah. Show us how.
She hasn't been on in a minute.
That's one I've
and
never picked.
Medico.
Yep. None.
Oh, wow. Really?
Exactly none of those.
Oh
Nope.
my gosh. You're not missing nothing. Oh, she said,
Nope.
sorry, I'm working. Oh, that's okay. She said, man, I haven't seen Chuck in a while. Hi, Lock Chuck.
Hey.
I did that for the test they gave me in high school. Oh, the LSAT. Back in the mid 80s. Yeah. Oh, did Paracentric pop in? There he is. Pictures of all the deadlocks. Yeah, we want to read your book, Sean, for sure. We definitely want to read that. Very interested in what you're writing about. Also, guys, please don't forget, if you have not been interviewed by TLP 1969, I don't know what you're waiting for. We'd really, really like to, we'd like to hear your story. Mrs. Medico, have you been interviewed by TLP 1969? I don't think you have you?
It's an awesome experience. I highly suggest it.
Yeah, and I could swear I haven't heard that story yet. Who all here has not been interviewed? Raise your hand. I want to know. I want to know who I got to pester.
Let's see. I don't think Chuck has. Let's see. Has GK Man been interviewed?
Has Para?
Yeah, is Para? GK Man and Para? I don't think they have. James Randolph hasn't. Unhinged Lockpicker hasn't. Delbert hasn't. Oh my god.
You guys need to go get a hold of them.
Now,
it's definitely a fun time.
Yeah. Now I'm just like, OMG. Hello.
What are you waiting on?
Waiting for. Oh, Sean said it's a sci-fi subgenre called humanity. F yeah. It's an action romance story. I know that's right. I know you're
Wow.
putting a small part of me in the book. I know you're gonna put a little part for me in the book. I just know it. Okay, Para was interviewed 19 or 20. What the? I don't remember that.
No, I'm gonna have to go back and
Yeah.
look.
Yeah, me too, because I do not remember that. Oh my gosh, did I miss my? Oh my gosh, Paracentric. If I missed it, I am so sorry. Oh my god.
I think I'm getting confused. I was trying to think about paracentrics.
Yeah.
Who was it that used to do the racing? Was that actually TLP himself?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that was
I'll
yeah.
check.
James Randolph. Hello. You really have to get on a stream with me too. Oh gosh, talking about a stream with Dalp. Come on, much more fun than Dalp. Come on now. I might not be better looking, but I'm much more fun. Okay.
I don't know. They ride kangaroos and dress up in suits of armor and like.
Yeah, that's true.
Wear dresses.
James Randolph, I have to stop you there because they absolutely did not. I've left my stream open for everybody since the beginning, and so there's an open invite all the time. So you're more than welcome to hop on anytime you'd like. It's the open invite. So let's see.
There we go. Open.
Some pics of the characters. Oh, Noah's gonna do some pictures of the characters. Okay. All right. And Paracentric said his interview was 1,000,000 years ago. Yeah, it feels like a long time ago. I remember. Oh gosh, I remember that. That was a fun time. I really do have to say, you guys got to go get interviewed. It's very easy. You just email him. Go email him at the TLP. What is it? TLP 1969 or is it let me see if it's the full name or if it's just TLP. I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's just TLP. At gmail.com or if it is like the real lockpicker. I think it's spelled out the real lockpicker at gmail.com, but let me make sure first because I don't want you guys to or the lockpicker.
So fresh off the printer, we're gonna see how this works.
Let's check it out. Hang on, I want to make you bigger. Let me get this thing real quick.
That's fine.
Here. Let's see. Okay, if you go to his channel, his Discord server's there. His Discord link is there to just private message him. His Reddit name is there. His Instagram is there. And his email address is, 1 second to prove I'm not a robot, the lockpicker1969 at gmail.com. So that's pretty easy to remember. Just shoot him an email and say, hey, got to get an interview. What's up? Because he said if he doesn't get more interviews, the series is dead. So I really think that, come on, be a sport, people. We can't let his series die out. You guys are standing in the way of history. What's that?
Especially not that series. That's a great series. Getting to hear everybody's stories and everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Nola, you know what I look like. I'm obviously the hero of the story, so you could make a nice picture of me, like maybe riding a dragon with a lockpick and like a sword that's shaped like a lockpick. Something like that. Check this out. This is sweet. So the pins are in there.
Let me get a probe because I think the springs are just opening up. All right, so I just turned it.
The hell?
So I'm gonna put this back in just to
shit.
hold the springs, and hopefully there are the pins. So now
That's awesome.
So where's a pinning tray?
Bro, this is freaking genius.
Drop them out.
Oh my god, I cannot with Lockchuck's brain.
There's two.
How do you? Oh my god, how do you think of this shit?
So there's all the drivers.
Wow.
And of course, then I dumped over the float loader like I done. So now I got to
Paracentric's impressed with that. Chuck Soup said, "Holy crap, that is cool." Paris said, "What?"
That is
Lockpicking
awesome.
Paul said, "Lock Chuck, that's fantastic." Paris said, "What did I just see?"
So let's see if I can load it back.
I
It's
love
the
it.
witchcraft.
Yeah, this is witchcraft. I'm gonna put this on. What kind of black magic wizardry have you created now, Chuck?
All right.
I know what my
So,
next print is. Only Axel said, "I know what my next print is." A magic device. Yeah, this is literally changing the Locksport forever. This is gonna change front loaders forever.
That's the voodoo front loader. Like,
That shit's insane.
that is awesome.
That's
let's
insane.
see if
to me.
it'll work the other way. All right, just got it back. Well, hopefully I didn't block that off camera. And that's in. Pull it out. They're loaded back.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh
Very awesome.
my god. Lock Chuck, I need one of these. You will save the lives of so many locks. Do you know how you just created a device to save the life of so many innocent locks?
Okay.
Well, here's the downside. Your pin spacing is not a standard, so it varies per lock. This was designed specifically for a Yale lock, so
So
So you're just gonna have to make a few. That's all.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it'll be different
So-
ones.
So like, but there isn't like thousands, right? It's only like a few different ones. Is that right?
It
Like
varies per
spacings?
manufacturer. Let's see.
what I heard is gutting disasters are still a possibility. Yay.
Yeah. So let's see if I can show. Like this is.
Nola's putting his credit card in the stream. He said, "Take my money." The big
put
question
this-
now is what color? The magic lock lifesaver. That's got a
So,
name, Lock Chuck.
so these are both Y1 keyways, but I don't know if you can tell the spacing difference.
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
So, but I mean, it works right now for a
Yeah.
Yale. So I don't know if any of those across the pond that does a lot more of front loading than we do. If
Yeah.
that's useful or not, but let's see. Now I got to figure out my pins that are straight on my desk.
G Key says, "What about master pins?" It would hold both, right? Because they just both go up into there. You push
Yeah,
them up, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because the only thing you have to do is you have to get the springs pushed back down so you can turn this.
Right.
That's the biggest thing. Is that's why I don't know if you noticed when I did it, put it back in. Is when I pop the pins in, you want to turn it, and what I do is I just push down on a pick, and then it turns.
Okay. Yeah,
And
yeah,
once that's lined up, then I can put the shoe back in.
That's crazy. Are you seeing this, Picksmith? This is wizardry in action.
What is he doing? I'm trying to set up at the same time because I'm lost as shit. Pardon my French.
So, have you ever seen the Almont loader tool?
Oh yeah, it's that brass piece that you use this triangle piece to lift all the top pins up after you put the springs into it.
Yeah. So, like if you use a front loader on a Euro, I've done kind of
Yep.
a similar design there. So you can put them in, turn it to put the pins in.
That's a different one than what I've seen.
Yeah, this is kind of one I designed.
This is Lockchuck just designed this bad boy.
Yeah, I finished drawing it while ago on the live and printed it, and then pull it out. All your pins are loaded.
Damn.
Friggin'
Nice.
insane. Insane.
But
I
that's
would still find a way to mess it up.
yeah, that's the Almont version, because the Almont you have to have that cut on the side because it has to rotate that pin around that pin. But that's what I'm working on now.
Totally
That's really cool.
insane. Totally insane.
But
Yeah.
Hello, Pigsmith.
yeah, as Pick Smith probably could tell us, there's
What's
a
happening,
lot
trucker?
of different spacing.
The STL file
up, lady?
available, James asks.
I will make it. Yeah, I'll as soon as I get, I've got this one. That one's pretty good for the Yale. I'll put it on Thingiverse.
Oh, jeez. Holy cow. What's up, Pigsmith? How the hell are ya? It's been a minute.
I'm doing good.
Bonjour.
It's been crazy coming back. You guys kind of saw some of the pictures. Whoa. Trying to. Oh, my camera's all fucked up. So I'm just, haven't had to use a camera in weeks. And I logged on before I even did it. Before I set everything up and
Sorry, I popped you on too
get the
soon.
glasses on so I can see.
Surprise.
So, yeah.
It's been fun,
we
and
just
trying
been-
to pick these French locks are crazy.
Yeah, how's that going? What's the differences? Like, what are you finding?
Tapers. Lots of freaking tapers.
Oh, your favorite
Like-
too.
Yikes.
Oh, yeah. No, I actually love tapers. Just once
Oh.
you learn them. Is this thing going
I
to
thought you
focus?
hated
Not
them.
very well today. This is a Bricard. This thing has the craziest false set with a taper that the thing will go over 5-10 degrees before it pops open. It's the nuttiest thing. I want to open one of these. And then I haven't been able to pick the Vachettes. They have nice bitting, but there's nothing there. They're really hard. The Zenith is a pain in the ass.
So they're all like.
So this one's
Oh my gosh! Look at the keys.
this one's really fun. The Bricard blocked out. This thing's just blue, but the keys double bitted. Floating wafers. This one's fun to pick.
That's really cool looking too.
Here, we'll pick it. Well, then there's this one.
Is that a manufactured lock or is that a challenge lock?
This is tinny.
Oh, okay.
Shit!
I
about to
haven't
say.
been able to pick it. This
Kenny
is.
stopped by to say hello for a minute, and then he had to head out. But
Oh,
that was who made this one, was Tinny. Holy cow!
nice. So this is me and Mrs. Jones. He gave this one to me, so I actually have a handmade double Bible challenge lock.
And that
Holy
one's-
crap!
Yeah, that's double. I mean, it's bitted both sides simultaneously, right? Because the key is cut bitting on
Sure.
both sides.
No, he ended up doing just a flat side on the bottom.
Okay, is that a different one?
I don't know where the
that has-
key is, but he had to do a flat side on one side and then teeth on the top just for the way it ended up working. That doesn't even go in there. But then these are fun.
push locks.
Oh jeez, oh man!
Bollocks. Two different versions, but they're key to like, so it's kind of cool. I'll have to learn to pick these.
We are.
And then I love this one I found.
So,
The
oh,
little
that's
itty
so
bitty brass
cute.
lever lock. It's unlocked,
cute.
so I've got to find a key.
That's cool.
And then
That's cute.
I was given a really large old key.
That awarded
That
key,
one's
I
fun.
guess.
Oh, I meant to go grab my decoders for these stupid things to see if I could get these. I've been playing with these and can't get them open yet. This one came open, but
Oh, that's pretty.
these are
cool,
really
too.
cool. They're
Wow.
lettered brass wheels. These things weigh so much, and they're really cool. And I even have the instructions from French. In French.
From French.
From French. I can't even talk today.
You're fine. We know what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
trying.
How is everybody doing? It's been forever and a minute since I've seen all you.
Been hanging in there.
Good.
Hanging in there.
I've been driving myself batty
Good.
with information overload, so I figured it's time to take a break for a little bit.
Information overload, trying to do your business stuff, huh?
Yeah, because now I'm, instead of doing the welding and fab work going and then like adding machining in later, I'm actually going to start with machining now because opportunities presented itself. So now I have to redo everything for my startup cost. And now I'm having to do a lot of information or a lot of research on all the different end mills because there's like 970,000 different end mills. Like, it's just crazy. So, but I found the mill that I want to get, but now I got to get all the tooling and the work holding and get all that stuff figured out.
Yeah.
Does not sound like fun.
It
No.
is not, but it will be fun for everybody. Once I get that mill up and running, I am going to take a 3-inch shell mill and I am just going to plunge into a master lock at like 8,000 RPM and like 15
Watch it
inches a minute
explode.
and just watch the chips fly.
Big plans. Big plans.
That's what I'm looking forward to, like to vaporize a master lock, just turn it into a pile of chips.
A pile of shit. Oh, pile of chips. My
I
bad.
mean, that's not any different.
We were talking about challenges and like people challenging the lock companies or making drama with them. Coxie tried to get them to send him a prototype or something, or a set of these brand new unpickable handcuffs, and they were like, no.
We don't
So,
want to see how you're gonna pick it.
I thought maybe they would just like perhaps go, oh, maybe you can help us make it a little more secure, or give us your input since you're one of the best, handcuff pickers in the entire universe. But they just basically like blew him off. And we were talking about how, he was trying to get his channel numbers up and stuff. And we said, make some drama with the lock picking companies or the lock companies.
That's sad that if they consider them unpickable, let them be tested.
Yep.
Right.
That's what I said.
They're probably of the mindset of many people out there. It's like, oh, it's all faked.
Yeah.
And we know sometimes it is, and then sometimes it's not.
Yeah, that's a shame. But I'm sure Coxie could find a way to pick it. One way or another.
Wearing
But he
6
said they
pairs
put the
of them.
patent up online, so he's seen the patent and how it's designed anyway. So that's pretty wild. Have you been picking anything, Trucker?
A little bit. I was starting on the Gold D9, and then I figured out that top pins don't like me at all, so that's not going too well.
Yeah, those are very much harder than they look, for sure.
But I've been working on that here and there, and the loss of my ASA flux core freaking that hit me. Like I was like, oh, the
You
little
lost a flex core.
No, I was progressive pinning it, and I had one of those tiny little micro pinning trays that have the slide-on lid, and I had that in my Tupperware container where I hold everything, and somehow it came open, and I lost 3 out of the 5 pin stacks.
Jeez.
So no idea where the pins or springs for that are. And I'm like, well, looks like I have a new base for a challenge lock. So
maybe I should try this. No, that won't fit in there. Good. Let's try this one. I've been working on this
Oh, is that
Clavis. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think I almost had it open a few times last night, but it was like 3 in the morning and I was like half asleep. So, yes,
How many
that's the
pins in the
hashtag.
clavis?
There it is. Make LL a character, Sean. That's the hashtag for today. If you guys want to get your hashtags in, I'm gonna make that our giveaway hashtag. Thank you, Sean. Good thinking. Let's all try to talk Sean into putting me in his book and making me a character. All right. And so we're gonna make that the hashtag. Hopefully he'll listen.
Yeah.
You shall be known as the keeper of the gnomes in the book.
Thanks a lot. That's like an old lady one. I should make the L's uppercase so we know, but it doesn't matter in the actual thing.
Oh.
Let's see. We're gonna keep it shorter. We're gonna say make LL a character. That's it. Or no, how about this? Let's make it different. Hold on. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, people. Let me put this up on the screen so y'all see it. Okay. Oh, they share screen. This one. Share. Sharing is caring. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. Here it is. Put Lady Locks in the book. Chuck Soup said that's not fair. I don't know how to spell character. Don't worry, Chuck Soup. I changed it. Duck Hunt from Nintendo. I don't know. That could have been Lockchuck. He's got some.
Yeah,
crazy
that's probably me. Yeah, that would be
got
Duck
some
Hunt.
crazy stuff. It's so interesting to me how the different countries make pretty much the same devices, but just different pinning and just like tweak it in one way or another that they like better than, you know. It's just funny that they like them a different kind of way, and it's just like who was saying David Romano was saying last night, like the gold locks or any of the Japanese locks are super high security and so like well made and stuff, but it's like completely illegal to pick locks over there, and you know, so nobody even has the tools or anything, but they make the locks like super hard to get into anyways. They're like, absolutely not, you're not getting in here.
Yeah, you're not getting in here.
Uh-oh, Chuck Soup, you had an O there. You might have to redo your entry. You have to redo the entry. Picksmith, you might have seen Digby's post today.
I saw it this morning, but I never got to go back to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's awesome. That project's gonna be killer.
He told us we were supposed to keep it secret. Now he's opened it. Okay, that's how far
Well,
behind
it's
I
out.
am.
It's out tomorrow. And he's going to. He wants to talk. He wants to keep the videos private until tomorrow, and he's going to release the videos all at once. But the project, he wants more people to know that the project's coming up. You know, and he's going to be. Yeah. He wants to talk about it a little bit. He said he might hop on the stream here. We can get the kiddos to bed in time and talk about it a little bit.
Well, that's good, because then I can ask him to send you a bell, because he's had it for almost 2 years now.
Oh shoot, what is it?
That's that little 4-pin challenge lock I made for the black belts.
Oh, okay. It's probably horrifying.
It is because
That's
it's
probably
based
why
on
he's had it for 2 years. He probably ain't picked it yet. He's like, what the fuck?
It's based on the first 4 pins of Bunny Yip, which is down in the Australia, and even HB's like, no, I can't pick that thing. But that's a 7-pin lock.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
crap.
These
With a
evil
nightmare
challenge lock
keyway.
makers. Doesn't surprise me at all. I just never get surprised by these crazy challenge lock ideas anymore. I used to be like, oh my gosh. Now I'm like, yeah, that figures. That sounds about right. Yeah.
Hey, he was supposed to send it to you when he was done with it, but he's never picked it.
Uh-uh.
At one point, he said, I lost all my tension wrenches.
Oh, jeez. All right.
Oh.
Damn it. For some reason, I think I keep oversetting this one pin, but all the other pins still bind, so I don't know why. I don't know how that could be an overset. I don't know. So I guess it's not overset. It's confusing me. It feels overset, but the rest of the pins are still binding, so I'm just gonna go with it. We'll see what happens. Probably the tensioner will fly out. This is what had happened to me last night.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, I was like right there at the end, and I was like, holy shit. I was in the biggest false set ever, to where I was having a hard time even pushing the pins in, because the false set was so deep on it that the pins were just so tightly bound from the core being turned so far. And then I would get right to where I was like, okay, here it is, and I'd click it, and the tensioner would go all the way across the room. I was like, oh, it might have been open then. So
You probably were open.
Yeah, it could have been close, because honestly, I was like trying to push on them. You had to push so freaking hard to get them to set, because it was like, this turned so far, and I was so excited, and then it happened like 6-7 times. I was like, okay, bedtime.
Yeah.
Bedtime.
There we
We're
go.
done.
That's open.
Oh, nice job, Picksmith.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
It's only
Sugar,
a
that was
blue
a very,
belt lock.
very sad one.
Jeez. Is
But
that
still,
wafer one?
Yeah.
Well, I was
Yeah.
I was in the middle of taking a
Floating
hit of a
wafer.
cigarette.
You want to see what it looks like inside?
Yes.
It's floating wafers.
Oh,
Bricard blocked out. They're not going to be making it anymore.
Oh, wow. You got lucky and got one. I'm glad you got me one too. That's crazy.
And
Put that in my
you
collector's
can't
item.
you can't cut it in half, and you'll understand why in a second here.
Oh shit.
Here, let's,
Lock Chuck. I was gonna say,
go
if you
down to
ever figured out
examination
a way
length.
to
'Cause
hold that one lock together, I
Oh,
have
yeah.
a new one coming. I'll cut in half and send you the other half
Yeah.
too. It's something else, but it's like that one, but it's a different kind. So I'll send you the other half of that. You can have it.
Yeah, I need to do that, because I know a way. I just got to do it.
Yeah,
It's going to be
cool.
back about like that dragon tail or whatever I sent you.
Yeah, the big dragon for the yeah, but I have a second one of those types coming, a Magnum something or other,
Mhm.
but it's something weird inside of that. I didn't know. I'm sitting there talking to David Romano last night about locks, and I'm gonna put you on big screen, Picksmith, and if I get this open, I will kill myself, just so you guys know. If I get this clavis open off camera, I'm going to kill myself. I'm just letting you know.
That's cool.
So these have a plastic plug. It's
Oh,
2
wow.
wafers in every chamber. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 wafers.
Oh my gosh.
And then, it pops apart, and there's 2 pieces with the tailpiece, and it just kind of puts together and
Oh,
folds over
wow.
and locks into place, and it comes apart this easily.
Wow. That's pretty
And then
sweet.
so it's got the driver on both sides. I may not be able to get it out easily. So I'm just going to take out the one because it's easier.
How does it feel with the plastic, having the plastic plug? Does it feel like weird, or can you just really not tell a difference in versus metal?
You really can't tell because there's a metal insert in the face. So this is what you're tensioning off of. And then the wafers are into regular metal channels of the housing.
So you're picking metal on metal. It's just how the plastic holds them.
Correct,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Interesting.
they're free floating, as you can see. They want to fall out either side.
Oh wow.
So I'm not going to take it that far apart like Locknoob did, but so they're free floating and it just slips back in there.
That's freaking cool.
And then you just put it back together again, push it back,
That's
snap it back into place, and there's a little cover on top. Test the key. So it works.
Wow. That was like the easiest gutting I ever saw.
Right.
Yeah, I was afraid of it at first, and then I saw how Locknoob took it apart, and then it's like, oh, geez, there's nothing to this. This is a cakewalk.
Wow.
I forgot to...
Still pretty interesting little lock there.
It is. It's blue. It's a blue rated lock, 14 floating wafers.
Wow.
And
I like
so
wave locks. They're a lot of fun.
they're like a disc. You only have to pick one side, whichever side you're up or down on. We're not going to see it here, but then if I flip it over, the wafers fall to the other way.
Ah, okay.
I think Locknoob was able to, a couple of different people were able to, they could 360 it, but this one's brand new, and I think they had used ones. So when I turned it 180 degrees, it locked back up because they just fell in. If I had done it in a vertical format, it probably would have spun all the way around.
Will the key come out at 180 versus having to go 360?
No, it only comes out one direction.
Oh,
so
I see the...
we've got a higher driver tip that drives the plug, and then it only goes in on one position. So that has to go in, and it only comes out in the position. And this is actually, it's still a Euro, so it's upside down like this. So the little tip goes down.
Okay.
Is the way you'd find it in the real world.
So once you picked it, you had to pick it twice, just like a... what am I thinking? You got to pick it back around.
Yeah, you would have to pick it. It's not that difficult to pick. But if it was older and it had dust and gunk in there, it might actually just hold. If you spun it really quickly, it might not fall down.
Either you fell off the desk or...
You guys
Or
know what happened.
She
But
picked it
tension
open
or
and now
fine.
she's pissed.
So if you had to compare it to the Miwa DS, which one's a more fun pick?
Oh, they're both pretty easy. They're wafers.
Right.
The DS has less on it, and I think this one's actually funner because this one actually you're having to pick wafers on the two sides. It didn't show the wafer, but the wafer is a total circle because the key goes through it, so it's guided by either the top or the bottom, and then. If you can see, I can't get real clear on this, but there's bitting on each half of the key. So the wafers ride one half, so you're having to pick right and left. The DS just rides flat.
Yeah.
So I think this is funner because you're actually picking right and left, and so you're having to pick all 14 wafers as you go backwards and forwards, and they're spaced kind of funny and they feel weird, and it's kind of neat because it just sits there and clicks and starts turning a little bit more and all of a sudden it just pops open on you. It acts like a
Cool.
taper.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
McDeepore, welcome.
it's a
How
lot
are
of fun to
you?
pick.
You should
Hello.
yeah, let's see you playing around with another one of your Frenchy locks.
I want to see what's in this Bricard.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right, I'm putting you back again.
I do have the key. Where's the key? The bidding on this is lovely.
Ooh.
So I got one original key. So I bought them as double euros. So I have a second half of it. I'm going to take one side, turn it into a challenge lock. So while I was there, I got the key blanks and was cutting everything. And then some,
Cool.
I'm gonna keep the original Bricard key for my cylinder. But I'm gonna take and turn all the other halves into a challenge lock at some point in life.
That's gonna be cool.
But I want to see what the hell is in this thing, and I should pick it before I do it, but I'm just going to take it apart.
Yeah, just take it apart without knowing what's inside. What could go wrong?
Absolutely nothing.
I've said that once or twice and then shot little ball bearings across my room.
I don't feel ball bearings in this because, like I said, it was tapers. Ooh, that's a funny looking circlip too. It's real tapered to the points.
Oh yeah. Huh. Uh-oh. That means you gotta not lose it.
There is a follower. We're just gonna hope and pray because I'm a locksmith. If we mess it up,
You
we
can
mess it up.
fix it. You can fix it if something happens. That's what I say to myself every time I mess with a lock. Techsmith can fix it if something happens.
So, interesting start that the key pins are actually smaller than the diameter. Because they have a chamfered top. That's why. Yeah, the key pins have a chamfered top on them. I can't get close and get up close and personal with them today. Nothing wrong with the plug. Little step. Yep, tapered tops, almost like a quick set bottom pin.
Mm.
1 and 2 and 3.
Yep, you called that one.
And 4. But it doesn't explain the big false set that I got. Huh, strange. So there's just regular tapered little, they look like a quick set bottom pin. Oops.
Big false set, huh? That's wild, huh?
Yeah, it shouldn't do that with that. But
That's
maybe
so
it
weird.
tapers in such a way.
It shouldn't do that.
That's right. Well, let's put it back together again and pick it.
Oh, here comes the rain.
Yeah, I know you guys got hit where you are pretty hard. Did you guys lose power or anything, Trucker? Or
I got lucky. I actually was out of the area when the storms rolled through, and then I came back through the area when the storms left, and where I was got hit by storms. So I stayed in front of everything the whole time, but now I'm getting caught in it. I'm up here in Michigan, and yeah, it's coming down pretty good. The parking lot looks like Lake Superior right now.
I want to know in chat, who did I talk into getting interviewed by TLP? Let's see if anybody decided they were going to go for it.
We do need some new people to do that.
There's like 4 people that haven't gotten interviewed yet. I can't even believe it. And TLP said, hey, look, I need some interviews or the series going to run dry. So, I mean, we got enough people. We can save TLP series. Come on.
Yeah.
Or we're going to have to start doubling up, and where all the old OGs are going to have to go back and go, Well, I
Yeah.
haven't done very much, but let's do it again.
Yeah, we're just gonna talk about ourselves even more now. So if you
That's
guys don't
right.
do it, we're up to bat again. How's that?
Mhm.
We can
think the
talk
last
about
time-
ourselves. We'll tell them we want
Yeah.
hour-long ones this time, just to talk about ourselves and all of our accomplishments and like how cool we are, and just on and on we could go. We could even double up, like 2 people per interview.
Oh, there we go.
And I'll demand that he introduces me as the man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah, we'll start doing some weird shit. And I'm telling
Right?
you, people, you don't want to see that. So just go get interviewed. It's not that big of a deal. David, I don't want to hear a big maybe. I want to hear a heck yes, I'm going to go do it. Now, come on, people. Cooperate.
Oh, these circlips suck.
Wonder why it was tapered like that, like at the
I don't
ends of
know.
the clip. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
No, it's like loose and weird, huh?
well, and it doesn't really. You really need the circlip crimping tool for it, but I think it's going to be good enough. It's not going to fall off.
I
Or
need
you
to
can-
get one of those tools.
Or
Oh,
you
can
thanks,
make
John
yourself
Doe,
one.
for hanging out.
Oh,
Oh, speed
Oh,
gutting.
shit. Ah,
I think I lost some parts.
no. I see. Oh, no, that's not any. Is it something? I don't know. Thought I
Okay.
seen something by your hand. Oh, man. No, it wasn't nothing. Damn.
No, we got the bottom pins.
Yeah, Knox, get interviewed if you've not
One,
gotten
2, 3,
interviewed.
4. Just missing
Especially
a top pin.
Knox. You've been here, I don't know how long, Knox. Come on, son. I
Yeah,
thought
you should
were
get interviewed,
already.
man.
Jeez.
Well, it was at that moment he knew he fucked up.
That's our next quote. I definitely need to save that one. I need to
Yeah.
save that. That was
Oh,
one.
he found it. Write the time down. Write the time. 1:26.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my pen. That was great, Pixman. I don't know what I would do without your quotes to run the show. I just don't know.
Hey, you know, I'm glad I can be the entertainment because it's been a while since I've done a speed gutting before.
You know,
Or-
but it's stuff like that that new people need to see, because even if you've been doing it forever, shit happens. I had
Oh,
some
yeah.
guy was like, I don't need to shim. What could go wrong? You just got to be
Well-
careful. I'm like, okay.
See, and for that, it wasn't the shim because the pins, there's no reason for a shim in this lock whatsoever. What happened was the circlip locking into this very, very fine, I'm
Uh-oh.
dropping the pins too,
Yep.
hole in the back. That's all it is. And just the
Yep.
circlip wasn't on, and I pulled instead of just holding the plug in.
I have a couple that I have like where the circlip is just a little bit weird, and even though it seems to be holding, I put them in a baggie and I write on there like clamp issue, or I wrote on you guys seen that one I wrote in Sharpie clamp on the side of the lock,
Yeah.
because I'm like, just in case, you know. Maddie said you need a 44 Delta spring sweeper to clean up that mess.
Yeah.
But back together again.
Pixman's an expert, you guys. He got that back together faster than he speed gutted it. I can't stand it. It took me 20 minutes. He's like, oh shit, I speed gutted it. Fixed.
Yeah. Oh shit, I speed gutted it. Wait, what? It's together.
I just have to remember that has a bad circlip on it.
Yeah.
We'll pick it anyways.
Right, clamp on the side or put an arrow or something. Yeah, you'll be
Nah.
later. You'll be like, why did I write that?
I'll remember because one of them's gonna get into a challenge lock.
I have to get what do you call it? I'm sorry, Lock Chuck. You said you can make a circlip clamp thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Make the best starter point, I think you said.
Because I really need to get that. Because I have a few
Coax.
that have them stupid clamps that, you know, you bend them back and it's bent back, but it's like the tiniest bit
It's weird.
weird, and you know
Yeah.
something's about to happen.
Yeah. The The first pair I made out of wire strippers, and then the second one I made out of coax crimping tool, and they're a lot smaller. I like them.
I gotta check that out.
You know what
No,
saved me? Is the external C-clips kit from Harbor Freight.
Yeah, you can use that if you're going to be popping it on and off a lot.
Wait,
Yep.
what is it, Trucker?
The external C-clips
Oh,
from Harbor Freight. They have little holes in the ears for
yeah.
your C-clip
I
pliers
have
to
them.
go in.
They don't
And
fit on everything, though.
Not everything, but a lot. They do fit on a lot, and if you get lucky and it's
Well-
on something that you're taking on and off a lot, those last a lot longer.
I break a lot of shit, Trucker, so.
Oh, so
You know what I mean?
So have I.
Yeah. So now, partially picked, but I'm into the fall set. And last
That's
time it
wild.
went further than this too. So. Yep, there it goes.
Knox
That-
wants to know, how do you like those Lock Toppa keyway tensioners? Woohoo! Great
What
job.
is this? Oh, this is a lock. I took this one. This is a 2mm, and I used it, and I shrunk down the tips because I used this on my 700 pick.
Damn, I did
And-
the same thing, but I messed mine up a little bit. It's like a ramp instead of straight, and I can't figure out how to fix it.
Mine's the same way too, but now it fits in nice wide
Yeah.
perfectly in so many keyways, so I've just left it alone. But there's the Bricard. That was fun.
Nice job.
The other ones I got the cylinder without keys. That was just a, what is it, Picarde, Picardie, Secure, or Surrure, Surrure, which is locksmith. But there was nothing special in them. Those would be fun. It's the vachettes that are killing me. I can't pick these silly things to save my life.
Is that one right there?
Yeah.
I
Wonder
still
what's
want
in
the
those.
Shut F3D key. I think that's the coolest looking key ever made.
Oh. Oh, they're right here. I did get some keys while I was in France too.
Oh, look at that.
So that's one of the
Sweet.
vachette. This is the vachette. And then this is a push lock type key.
Oh, wow.
And then a dimple. And this actually has a floating interactive piece in the back of it.
That's cool.
Just some
That's
random
awesome.
keys. I was like, I had to get it because, you know, it says removed before flight.
That double Bible lock in the back, Knox would like to know, Picksmith. That's that one from a challenge lock by Tinny. Hang on, let
Number
me take this.
71. Me and Mrs. Jones from Tinny. This is my lock. He gave it to me, so it will not be going out.
Yeah, so technically it's not a challenge lock, I guess, right? Oh yeah,
Oh,
it's
no,
still
no.
kind of one, but it's
No,
just a personal one.
No,
It's a personal one.
it's a challenge lock, but it was given to me personally just to keep and share if I want to. And then the other one from Tinny, and as you all saw, Chris got his mini Chubb cruiser. That
Was it a battleship or cruiser? That thing's cool.
I don't know. I don't know those well enough. Look, it's the battle cruiser. Let's just call it
Yeah,
that.
The battle cruiser.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is a cruiser because the battleship is goes around. That's right. Yeah, those things are cool. He does
They
such amazing work in
Yeah.
detail.
Well, I've been talking with Tinny a lot. He actually went to university for learning miniature models, for doing the buildings and other stuff. So you'd get an architect
Yeah.
to draw the plans and his idea, and then the mini model makers make it. And Tinny was
Oh.
one of those guys. He is also a hairdresser. He was a bootlegger. He actually he's had famous clients as a hairdresser over in France and in England.
That's crazy.
I'll let him drop the names, but like, it rhymes with like Jägermeister. Bick Jägermeister was one. A bunch of other people too. It's been fun talking with him a lot.
If I ever go over that way, I'm gonna have Tinny do my hair. Damn. Lockchuck, you had one of these clavis you gutted, right? I thought we talked about that.
Yeah.
And you showed me the one gutted. Okay.
Yeah.
When you set the pins, does it still feel like, because I'm getting to where these are feeling like they're overset to me. Did you get that, or did they all feel like they were jiggly, like the set, when they're set, how they kind of jiggle?
I'll be honest with you, I never got it picked, so that's when I was in trying to progressive pinning it, and I destroyed it.
Which clavis is it? How many pins are in that one?
18.
Yeah.
Ooh, yuck.
It's like kind of fun though, but it's just I'm not sure if I'm on the right track. Whenever I get to a certain point, I'm just like, okay, I'm not sure if I'm making the right moves. And with 18 pins, you don't want to sit there for 20 minutes doing the wrong shit,
Yeah.
You want to know,
there we
is
go.
this right? Am I on the right track? Nice
I got
job.
Finally.
Another taper. That's all it is. It's just real heavy to light tension, floating back and forth and just tapping pins, and then it finally opens. They're annoying.
Yeah, tapers can be annoying AF.
They're not easy locks to pick. Well, that leaves one left that I haven't gotten to pick, is this Zenith. Well, let's try the Zenith. Maybe being on picking time has been my lucky charm.
Yeah, maybe we're good luck. I mean, we are all freaking just amazing.
That's right.
We got the best chat on YouTube. And I mean, come on now.
All we're missing is Para. We need Para on here.
Yeah.
I know, I'm hungry. Show me what you're eating.
Yeah. Bring your dinner. Let's go, Para. Jeez.
I know.
Tell
I'm
them
having
people at work
pulled
you got
pork.
really important stuff to do, and you can't keep messing with them.
I know what I'm having for dinner though is pulled pork and sweet potatoes with coleslaw on top,
Oh, nice.
with
I
some
had
of the
pulled
J.
pork in a long
Gabriel's
time.
spicy barbecue sauce from Bucky's.
Oh shit.
Oh, that
Yeah,
that stuff's
the-
good.
The spicy pepper one. Oh my god,
Yeah.
that's so good. It's almost like that garlic aioli that he sends to. That stuff's great on fried chicken.
Chuck Soup said Picksmith is the swag under a clear mat.
Kind of. It's anti-reflective matte, but yes. So all of the stickers and everything are under a mat.
Oh, you can get
They-
anti-reflective. I like that.
Yeah. So I like
I
that
didn't know
because
that.
then I can have my circle light
Yeah.
up above. You can see it in the there it is in the so
Oh,
it's not
that's
reflecting
cool.
off of the mat.
Yeah, I bought something that was clear to cover my desk mat, and it was, shiny as hell. I'm like, oh, durr. And I had to throw it away, but I didn't realize they made something that was anti-reflective. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's actually we bought one for my wife too, so it's on her desk here so you can see.
Oh yeah.
This is big giant anti-reflective mat. It's got some shine to it, but not too bad. Oh, I should say tomorrow, or not tomorrow. Today's the 1st. I thought it was the 4th. Oh yeah, May 4th. All you have to do is comment and you could win a semi-custom pick set if you like. I know
Nice.
Lockchuck's entered. I know Lady Locks is entered.
Yep.
Very nice.
But I know other people haven't yet either.
Yeah, we shared that. Was it last Thursday? We shared that one.
Oh,
on
did
the
you?
live?
Oh, nice.
I'll share it out again. No, we could share it again in case these guys missed it.
I think there's only maybe 9 people or 10 people who have entered.
Let's see.
So all you have to do is comment carbon fiber with a hashtag in the comments. Hashtag carbon fiber in the American English fiber. F-I-B-E-R, not English. F-I-B-R-E.
Oh, shoot. This Ryan Wilson said people must be thinking I'm strange, chuckling to myself listening to you guys while I'm driving.
I do that
They just
before.
see you
I've
in the
actually
car
been
laughing.
I've been on this driving. You guys have watched me drive through San Diego.
Yeah, we've taken rides with Picksmith going place to place.
It's like Delp.
Taft's always taking us on a ride.
Exactly.
So I just put the link to the video and everything for Picksmith. So if you haven't gone and seen it,
Thank you.
Oh,
check
thanks,
it out.
Chuck.
You don't even have to watch all 30 minutes of it if you don't want to.
But it's fun to watch. Let me tell you, and getting to see Picksmith how he polishes picks, that was very cool.
I figured I'd do a little bit of everything in that one just because it was like, I didn't know what to do. So I wanted to give it a different review than everybody else.
And well, yeah, well, you go into the video, it
was
seems like everybody's got a different pick set. So.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah,
I was
like
the only
good
one to
review.
get them in the 25,000s too. It was like, really? Couldn't you at least got me the half or 0.5 millimeter, the 19 or 20? But I really appreciate them commenting on the video too. I don't know if they did that to anybody else's video.
Oh, really? I didn't. I need to go check that out. See what they said.
I pinned it in the top, so it's right there. They put a big reply saying, hey, we're going to fix the stitching. We're making sure that the steel is good and that we're thinning some profiles out. They're working through trying to figure out the QC on everything and the tension wrenches. You know, they took everything that I pointed out to heart and showing them what was going on.
I saw that, yeah.
Well, that's cool. They responded.
The one thing that I was really impressed with the tension wrenches, which was different than everybody else, is the height or thickness of the little tip. They had them in different sizes. So you had a small, a medium, and a large. So I found, because a lot of times, like even the multi-picks, multi-picks is a set that I have, and I just have the different thicknesses, but they're all the same size. So sometimes it doesn't fit, and I've got to go thinner and thinner and thinner, and then it flops more. Well, if I have them in different heights, I found that it fits snugly into a small little one, and where it in particular was the Yale padlock I picked. Where is it? It's this one. So, you know, you've got that curved top keyway of a little paracentric Yale, but it's nice and fat, and you can fit a chubby little one in there, but it's a different height than it fit right in there. It was super snug instead of being flippy floppy with a skinny one.
Yeah.
So, you know, and the steel, I'd really like to do I'd like them to send me one, and I would do side-by-side comparison with 301 high yield and just beat the living crap out of them and see which one bends first from fatigue.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. All right. This is driving me crazy.
Yeah, this lock too.
Noah said Yales are made from hell just to annoy us, not protect us.
I love Yales.
Hmm.
I should break
Yeah, I
out.
think they're fun.
I think some people thought I didn't really.
Paracentrics here. Holy crap.
Well, it's man, it's like putting the band back together.
That's
Oh
right.
my gosh, I love it. I love it.
Oh man, Shades of Picking Time 2023.
That's right.
Yeah.
I should show this Yale.
That thing's freaking sweet. I saw one on eBay. It's like $280 or something like that. I was like, you're kidding me.
With shipping, I paid just shy of $100 out of the
Wow,
UK
that's
from
a
Peter
steal.
Lewis.
Wow.
And it's fun too because it's interesting because you can pick both of these at the same time because what drives the tailpiece is the tip of the key, not the cylinder. So you can pick both of these.
Huh.
And there's all standards in that. So it's not super fun, but it's just an interesting pick.
Oh, there's another one.
There's another one.
Oh shit!
Oh,
Look at that.
yeah. Do you have two different keyways on yours, Para?
Let's see. Yes. Let me see. It's been a long time since I played with this one.
Just take one key and stick it in and see if it fits into both.
Nope. Two different.
Yeah, you've got
225 and a
nice
64, it says.
one. Nice. Because I've got both of mine are the same keyway, GA.
Well, I guess if they're different, that'll keep you from putting the wrong key in the.
Yeah, that's what I liked about that, having the two different keyways. But this one I have comes with the same keyway for both.
Ah.
So your key will have a identifier on it for the keyway. Typically, if they're yellow original heads, it'll have a. You're not going to be able to see it, but there's a GA stamped right below the bow head, right before where the key starts to go in, or sometimes right on the bottom of the bow.
PF and an S.
Okay, you've got weird keyways.
Yeah, what's weird is this PF key. When you look down at the bitting, the key is thicker.
Yeah, the profile of the warding and the key itself. If you look at the keyway will show you that it's probably just got a real wide top on it. And they do that sometimes. They had some keys that were like the top and the bottom looked similar, the same, and the width on them.
Nox said even on Amazon, dual custody are double price and out of stock.
Yeah, no, they're hard to find. I was really happy to get it. That Richard over there in the UK said, "Hey, are you interested in this? I'll buy it for you, and then you just pay me back."
Oh, that
And
was
it's
cool.
like, yeah. It's like, hell yeah, okay, I'll do it. What the heck? And then I don't know. I don't think I posted it on your server, Lady Locks, but I did in a couple other places that Potty 3 something or other. He popped up that he's giving away some of his locks from his collection.
Oh wow!
So everybody in the UK and the EU could hit him up and just pay shipping, and he'd ship you locks.
Wow!
Wow.
And he had quite a cool collection because he's an old school sporter.
Man. Rocco, welcome to the show. Yeah, I was wondering if anyone had heard anything from Steve Lockpicking. Oops. I haven't heard from him in a while. It's been a minute.
Nope.
He commented on my video because he did a review of those picks too. So
okay.
when it came out when I got back, he's kicking around.
Okay. Yeah, because he's I usually see him on the live here and there, but I haven't seen him in a few weeks. All right, Dean says he's got some good plants for his garden. Every always frickin' tags me. Okay.
This lock is a pain in the butt.
Which one is that? Oh, that.
Zenith. It just
What are you
keeps
picking,
every once in a
Eric?
while I feel a little taper give and click and
Tapers. They like their tapers over
That's-
there, huh? Wow.
Yeah,
They must
I
use
mean,
those
they-
instead of standard, like,
yeah, they're effective
Yeah.
and it makes it just a slightly harder lock.
Yeah. They're annoying too.
Exactly.
Did I just see you using a pen, Paracentric? Or what was that blue thing? Was that a pick?
Oh no, that's
Oh, okay. I was like,
Oh.
is that a pen?
that's the Rob Lawn. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice. I think we lost Trucker.
Yeah, I hadn't heard him in a while.
He went into the black hole of Michigan.
He said he was hitting storms, so he might have lost all service too. He may have.
There we go. Yay.
Nice
Oh my-
job.
All right.
That
Somebody got something open.
Yeah, right.
I think I should just send this out with the challenge locks and go, here, try and pick this damn thing. This thing is horrible. I mean, it really is. It's only a 5-pin lock, and I've probably picked on it for an hour and just going, I know it's tapers, and I still can't get it open. And I sat here for 20 minutes just ding, 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 ding.
That's so annoying. That drive you crazy.
Oh, that's fun.
At least you didn't give up.
What are some other locks? I got a couple of other Vachette padlocks. I went to a locksmith and got blank keys, so I'm hoping that I can impression them. And then I thought this was a keyhole lock, but this is actually a moped lockout lock.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, from Neiman. So it's looks like the
Neat
little
Yeah. Those little ones you put in the lever locks.
and I got a 20 millimeter old Sisa. That'll be fun. And then a 25 millimeter Avis with a key.
Very cute little babies.
Yeah. All in all the double euros that I got, all these used old padlocks, and including this, I paid €3 for this.
Oh, wow.
Were all less than buying this brand new.
Wow.
This was €95, and then all these others were 2, 3, 4. Even I got these at a dig price.
Wow. Oh my good God. All right. I'm on a huge deep false set here.
Let's do it.
Holy
You got
shit.
it. You're right there. Put yourself on the screen.
Make it happen,
Holy
Captain.
shit. It's
Come on,
not-
Captain. You got this.
I wish. I feel lots of stuff binding again, though. That's weird to me. Everything just went. really tough. Yeah, see. Like that. All right. Yeah, see, I hit that, but I really feel like I don't know, man. It's so confusing because they don't feel jiggly. I don't know. I don't know if that's how it's supposed to feel or not.
Ta-da! Little easy one.
Nice.
3 pins, little vachettes.
Oh, you fucker.
Ah!
Oh no!
No. Oh.
It keeps happening. It's like this is what keeps happening every time I get this close. It's crazy.
Was that the round key too, or
Yeah.
semi-round?
Yeah, it's so
Oh.
hard to read too. It's like I have no idea. There's just weird. It looks like the top corner is very high set. It's like opposite. The top corner on the left is high set, and the one top corner on the right is low, and the back is high. It's like opposite, you know? Weird. Very weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And there's only 4 on the tops, 5 on the side. So this first one's pretty high. And then it's so hard to read. Crazy. Dun dun dun. Oh, okay. Knox says Halloween's coming in a few months, and he's gonna be doing his bi-weekly giveaways. He's gonna have a would you rather question, and then just comment your opinion for that week's prize pool. That's gonna be cool.
Nice. Missed Knox.
Chuck's versing me now. Uh-oh. Chuck will be like, click open. Oh, I got mine open.
I was like, oh, why is it turning? But that's because the lock was turning in the vise.
Damn it.
That is the wrong type of movement. God, this keyway is horrendous.
Yeah, it's like suddenly they just they're either springy or they counter rotate. And then after I get all these big false sets, everything just gets bound up really hard. Another little false set.
You're just missing one little thing, probably.
Yeah, it's one of them locks. It's like
Me and high pin counts just don't mesh. I don't understand. I can't do anything with them.
yeah, they're not my favorite, but this one's like it's so like it gives so much feedback. It makes it fun to mess around with, but it's like, am I getting anywhere? I don't know, because I don't know if what I'm doing is the right thing. I'm following the feedback like I should. If it's counter rotating, I'm picking it. And Lockchick said there's no doesn't appear to have any trap pins in it. Yeah. So it's like the counter rotation means pick me. What? Yeah. I don't know. Let's get lots of that. Lots of counter rotation.
Big fishette.
Oh shoot. Which lock's that, Para?
It's an interchangeable core federal, but it's got a best in it.
Oh, okay.
I got a best I'm trying to get to control. I haven't gotten it. I can get it picked up and I just can't get it to control.
Yeah.
It depends on those with the control, because if it's master keyed, you're hunting in the dark.
Yep. I'm sure it
If
is.
Is it a 6 or a 7 pin?
7.
That's only 100 and actually, there's 129 combinations if every chamber is master keyed, and only one of them works for the control. But are you trying to work with a control sleeve tension wrench?
I don't have one. I need to make one.
So it's just something that goes into the bottom, because the sleeve runs through the bottom of the chamber too.
Yeah.
But you need it to not go through the bottom holes for the ejector pin tool.
Oh my god.
And
Yeah.
I have nothing but problems with the commercial made picks or the tension wrenches.
What'd you make? Did you make one yourself or?
No, I bought the Peterson set
Okay, but
because I needed them for work, and buy what's available, and it works sometimes.
okay.
It's just they're annoying. They don't fit into half the keyways.
Man, this little bastard back pin. Makes me want to get a lockpick to pick it, since I can't get my regular dimple flag to pick it.
This one needs some lubricant. That's why the core is binding.
Some Houdini.
It's his favorite.
I know.
I think I seen him twitch when you said that. Oh shit. Man, this is so, what do you call it? So nerve-wracking.
What is the rating on that? Is that black?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a black one, but I don't know what level it is or anything. I think it's just regular black belt. 'Cause they make a 20-pin one as well.
Oh, fun. Oh, there's
Yeah.
an Avis. There's an Avis with no spools in it. Interesting.
Mm. Yeah.
But it is only a 25.
Mm.
Let's try this one. Oh, I can't even put it in my clamp.
The Q18 is just a black one.
Oh, okay.
So it's the easy one.
Yeah, it's the easy one. It is a lot easier than the other ones. It definitely gives you feedback where the 20-pin one feels like a Kaba, where it has like super dainty, and if you sneeze, everything sets, and you don't even know you touched a pin because it doesn't feel like you did.
That does not sound like fun.
I thought it was going to be like this one, but the keyway was easier to get through. So I thought, well, I'll try that. And I got one, and I was like, oh no, the pins feel different. Everything feels different. It's crazy. Yeah, so here we go to where it's very hard to set the pin. Okay. Oh shit.
No, the locks. It's the same one that Lady Lock's doing. It's the clavis. It's a high pin count.
Oh.
I think this lock has tapers in it too. Oh my god.
Man. You're getting another refresher on tapers, that's for sure. Lots of practice on them.
I think tapers are probably one of the hardest things to understand as you're learning to pick.
Yeah, they're annoying.
Then there's some people who can make them look like they're nothing. Where?
All right. Yeah, I'm still getting all these nice clicks. When does it ever stop clicking and just open?
That's exactly what I am asking.
Come on now. Oh my gosh, it just keeps going into bigger falset and bigger falset. Holy shit. Every time it does that, I think it's open because it moves so much.
Mine,
All that means is not yet.
Yeah. Jeez.
It's like a penny challenge lock. Get deeper, 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 deeper. Nothing.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Where the hell did the feedback go?
yeah, I can't tell if I've even in a false set on mine. I need to put a mark on it so I can tell.
I should do that one here. Put a mark. That's a good idea.
So the inner plug moves from the outer. There is an outer housing. So you look
Yeah.
like you both have a different version too.
Yeah, she looks like she's got like a deadbolt version.
Yeah, I got this one from JD. Holy shit, I thought it was open. When it finally opens, I'm just going to be like, cool. Like,
Yeah, I did that. Yep.
It keeps tricking me. I keep getting all happy, and then it's like, psych.
Yeah.
All right. Come on, you lovely,
Okay.
wonderful, just amazing, just fun, amazing lock. Oh my god, it's so great. I love it. Let's open.
I don't like this lock.
There's
Still
no
works, right?
cameras. Don't worry about the lights. It's
Yeah.
just just here to keep you warm.
Yeah, the lights are just to keep you nice and warm. There's no cameras. Nothing. Now, cooperate.
What time is it? Oh, it's time to get moving.
Well, thanks for hanging out, Pecksmith. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was fun.
Oh,
you
one
know
thing
what? I
before you
have
go,
to-
Picksmith.
Yeah.
I picked up this lock for my lock guy this weekend. You ever seen
Oh, neat.
It's
Yeah,
Italian
it's a-
tubular lock.
What?
That's cool.
The thing looks like a tongue piercing.
I've seen barbells like that before, but I have not seen that one. But before we go, I haven't done this yet on screen, so
Oh, Porky Lock.
more tapers.
Yes. Yes.
Puck.
tape?
I think they're actually just standards in this, but it's got that kind of weird feel of a taper. I love the shackle pop on this thing.
Yeah, it has a nice shackle pop. I think it's whatever this is right here. I just can't get to it. It doesn't want to pick. Oh my god.
There we go.
Oh, you fucking whore. God.
You lost
sorry, I
it
said
again.
that out
Here,
loud.
this
Sorry.
this one's for you.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was great. Parky loves his shackle pops. These were good ones.
Yeah, no, I love these locks. These are really nice and beautiful. We miss you, Parky. Okay, with that, I am out of here. It was good to have the gang back together again for one time.
It was fun. It was fun. Appreciate
Yes.
that.
And remember, tapers are fun.
You'll get that one. That one sucks.
But you have the new one too from the speed gutting of the Vachettes or the.
Oh, I can't
Picard.
wait. That's a good one.
It was at that moment he knew he fucked up. Okay. Have a good evening, everyone. We'll see you the next
Bye.
time.
Take it easy.
Thanks.
Smith.
Bye.
Good seeing you.
Take care, Pecksmith. Oh man, I think that was ready to be open too. I get so damn close and the goddamn tensioner flies out. It makes me so angry inside. Oh my god. Jeez, when I get this one open, it's gonna be a celebration.
Yes. Don't come out. No, you don't.
I should mark it too while it's in a regular old state. Get my Sharpie. Stupid little jerk. Well, yeah, I guess because it's I guess I should tension it then mark it, right?
Yeah, because I did notice after I did that it moved just a little bit.
Man, this is so Tensioner gone. Yeah, it's like whatever that last little bit does, it pushes the tensioner right on out of here. And it's annoying.
Like I said, yeah, I've got a little bit of a fault set, but I'm not getting really counter on anybody now.
Yeah, it just binds up, right? They feel just binding.
Yeah.
Not even counter rotating, just binding. No, I know there's, what are they, the mushroom spools or something, but I don't know if that's part of that or if it's because, I don't know, because you get into a false set since the core's turned, it's like holding them tighter. I don't know. I don't know. But you would think it would still counter rotate.
Yeah.
Unless you're on like, I don't know, the end of the spool, but I don't know.
Nope. Well, I dropped my tension. So
Oh.
Sharpie didn't do very good at marking this thing.
Yeah, my Sharpie mark's pretty thick, so I don't know if it's gonna make a. I'm gonna see it that good anyway. So rude. And I keep turning my camera on when I pick it because I keep getting so. I feel like I'm so close, but that's the thing. I just can't tell. I wish it was guttable. I could just take a couple of dang pens on out of it. I think if I even just took 2 or 3 out, I'd be able to feel stuff better. But I'm not taking no chances.
Yeah, that's why. I got one in the container. That's in the graveyard.
Oh, man. How was your bowling, Paracentric?
Oh, we took 3 points out of 4 on Monday night. That's good.
Okay. Good job. Good job.
We're still tied for first.
Nice. And you're only doing that because you feel bad for the other team. If you guys wanted to, you could easily just slay them.
It's pretty tough. Everybody's gunning for us. Not because of me, but because the other 3 people on our team are pretty strong.
You know, to be the best,
Somehow I can manage.
beat the best.
Yeah. Somehow I managed to get drafted on the team because I always showed up with tequila. And they're like, "Oh, he's one of us."
That is so funny.
Yeah, some nights are tough though, because it's a handicap league, so we don't have a lot of extra pins on our team because the other guys have such high averages.
Yeah.
So some games, some nights we're down 300, 350 pins before we even throw the ball.
Jeez.
Yeah, and we have to make that all up and still win. Yeah, it gets tough some nights.
Yeah, but you know what? At least you still know inside that you're 350 points ahead of all these other people.
Right. At least I can leave at the end of the night. I beat my man. Oh, why did I choose this lock?
So,
We're all asking ourselves that.
yeah. I think I'm gonna call it a night, though. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Lock Chuck. I appreciate it. I can't wait till you get that damn thing open so you can give me a tutorial on what the hell I'm supposed to be doing, because I sure can't
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna mess with it later. I mean, like you said, it's really fun. I haven't found that part yet, but I'll try.
Well, what I found was, see there, even a nice little false set. What I found was that it doesn't want to do anything at all, and then all of a sudden you'll hit something and it'll start moving, and then once it starts moving, the whole thing's like it, everything binds up, everything counter rotates, and it's all like right there for you. But you have to get to that point by finding whatever pin it is you gotta, get first. It seems like, and that's the hardest part, is figuring out where to start to get it to start moving. It's like once you do that, though, it's pretty fun. I got a little false set with it, so now I'm just hoping to not throw out my tensioner this time.
Yeah, and I'll try. I may switch to a flag like you're doing. I'm trying to just do it by single pin right now. But
I thought I'd be way better at it with a pick, but it's like I don't know. It's some of them I can pick real good with the pick, and some of them it just doesn't seem to work with a pick. I don't know if it's because you have to like push on them at an angle, like how the flag kind of like, applies that pressure at a certain point on the pin to pick it easier. I don't know. I found this flag sometimes works better than the pick, which I didn't think it would. And I'm not as good with a flag as I am with a pick, so I wanted to use the pick, but I just don't know. Almost lost my false set by accidentally picking something. I don't know if
I'll play with it, and if I find anything, I will definitely share it.
If you got any tricks, let us know.
All right.
Let us know. Well, thanks for hanging out, Lockchuck. I appreciate you, man.
Good to see you, pal.
Thank you.
You too. Take it easy, Lockchuck.
That was where that swishing noise was coming. I thought it was mine. Okay, that was Lockchuck's. Okay. Alright. Yeah, man, I'm like, I did my best. It ain't good enough, people.
Story of my life.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
It's a sad day. Sad day. Oh, goodness. Yeah, see, I get some of these. I found I gotta pulse the tension on this too. If you kind of pulse the tension, and if you're on the wrong path, you kind of you can stop before you fully commit. You can go, oh wait, never mind.
What is that you're picking on?
Clavis Q18.
Oh,
yeah.
no, thank you.
Yeah, it's a pain. It's like I said, it's given some nice feedback. I just wish I really wish I could take a few pins out just to get the hang of it, to know what's right and what's wrong. When you got so many pins in there, it's hard to, it's like you don't know, and you can be here all day.
Just compounded problems.
Yeah. I could be doing everything right, or I could be doing everything wrong.
See, the right thing around here is my V18s I use to hold the doors open.
That's so funny. Right now, I'm in a ginormous friggin' false set. Ginormous. And this is where I always think that, hey, it's about to open. And then my tensioner goes flying.
Yeah, I keep thinking I'm getting close on this one, too. Working on this one for a while. This is a DMAC CL.
Oh. DMAC makes some evil CLs.
First one of his I've had. And if he's listening, this is really fun. If he's not listening, this sucks.
I was going to say, that kind of sounded a little bit, what do you call that?
Oh, there's no sarcasm intended there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's as sincere as it gets.
That is funny. All right, I'm going to try with the hook and see if I can find something with the hook. Because I just feel like I can feel things differently. But again, I don't know what's right and what's wrong. I need to watch a couple other people pick this maybe on a video and see what they're showing.
Yeah, see what they do.
See if they got any pointers on this stupid ass thing. Really? Yeah, I'm getting there to the what I think is the end. Look, more false set. Jeez, you don't think it could get any further, and it goes further. What the hell, man?
It's dangling that carrot in front of you.
It really is. Man. I'm just wondering if the reason I can't feel them jiggling is because the key pins would. Well, I guess that would be. I don't know. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm losing it. But I don't feel the jiggling ever. So it's not like I can continuously always be not like oversetting something or not picking it right. You know, I mean, there's got to be, if it was right, I would feel at least a couple. You know, during the 18 pins I'm picking, I would feel a couple of them jiggling. So I'm thinking that's probably okay that I'm not feeling that. But you would think at least the top ones would fall back down. I have my little mini camera. I should just peek inside of it and see what it's looking like. I don't think I could tell anyway.
Well, that's cool. You got all the gadgets.
Yeah, but oh yeah. They don't tell you nothing if you don't know what the hell you're looking at. I can see it, but I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. So I'm like, oh look, okay. We got that back one set. And nothing. Now for the top corner. Nothing.
Okay, so that wasn't binding, and I just dropped all my pins.
Ah, I hate that. That's my
maybe
worst
I gotta post
thing
this one.
I hate that. I hate it. That's my worst problem with those ones that are like the 1100s. I do that all the time. They have a lot of the zero lifts, and you think they're binding, and they're not. And then you pick it, and it drops all your stuff. All right, I really think this is the last damn pin right here in the back, the one I keep having trouble with.
Get it.
Gosh, but it's so deep into a false set, it like doesn't want to pick. Come on, Jennifer. Let me just check everything else to be sure. Those mini cameras, I just got that from Amazon, and it was like, I think it was $40. It wasn't that expensive. It was it's a, what do they call it? Those it's an ear camera, an otoscope, I think.
Yeah.
It's not that expensive, Axel. I mean, it works great. Yeah. I'd love like one of the ones that have the teeny tiniest scope though, so you can actually go inside of the keyholes, but I think those are probably very
Big bucks.
expensive. Yeah.
Oh, there's a click.
All right, there's something in the back right here. What side is it on? Oh my goodness. I guess not this one. I literally don't know. I don't know, guys. Yeah, it might help for sure. I mean, you can look in there and kind of see what's going on, and it's hard to hold it and look. That's the problem. You know, you need like a third hand to hold it and look while you're picking to kind of see what you're picking, but you can look like before and after, and you can check and see like where things are. And if you can look in through the back, if you can set it up in the back to look in, you can kind of see what's going on in there while you're picking. If you're kind of like questioning, like, am I doing something right? Am I almost hitting that pin? Or it's good for like weirdo pins and weirdo places. Like you can see where it's at. And if you're close, you know, I might have to take a look in here.
Go. Hey, Ryan, come over here and hold this camera.
Yeah.
3 hours later.
That's true. That's the truth. His arm's tired. He's like, come on now. Oh, wait. Yeah, so I can't tell anything with my hook. So now I'm just going to switch back to the flag. Oh, there's another pin that just popped in. So, like, what the hell? And another one. 2 seconds ago, there was nothing here. How did that happen? Is it like alive? What the hell? That was not there. I checked 48,000 times. Goodness gracious. What in the world is happening here? I really checked all this stuff. Thought I did. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. This is wild. All right. I'm gonna switch.
We live for the challenge.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta switch back to the flag. Let's see. If that gets me anything else. Wait, I want it this way. Yes, they all feel gone. Wait. Nope. Nope. Other side. Nope. Oh no. Down here. What's this? Where's that wording? That's the question. I don't know. Interesting. I refuse to drop it though, because what if I'm almost super close? I'm going to drop it in a second because it's getting annoying. there's a couple spots I feel counter rotation, but I don't think I'm hitting the wording and not a pin. Oh shit. Okay. This is insane, guys. Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah, I don't think there's anything left to pick. I think I don't know what we did. What was that? Man, Knox says. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Oh, Ryan has a high def borescope. Wasn't cheap, but it's not for locks. Has to do with them, just not directly looking in locks. Okay. Yeah, see. Let's see. Okay, if I like pulse the tension, maybe if it's something overset, maybe it'll fall. All right. Got a couple things to fall, so let's see. Come on now. Yes, I did get a couple things to fall. So that means something was overset, but all right. Guys, I think I'm losing it. There's just so many pins. Huh. Oh, nice job. That's a pretty lock. What is that one? Jeez. That's a nice color.
It was open, and I went to turn it, and it slipped.
Oh, I thought I heard the
Yeah, it
shackle
almost
pop,
was.
too.
This is
That's a nice one.
yeah, it's 6835.
Oh, okay.
This was a
That's
gift
nice
from
color.
it was a gift from Luce. He actually made the key for this.
Oh, nice.
Oh man, I can't believe it.
Hmm. Yeah, I am just at a loss here. Not sure what's going on. Let's see. wonder who's picked one of these before. Loki probably has, maybe.
You know,
I don't know.
White maybe.
Yeah, White might have. I've been trying to get a hold of White to buy a couple different locks, but I can never get a hold of him.
Didn't he move or something?
Yeah, I think he moved. Oh, who's this? Oh, Diggs is here. Okay. Let's see. Digby's here. Let me put him up on screen. Well, welcome to the show. Hello. Sorry, I had my hands on. I was picking this damn lock that I can't, or I was not picking it. Sorry. I wasn't picking it. I was not picking it.
I've been watching you guys, and the struggle is real.
Welcome. How are
How's
you
it going?
this evening?
I'm doing pretty good. Finally got the kiddos in bed.
How old are the kiddos?
I've got 3 of them, so
Oh,
they're
good. Oh.
10, 5, and 2.
Ooh,
Ooh.
2-year-old. Goodness.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's a fun age, but geez Louise.
yeah, she's clever too.
I always said if I had my son's energy when he was 2, I would rule the world because he was like so full of energy. I could never keep up.
Yeah, it's fun when they're like, pint size, but they have a huge vocabulary because you don't know how to treat them anymore.
I know. I would be like, why? I would find like 20 minutes later, I'd be like, why am I arguing with a 3-year-old? I need to just drop this. Like, he'd keep me arguing. Like, I'd be like, geez, oh man. Because I said so. That's why.
Yeah. G Keyman, what's up? 2 and you're sitting down. How he says, yeah. Well, the how is my wife. God bless her. She's taking care of business. So
Nice. Yeah, I was telling these guys a little bit about what was going on, and I told them you might stop by, and I gave them put your link up so they could go check out your channel. I told them to keep an eye out for tomorrow, but yeah, do you want to tell us a little bit about what the heck's going on? This is very, very cool.
yeah. So the idea is, it's a couple of years old actually. I've been cooking on this one for a hot minute.
No shit.
And I really wanted to try and figure out a way where we could get a huge number of people together to design a lock. And I spent a long time thinking about it, and the infrastructure needed for that is just huge.
Yeah.
It's either you choose executive control and the one person decides everything, or you find a way to filter ideas. And so I think I've accomplished that. Well, it remains to be seen.
No, it seems like you have a good like base, you know what I mean? You've covered all your bases, it seems like. I mean, you really went all freaking out on this one.
I've tried to, yeah. So I dropped my YouTube channel in the chat there, but you could it's Digby Lock and Tool. It's not that hard to find. I'm the only one with that silly name. But yeah, so the gist is, the hope is to get everybody in Locksport together into one place and funnel our best ideas together and make a lock. And if we can pull that off, when we pull that off, I should say, I'm going to make 9 more of them. The prototype will go to the LPU charity raffle, and then the other 9 will become contest locks. So we'll send those out to people that sign up. And I still need to sort of hash out all the rules about it and how the prize pool is going to get split up, or if it's just going to be winner take all. But
Yeah.
The idea is, we get 9 people to sign up at least, and they each get one of these in tamper sealed packages. I came up with the whole system for that too. They're going to have to open them, sort of live on stream with either me or a moderator basically.
Yeah.
So we know when their start time is.
This
and
is
it won't,
exciting.
Yeah. So it won't be like first person chronologically to pick it. Let's say it's just the least amount of time for the first open.
Okay.
That'll be how we decide winners. So yeah, I figure it's gonna take a while. because
And you have a lot of different places for now. You have a lot of, you're going to have some places where people can actually put ideas down that they think of, and then you're going to have like people that are, and then everybody can see the idea, kind of vote on it, that kind of thing. So there's going to be a whole lot of like community interaction in with it, so everybody will be able to kind of move along with the project and kind of like put their votes in, then it will go from that phase to like the next phase, and then vote on some more stuff and kind of design, create as you go. Knox says a pin and tumbler, or any, he wants to know.
I personally hope that we move away from pin tumbler, but that's just a personal preference. I'm gonna follow the votes, so
Yeah, okay.
we can do whatever you guys want. And the conversation has already started in the Discord server, because I kind of let it slip to all the black belts and LPU first, and some of them have already moved over and started asking these questions. And so it was, is an electronic lock a possibility, an electric lock? And I don't think that we're going to go that road, because it puts a damper, if not nullifies, the whole idea of a picking competition. Like, if it's going to be an electronic lock, then it's a whole different set of skills. It's a whole different set of tools.
Yeah.
And the same thing with safe dials, right? That doesn't really fit either, because totally different style and tool set, skill set even.
Yeah.
So I imagine, just me guessing, I think it's probably going to be a pin tumbler, and like it's going to be multiple mechanism types stuffed into the same lock.
That's going to be cool.
But yeah, that's the round 2 decisions. We're going to get into mechanisms, and it's going to get interesting real fast.
Knox says, can I find the info on LPU Discord?
You will be able to tomorrow. So there's going to be an announcement that goes wide there tomorrow. You can also just hop over and subscribe to my channel, because all 4 videos that sort of lay out the whole project are going to drop tomorrow evening at 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to jump on it direct, you can do that, or you can wait for the announcement. That'll have all the links in it too. So
yeah. And there's going to be ways also for, anybody who, well, even if you're not really participating, but you just want to throw in a donation to kind of help, whatever, with designing and whatever. He's going to need all kind of stuff for this. So, any type of donations, he's got places you can donate. And for anybody that has Amazon Prime, there's a way that you can actually, sign up to have your Amazon Prime basically donate to his Twitch. And that also gives him, income to help him with the, thing, but it doesn't cost you anything, because you already do Amazon Prime. So basically, if you have Amazon Prime, if you sign up with his, with his Twitch, I'm going to lay it out in a video. I'm going to figure out how to do it myself, because I have Prime, and I'll make a video so everybody can see exactly how to do it. But, that's a way that you can help without even having to put money out of your pocket. If you're already paying for Prime, that just helps him out. So there's really no reason you couldn't do it, if you have Prime. So and then of course he's gonna have PayPal, and there's all kind of other places to donate. You could get onto his Patreon, or I'm sure you don't have members on your channel yet, but like you could do Patreon and all this other stuff. So there's ways to donate, again, if you just want to help with that. I assume it doesn't work with Canadian Prime. I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know either. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Like I set aside the cash for this ahead of time, because I just sort of assumed, hey, if I need to take a couple $1,000 loss to put this on, I'm doing it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you guys want to help out,
cool.
There's a bunch of different ways to do it. They're all on my website. So
yeah, so basically everything is going to be I've laid out in the videos. You'll be able to see everything he's talking about, and there's going to be like an initial vote as well, and you'll have a couple days to get votes in for that once the videos come out. So you just got to keep an eye on tomorrow at 9 p.m. Try to remember, because again, it's like it's launching, and if you want to be a part of it and you want to get your votes in and you want to be here from the start, you've got to kind of jump in right when it comes out. I mean, you can come in late, of course, sure, like however, but tomorrow is when it actually first is going to launch. So you guys are kind of like getting to know about it a little early, just to keep an eye out,
Yep.
It's not a Medico, but I'd love to get a Diggs lock in my collection.
Well, you already have one. That Medico cutaway that you've got is mine. Well, it's my work anyway.
Oh, nice. Wow. Yeah, she's got tons of I mean, we had a whole video of that collection. That was crazy. I couldn't believe it. I didn't even know they made Euro cylinder Medico and what was the other one? The dang Scandi Oval Medicos. I was like, wait, what?
What?
I never even saw that before in my life. That was crazy. And yeah, I know a couple of people have had your locks digs already as well. Like I've seen quite a few of your locks out there. I think a couple people in the chat might have them. Who is it? I think David Romano had one, didn't he? Or who had one and broke it the same day? I can't. Oh, that was Kraken.
That was Kraken. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the Alpha.
I've since repaired that lock and sent it back to him. They even skimmed the face off of it and gave it a new finish pass. But he's a strong man, all right. But
that is crazy.
I learned a pretty valuable lesson there too. Don't make keys in two parts, even if you press fit them together.
Oh, really? Is that what happened? That was something with the key?
Yeah. So the Alpha key, the geometry of that thing is impossible to make in a 3-axis mill without doing it in sections. So the bow and the shank are two separate pieces that are press fit together. And if you're exorbitantly strong like he is, you can separate that again.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Leave it to Kraken.
I love Kraken. He's supported basically everything I've ever done.
Yeah, he's a very good guy.
I haven't seen him in a little while though. Have you heard from him recently?
I heard from him last week, maybe. He'll randomly text me every now and again, just when he got, stuff he wants to chat about or talk about. But he hasn't been like on the live streams for a while. I think he's been busy, and he's gotten into pew-pews lately, so he's been doing all kind of stuff with that on his channel.
That's right. I did see that on his channel. He's changed hobbies on us.
Oh my gosh, he's been obsessed. He's bought so many, and he's modding them and all kind of shit. Like he's got some cool looking shit. But he's been very, very busy with that. So, and he's been going to the range. The dude's getting to be a sharpshooter. Like I cannot. He's going all out. So he kind of got into another hobby. So I don't know. We might see him again though.
He'll circle back around. Locks are cool enough that it deserves that. Yeah. I've had that happen too. Like I made Alpha one year and then Bravo the next year, and it was supposed to be Charlie, and then I got this weird sort of lateral promotion at work. And the job that I wound up in was all consuming. So, now that I'm out of that job, I have time for this again. And I'm gonna get this thing done before they move me again.
Before life takes you on another ride.
Right. I'm gonna I'll be transferring again in March of 26. So.
Wow.
No matter what, this has to be done in March. By March.
Are you in the Navy currently? Is that where you work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wondered. So basically, you got to do what you got to do. Isn't it your choices on most stuff?
They own me until November of 2028. So,
Wow. Is that when you retire? Are you retiring?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm excited.
Yeah, that's around the corner.
Yep.
It goes fast. It goes very fast.
It does.
Flies, man.
It only escalates too. It goes faster and faster even.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, in all honesty, weirdly enough, this last year does not feel like a year. It doesn't feel like even 6 months, I would say. It feels like it flew by like without me. I'm like, wait, You know what I mean? When it got to be 20, I was like, wait a minute. I guess the older you get, the faster it goes, I'm thinking. But
Yeah.
honestly, I've never had any time fly by this fast, in my opinion. But it just feels like it's going faster and faster. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah. My grandma
yeah.
had a really interesting theory on that. She said your perception of time passing is relative to how many novel experiences you have. So if you're doing a lot of the same old, it will just seem to like zoom by you because you're not really forming new or interesting memories, let's say. But if you constantly are doing new and exciting things that you've never done before, it slows time down.
I'm gonna start doing some new shit, I guess. Although I can say a lot of it's been with my head stuck in a lock. I know that much. That happens to me just during the evening. I'll look up and I'm like, did I just pick the lock for like 3 hours? Wait a minute. Like, what just happened?
Yeah, it's been a while for me. I've got a bowl of Miwas sitting over there. I bought some. Yeah, it's probably not the right set of locks to jump back into the pool with. But I'm gonna try anyway. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. I was worrying and picking black belt locks. Once I hit black belt, I thought, just had it in my head, like I just got to keep picking a new black lock. And so I picked a bunch, but it's like now I don't feel like it. I found this one's fun, so I might continue picking this one until I pick it. So that might happen. But I was so involved in picking, like I just thought in my head, like I have to. But then it was like, wasn't even fun. It was just like, I have to. And then I'm like, I don't want to do it if I have to do it. So I just kind of like, I've just been doing fun things instead, like things that I think are fun in Locksport and messing around with, making tutorials and things like that I see people need help with something, I'll think of a video for it or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's been fun. I've been having fun doing that. And so, I mean, but I'm always picking something, but geez, oh man, I'll tell you, these black locks suck. I just know that much.
Yeah. It sort of becomes like an embraced pain almost, like,
yes.
Once I hit black belt, I was looking for projects to do. There's like a couple of different ways it goes. Usually, it's like you either go chasing Dans, or you start making things, or you just quit.
Yeah.
There are a few rare people that just find the love for it again and go back to lower belt locks and realize, hey, I don't have to pick black belt locks all the time to have fun with this.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, because I'm like,
good.
I don't.
That's
need
a good
to
place
do
to
that.
be.
Like, and that's what I just had the worst. Like, it was so bad, like probably 6 months, where I was like, I have to figure something out. Like, but every single one I tried to pick, I hated it.
Mm-hmm.
I actually was like, this is fucking so like stupid. It would be so annoying. And I'm like, how did I pick this many of these? And now suddenly, I just don't even want to. Like, it wasn't. I didn't have that drive, like, to strive to do it, like, because when I was striving to do it, I was able to do it. When I finally got black belt, it was like, well, I got my black belt, so like I did all that. I don't know that I want to keep, but I just, in my head I thought so I had to, so I was kind of like forcing it. And I think that's a lot of the reason why I couldn't do another one. I was like, because every time I get one, I spend like some time with it, and I'd be like, nope. And I'd give it to somebody else. Like, you can have this one. You can have this one. I just didn't. It wasn't fun. I was like, this isn't even fun. Why did I think this was fun? Because this isn't fun. But I'm glad I kind of stopped and found something else that was fun, Yeah,
I did it in waves. Like, on the way up to black belt, I did all the Ava locks, or Eva. I've never known which way to pronounce it, but I say Ava.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But yeah, so like I made a run through all of those, other than MCS, and then did a MT5 Plus, and then veered off into Assaland and just got my butt handed to me.
You
pretty
got your
hard.
ass kicked.
Yeah. Yeah. It squarely put me back in a box, and I was like, all right, guys, I'm gonna go pick something else now. But yeah, so now that I'm circling back around, I'm like, you know what? I beat one Miwa. Let's take a shot at some other Miwas. And then
That
after,
might be fun though, because I never picked another one of other than I think the 700s. I've picked like maybe 3 of those, but I just never picked like a second one of any of the one because they're so hard. And I'm like,
Yep.
And I'm not paying for that many either. Like at least with the Miwas, they're not. You can get a batch of them on eBay or wherever, and you can get quite a few. Or I'm sure you know tons of people that have them you can buy in like a few of them. But like, could you imagine trying to buy like 6 different like 6Ks or something? Like, oh no, I don't want to spend my money on that. Like, I'd rather have something else. So it's like not even like when you get the 1100, you can pick a bunch. You pick a bunch of them because you're like, I want to pick these and actually know that I can do it. But once you get up, they're so expensive that you can't really do that anymore unless you are just drowning in money. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's like,
that's true. Yeah, the
can't
higher
really-
you go, the more expensive it goes too. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like you can't even really get to be like super pro at any one type unless, I mean, maybe over the years and years you maybe encounter more of them or whatever, but it's not like it was when you were buying like 4 or 5 of the 410s or whatever. It's like you can't really. AJ said have 45 unkeyed 700s. Holy
I saw that too.
And then
That's
we
a
got
lot.
Mr. Inferno want keys.
Yeah, guess how many of those 700s I want? I know what I'm beat. I don't need to go back and feel that again. So
Yeah,
no,
some of them it's like it's funny because you just like Axel says, I hit a wall trying for red, so I'm just exploring locks I've picked. So many different things I wish I had on the way upward, because that's another thing some of us at least, I think, just go, and then you miss a bunch of stuff. And not even that, you can't afford to just get it all either. Like you might want to pick them all, but you can't afford them all, so it's
Sure.
like,
yeah.
and Melanie says, and then there's those of us who just love the pretty full shiny full locks.
Safe lock. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she's got quite the collection.
Oh yeah. We had a couple tours of her collections. She's got so much stuff. I can't even imagine. The 6K, Gold Z, and Bylock are all in my possession. I can't get these open. The 6K, the Gold Z. Those are hard ones. Those are very fucking hard ones.
All 3 of those are very hard locks. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I tried as soon as I got to blue belt, I tried to jump all the way to red. Almost no one remembers this because this was like 7 years ago. But yeah, I bought a brand new Bylock unmastered from Security Snobs, and I was like, I'm doing it. Right. So I took this thing apart and memorized the bidding. I was like, I know everything in this lock. I know where everything needs to be, and I couldn't do it. I tried for like 2 weeks, and I was like, you know what? It's time to move on.
Dude, somebody sent me, and I don't even remember how I got this. Someone sent me a Bylock when I first started picking, like right in the first, I guess, lock mails I would have ever got. Someone just sent me a Bylock, and I was like, this thing's so neat. Oh my gosh. So, I played with it. Of course, I never thought for a second I could pick it, but I played with it, and I kind of got to see what's inside of it. And then I mapped it all out, and I thought someday, and I'll tell you what, I've been trying that fucker ever since, like off and on throughout this whole time. And I have never been able to get it open ever. It's ridiculous. I got up to 9 pins and I was getting it open, and I put the 10th one in and I couldn't do it. And I'm like, dude, and I tried for like months on the same stupid 10 pins. And I was like, I'll never get 12 because I can't even get 10. And I hate that thing. It's like I have to just get rid of it. It's what I have to do because it's like sitting there. So because it's here, I know it's here, and I'm like, my enemy is right there. So it's like,
try again.
Yeah, you guys know
You just keep going back.
Yeah, getting punished over and over, and I'm like, I even pulled it out again, and I was like, all right, just you can do it now. Come on, And It's just fucking impossible.
We'll
I don't
just
know how
add
people
it to
do
add it
these.
to a shelf and have it there. This is part
My
of my collection.
pretty full locks, like
Yeah,
Melanie calls
yeah,
them.
there
My
you go.
pretty full locks. Like these are just for show. We don't mess with those.
Yeah, I think the farthest I ever got was just being able to set one side. I got to the point where I could reliably get one sidebar, and it just
It makes you crazy, doesn't it? Because you're like, okay, it's 6 pins. That's all I got left. It's like its own lock. It's only 6 pins. Because at that point, it really is only 6 pins. So why in the world can't you get it? It drives you back.
because it doesn't want you to do it in halves. It wants you to do it at the same time.
It's so ignorant.
It's a great design. It really is.
Yeah, it's a hell of a lock. That's I actually enjoy the 6Ks if they don't have the ones where you have to figure out how to set 2 of the side pins at once, which I hear is just completely random, where you could just get that often. So I've been lucky in the couple that I had, you can actually just set them all individually and not have to worry about putting something into a false gate. Out of the 5 pins that are in there, you got to put something in there into one of the false gates. Now, how many false gates are in each one of those pins? Then how in the world do these people figure it out? That's what I'd like to know. How did they go, oh, you know what? I'm going to put the second pin into the third false gate so that I can pick the first pin, and then I'll come back to it. Like, what? Like, you know who does that shit? Dr. Hogmaster. Him and Georgia Jim are like, yeah, you just got to throw it. And I'm like,
Yep.
Okay, you can do that. I'm going to just skip it.
Yeah. Once you live with a specific kind of lock for long enough, you get to that level where you're just like, I know exactly what's happening. But I think the longest I've ever spent with a lock was like 8 hours. Like if it takes me more than 8 hours, I move on. Like I'm done.
Yeah, I put a month and a half of constantly just picking for that gold V18.
Yeah.
And then I switched tensioners and I opened it immediately.
Wow.
I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Because how long maybe did I sit here? And that was the only problem. You know what I mean? Like, how long did I do this to myself? I swear to you, I was like, somebody kept saying, try a different tensioner. I'm like, what does it matter? Like, who cares? Like, what? And then finally I did, and literally popped up. I just sat there looking at it for like 5 minutes straight. Like, you got to be kidding me. Yeah. How many hours did I waste like doing that? That drove me crazy that happened. So now I always try to switch stuff around if it's not working out, because that's that very reason. I learned a good lesson that day. But
yeah, I think I pivot between tools too often. I don't really give it enough time. Like, if it's not working, I'll try something else. If I make it all the way through my tools, then I just go back to whatever felt like it worked the best. But
the best, yeah.
I
forget I have more than one tool sometimes. Like, I'll just be stupid and stuck on the same thing. And they're like, oh, that's right, I got another pick I could try. Like, oops. Pull up my Gold Z and buy luck. Every once in a while, give it a few tries, no more than 30 minutes, and put it away again. Yeah, those are tough. Those are tough ones. And then the Gold, what was it? The Gold Z. I had I think I was picking it right around the time Picksmith was picking one, and I gave it a try, and then I can't remember. I think I lent mine to Picksmith, or I lent it to somebody. Picksmith said, "Let me try yours" or something. I don't know, but I lent him mine, and then when I got it back, I tried to pick it and lost some springs. So then I couldn't pick it anymore. I ended up borrowing someone else's and was able to pick theirs. I still have never picked mine because I need a spring for it. In fact, I just texted White today earlier going, do you got any Gold Z springs or a Gold Z that I could just buy so I can have the freaking springs? Like, that drives me crazy. I picked someone else's for the belt. Like, I want to try to pick mine.
Yeah, I've gotten rid of a lot of my locks because I'm not really a collector. After I'm done with them, I tend to sell them or move on and trade them or whatever. But one thing I do have is springs. I have just about every kind of spring you can think of somewhere in this garage. They exist. I've got a bunch of sidebar springs.
Yeah, I have a couple different springs. I was sitting here one day picking just randomly, and all of a sudden three. There was three, or two or three. I don't know, 2 or 3 Goal V18 springs rolled across my desk. Now, where did they come from? I don't have a clue. I hadn't picked one of those since I got picked it for my belt. Like, it was like months past, and they rolled out of nowhere across my desk. I was like, where did these come from? So I put them away, but it's like, shit like that. And them springs for those, that's the thing. You lose a spring for that, and the whole lock is gone. So it's like, do you want to take it apart? I learned my lesson. No, I don't want to take it apart. I try not to take them apart because of that, but I don't think there's, some of them high pin count locks, as soon as you just look at it, the spring goes flying across the room. So it's like, you don't even want to mess with it.
Yeah. For the ones that have steel springs, I found keeping a magnetic ashtray nearby was really handy. It happened by accident the first time, right? I was using one of these little hardware trays that mechanics use. You just like slap it on your toolbox and it holds bolts and all that.
Right here on my toolbox. Yeah.
So I was using it as an ashtray, and I was picking some lock. I forget which one now. And I lost a spring and it was gone. And I was like, man, I don't have any of these. So I had to stop, and I ordered some. I found them online, and I actually discovered that spring inside the magnetic ashtray live. I was doing
that's funny.
I did a picking gauntlet from white to black on the LPU YouTube channel years ago. And
nice.
I don't remember why I looked over there, but I just looked over and I was like, that's that spring. It's been there this whole time. So ever since then, I just keep one like nearby. So if one goes spraying, it might get sucked into that.
I bought that magnetic thing from East Lens. Oh my god, this thing is stuck on my toolbox. It opens the drawer. That's how heavy duty this magnet is. It's insane. I'm scared to use it where I pick because my computer's right there.
Oh yeah.
So I'm like, but
yeah, you don't want that near your computer.
Yeah, if it goes this way, I'll find it. If it's that way, I'm out of luck. Erase my whole thing while trying to find a spring. Yeah, that can be very, very frustrating for sure. I've lost so much stuff that's like one of a kind things that you're just like, well, that's shot, I can't remember. I think I did lose a couple of that was another thing with that bylock that had that the longest, and I'd never lost anything from it. And that was like, and I was progressively pinning it, trying my best to try to get it. And somewhere along the way, I lost the spring, and I was like, this sucks. But then I got another one from someone else, and so I had the replacement. But it was like, I had this thing for almost 2 years and I lost nothing. Then of course I'd have to lose something,
Yep.
All right, I think I gotta jump here, you guys.
All right, well, thanks for hanging out, Para. I appreciate it. It was nice to see you. Like Pixman said, nice to have the band back together.
Yeah, once in a while. And good seeing you, Dig. Love your locks. I got both of them.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate
the
support.
No problem.
Nice.
All right, take it easy.
Take care. Yeah, we had a slow day today. I went live yesterday, vertical live, because I found that we can find lots of people who never heard of picking and recruit them. We've recruited quite a few people just going vertical because it goes into the vertical live streams. I guess people see them way more. They definitely don't tune in to this one. This is mainly only us all the time.
Yeah.
So I've been doing them in vertical format. Some of these guys hate that, but some of them don't mind. And I like to do it that way because we really do find lots of people that never heard of lockpicking, and they're like, wait a minute, that sounds pretty cool. And, I like doing that and trying to spread the word out there,
Yeah, it's good. It's definitely good. Get the word out. Hit some other communities. It can be hard to cross niches like that and like actually find people that are interested, but it is a fascinating hobby. Like it definitely has the depth there, so as long as you can expose people to it.
Yeah,
Wow.
and like people, another thing is people, they've heard of Lockpicking Lawyer. A lot of like normal people have heard of him, but they don't realize that there's a whole entire community of people that are doing that.
Yep.
You know, picking locks just for fun, or I pick a lot for like anxiety and stress relief. You know, and because it really does take my mind off of everything. Like I said, I'll lose myself for hours just messing around with something, picking, or you know, and people just don't know about it, and YouTube definitely slows us down. I was making when I first started doing my vertical streams, I was getting 30 to 40,000 views, and within like, you know, probably 2 months, YouTube was like, "Oh, you're picking locks." And they slowed me way down. Like now we get like 4,000 views, but it's just crazy because they really do mess with you. And I even put it in as educational because I feel like it is educational. That's mainly what I do, is just educational stuff about lock picking. But it's just wild trying to do, you know, be on YouTube with it, because people just don't even know you're here. Like they just don't even know it's a hobby. But once they figure it out, they're like, "Oh, you mean I could do that? Okay, maybe I will try it," you know? So
yeah, I'm curious to see how many people have the attention span for what I'm about to do. Like I said that on purpose. It's it's gonna be slow goings, but you know, like what I really hope is like when we get to the end and I'm able to smash all of that together into one video, that people that don't pick locks, don't care about locks, can still find that at least that video interesting.
Yeah, I think they will. I think they really will.
Yeah.
It's just hard getting it out there. You know, it's like you make a video, it's really hard to get the friggin' video out there. So again, guys, if you haven't subscribed, go subscribe over on Digby's channel. And even you can share it, you know, share it over on Facebook or wherever you're at, and, you know, get the word out to check out his channel, because that will be cool, you know, once you finally do that. I mean, I've seen the other guy made Works by Design. That guy, he made that unpickable lock, and like his video got, I don't even know how many hundreds of thousands of views on that. And it's like, you know, yours is millions gonna be now. And yours is gonna be like designed by a bunch of like pretty much professional people that do this like for a hobby, but it's like a professional type of situation where everybody knows what they're talking about and is going to help you like design this. It's a pretty big deal, and it, you know, it's hard to get it out there. That's what, when I saw that today, I was like, oh, I'm definitely going to put that on my channel, because even if, you know, it doesn't get tons of views, it'll get some views, and hopefully we can, you know, get the word out about it. And like you said, the attention span thing, you're probably gonna have like a changing, ever evolving group of people. It's like some people that want to start out and they're like gung-ho, and then, you know, they kind of like, and even like, you know, life takes over sometimes and you just forget about stuff, and it's like you get busy doing things. But I think you'll probably get enough people throughout that'll just be able to do it, but it probably won't be like the same a huge bunch of gung-ho people from the beginning. But I think you'll be able to you know, have a bunch of people there through it till the end. But we can even just keep, you know, we'll keep the word out, we'll keep talking about it. That's another thing. You know, if you have like updates or anything that you want to share, I don't mind putting that up on my channel, and, you know, keep people interested in remembering, oh yeah, that's right, that's going on, let's get back into it, you know, or whatever. So it's like let's see, no one cares about the work people do in the shadows, if you will. I think the best compliment I get is when they don't really notice I'm there and it's already done.
So on that point, like one of my regrets, my biggest regrets in Alpha and Bravo, is that I did a really poor job of communicating where the project was at, right? So each one of those took like a year to produce them all, because I was making more than I was and that was only you, right?
That was only you that did that.
Alpha was like 1,200 parts, and I made them one by one, and some of them had 6 operations. So
oh my gosh,
it was a pretty significant effort. and I filmed none of it. Like I think I've got like
Oh.
30 seconds of footage. Of
See,
making that. So-
that's the thing. You kind of forget, you forget that. And then you look back like, shit, I should have, you
Yep.
know?
So
I
this
think
time
it-
around, I was like,
Yeah.
I can solve both problems. I can
Yeah.
document the journey, and I can over communicate. We can talk
Yeah.
about it constantly until it's done.
Yeah.
So,
And your videos were great. Like it, it looks
Thanks.
great. Everything was great. I think it'll pick up, and hopefully everybody will kind of keep remembering about it. Cause that's the thing, people kind of like, they forget, but like you have the Discord server coming up for people and things like that. So I think that'll help too, to have everybody in the same, and that you can post to everybody, even though everybody on my Discord server, and don't think I don't notice people, but you turned your everybody notifications off. Is shame on you. I might just have to turn them all back on, because guess what? I could probably do that. I notify everyone when I go live. And the other Dig, he's like, he goes, well, instead of tagging everybody, he says, I'm going to make one that you can subscribe to be notified of the live streams. I said, okay, Dig. So he did that. And I was like, that like 3 people said they wanted to know. I was like, no, I'm telling everybody again. And I keep tagging everyone. He's like, you don't have to tag everybody, remember? I'm like, I remember, and everybody, and I keep doing it.
Ryan, no, you can't turn that off. Forget that you heard that.
Yeah. Yes, no, you may not turn it off, and I will be turning all of you guys' shit back on. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, you can even tag everyone like, hey, everybody, this is the next thing. Like, come on, even if people just go and read it over, vote what they want to vote, and then, you know, they don't say nothing else till it's time to vote again, because the votes is going to be what moves the whole thing along,
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, you don't have to watch the decision point videos to vote. You just have to pay attention to when they hit, because they're going to hit at the same time. So, if you come back every other Friday just to vote, that's fine. The only reason I'm doing the decision videos is to sort of explain my thinking in the poll options.
Yeah.
Because it's not the typical path. Like when I first charted this out, it was like, all right, format. Okay, there's monoblock, kick, Euro, all of the cylinder formats that already exist. And then I was, like, I don't know, 5 months ago, I was like, why am I doing that? We don't have to do that. These aren't going indoors. Like it doesn't have to be the same. I don't have to restrict the space that we have to put an awesome mechanism in, because these aren't going indoors. So
yeah, I think I might vote padlock, but I don't know. I don't know. I think that would be harder to make
That's
a
my
padlock.
That's my
right?
prediction, is most people are going to go with that, because it's I
like
see
a
a lot of people in
familiar-
Locksport collect them.
Yeah,
It's an
I was gonna
all-in-one
say.
package. So
Yeah, it's like very familiar, and it's like
Mhm.
a lot of people are like, now that's a nice padlock. So I'm thinking that might be, but I think wouldn't it be harder to do a padlock though? Because everything's like has to be, I guess everything, no matter what you make, everything has to be inside, but I imagine it would be smaller unless you make a giant one. I guess
so
it wouldn't matter what size it is.
it is and isn't at the same time, right? If you want to make a padlock that's not ridiculously huge, what it does is it limits your space a little bit. But if you design a padlock such that the core takes up most of the meat of the body, if that material's strong enough, then you can have a giant core in there,
Yeah.
and it doesn't have to be this tiny little kick that you could break with your hands,
Yeah.
just kind of like floating in there in space. It can be solid, you can just have one big core of
That
steel
would be cool.
that slides
yeah.
into the body, and it takes up the space, sure, but it's also steel. So
Yeah.
so yeah, you can make a normal size padlock out of brass or steel and still have a pretty good amount of space.
Yeah, I think that.
That being
cool.
said, if we go like 2-3 mechanisms in it, then it's going to be a chunky padlock. but
Yeah.
That's
I think
fine.
it would be cool to be, even if it is chunk. I think people might actually like that better
Yeah.
than just a regular old size, because it's something different. I think the
Mhm.
the biggest thing is the difference the differences are going to be what makes it like outstanding, you know, because it's going to be like, wow, check this out. Of all things, like this would stand out, you know, on a shelf or wherever, you know what I mean? But I think that's going to be cool. Like whatever, you always make something cool. So whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to be absolutely gorgeous, but you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's going
I
to be
appreciate
pretty
that.
sweet.
Yeah, that's sort of like the
yeah.
final block of choices, right? So we'll start out with like, what's it going to fit in? What's the base level? What are we making it out of? What's it going to fit in? And basically, how hard is it going to be to crack? And then the second and third rounds are more about what are the mechanism types? How do those interact? And how do we refine that design a little bit so that it's serviceable? It's not a nightmare to gut. Things that matter to pickers, right? Like, will this sit in a vise, or is it going to require you to like make a 3D printed mount to hold the thing?
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
And then the final round is mostly like, how does this look? Like, how are we going to make this thing look? So
that's going to be cool. That's going to be an absolutely awesome project. I hope that everybody who votes realizes that finger pins are a terrible idea. And I do not think that should be even allowed, to be honest, Nick. I think that should be just out of the question.
So
they're my worst nightmare.
I could be wrong, but I think finger pins are actually patented, so we might have to skip around those.
Yes.
That being said,
I might have
before
you
celebrate,
if they're not. So let me just tell you, I will go patent the fuckers if they're not.
Well, that takes like 3 years. We'll be done by then.
Damn it.
So, but yeah, no, finger pins. I'm gonna have to try really hard to explain the idea in the next round of decisions about mechanisms. It's an amorphous idea to explain, but I have to try and convince people that it's not just pins, it's not just levers or wafers or finger pins or sliders or sidebars or any of it. They're all the same thing. What you're doing is you're blocking an object from moving with something that has geometry and it has an axis of movement. All right. So everything, when you really boil it all the way down, pins and wafers and levers, they're all the same thing. They're just a different shape and they move in a different direction. So categorizing them that way, we might come up with something that's never been done before. Like we can find a geometry that's never been used, or we can use a geometry in a movement that's never been used, and so on. Like that's
like that works by design thing. That thing felt like, you know, that stuff called phloem. It's like that. That's what it felt like. I mean, you could feel it in there when you were picking it. It felt like you were picking against phloem, like you were pushing pins into phloem, and it really it felt cool. Like, and once you got to figure it out, it honestly was maybe a blue belt level lock. It wasn't that bad, you know, but it was cool, you know, and it's made out of something that wasn't the normal stuff, you know, so that's what made it kind of neat. So I think with all the people that are going to be voting and looking at things and designing things, I think you're going to come up with some cool, you know, something cool like that. Probably it's a little different, you know.
Yeah, I'm hoping it lands a little higher than blue belt in the end, just for the sake of the picking part of it. Like, so I mean, I did leave it up to vote. So if people vote for easy, we're gonna make it interesting and new and different, but still very approachable to pick. Because that's what people want.
Well, because I was gonna say the picking contest, if it's easy, it's gonna be down to like point second, like 3.2 seconds or something, 0.49 seconds, because it'll be so fast. But
the timing is going to get more interesting, and honestly, if everybody does vote easy, then I think that lends itself more to, all right, the prize pool is going to get split among everybody. You know, it'll be like de-escalating tiers instead of the first one to do it. Well, he won by 0.03 seconds, so he gets all the money.
Yeah, that'll be crazy. I think
it's a little less fair.
I think if it's not going to end up being like a black belt level hard, I think most people would probably vote harder, because I think the very funnest locks are like blue and purple and brown. You know, that kind of right around that area is like the
Purple
ones that
is
are
the
most
best,
fun,
in my opinion.
There's always just something. It gives you a little bit of trouble, but you can eventually figure it out. And you need that in life, because I can't tell you how many problems I run into every day that I can't fucking fix and I can't solve and I can't get through. And I just bang my head. So the last thing I want to do is sit down on my hobby and run into that same thing when I'm sitting down to pick a lock, where I just keep banging my head and I can't solve it. So having something that feels like it's a little challenging and then you're able to overcome it, that just makes you feel better. You know, that's kind of, I think, the whole draw of picking, is because you're like, yes, I did something, like all day long, I couldn't do shit, but I did this, but I think, if it's going to be somewhere around like that, and as far as hard, I think most people will vote hard. I think you should also let people. I think you should say that too, because I don't know if you said that in the video when you were talking about hard and easy, and I was wondering myself, like, oh, hard, and I was thinking, well, shit, I don't want to I wouldn't want to pick like a black level hard. That's what I was in my head when you said hard. That's where I went. I was like, oh, it's going to be like that hard. So I would probably have voted. I still was probably going to vote hard, but I was like, dang, that's going to suck. But that might change the votes if you tell them, like, when I say hard, it's not going to be like impossibly black level hard, but
well, and honestly, you can't really predict that anyway. You can aim at it, certainly. Right. But
it's going to depend on everything people vote on to see, to what it ends up being.
It depends on what they vote for. It depends on how tight I can wind up making the fits on these parts.
That's gonna be so cool. Oh, I wanted to go over something real quick while I have you. So you do Twitch. You stream on Twitch regularly?
No, I don't. I'm picking it back up specifically for this project. So if you go over to my Twitch, you'll see I haven't streamed in 2 years. The last time I was doing it, it was just random stuff. I was making stuff in the garage, 3D printing little mouths and painting them, and I made some stuff out of pewter. There's a little bit of milling in there too. But yeah, this time around, I'm going in with an actual plan. So it's always going to start the same time, but it's not a predictable end point.
Right.
I'm gonna try and keep it to 6 hours, just for the fact that for me that's 3 a.m. As a stop time. But yeah, I also just, there's only so much live talking that I can do to no one, right? Like this is a lot easier because we're having a discourse, right? But when you're just talking at a camera and you're like, oh, there's a chat that I have to try and read,
You can actually use StreamYard like this to stream on Twitch. So if you decide like you want to go live and you're going to do that kind of thing, you can have people join you. Like, just like me and you were sitting here, you can get a new person to come on every time you stream. Or if you feel like, halfway through the stream, you might want to bring somebody, you could tell them like, okay, we'll be here at 10 because I'm going to bring you on at 10 and then we can talk a little or whatever. But you can use this. Now, as far as, you might end up having to pay for it, but I think they give you like a huge discount when you first join up. And if you're only using it for this project, you might get away with like, $20 a month just to use it. But again, that's another thing that donations help pay for, so, but you can always use it and just, have somebody with you and do something like that. You can make the screens different sizes too. So like if you wanted to be like the majorly big screen because you're showing something, you can make your second screen smaller and all that crap. Like you can do, but I am streaming on Twitch as well as YouTube on here right now. So I'm streaming in both places, and you can also do Instagram. And I don't know if they have it set up for TikTok or anything like that. I'm not really sure of the other ones, but I have mine set up for Instagram, but I've never, I've never used it yet because I never did a live on Instagram yet, which I want to start doing. And I thought maybe of including it in this, but it's a long live. So I don't know how many Instagram people would even watch it because we're always like so late, but it's an idea for you if you wanted to kind of have somebody else, and you can I'm sure you could tap anybody to come and just hang out and chill with you while you're doing your thing, and at least have somebody bounce ideas off of or talk
Sure.
to,
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I did consider having people just sort of being in voice chat and Discord while I was doing it, but yeah, I guess I got sort of distracted trying to set up the rest of the infrastructure. Never really landed anywhere with that.
yeah, and this
that is an
also
interesting thought.
saves it. This saves all of them, so you can download them to have them like in a video file if you wanted to pull things from different ones to make a video, and somebody said, can you add somebody to your stream audio only? And yes, if you say there's a way you can turn off because what happens is if you go to audio only, normally my screen will black out, but my logo stays in the middle and it takes up space on the screen. But if you turn that logo thing off, it can be voice only, so I can disappear and you can still hear me, so you can have somebody even on there with no camera. If you wanted to just have somebody just talking with you, you can also do that way, but it does save them in a library, and then you can actually but you can download them off of YouTube too, so it's not like you can't download it yourself anyways, but it does save it, kind of makes it easier, and you can do both places at once. And it'll at least be able to, if you wanted it in both places, but at least it's something you could actually keep. You would have the recording, and you don't even have to keep them up either. Like you could, like with me, sometimes I'll private one, like I'll just make it private afterwards, because either it was stupid, we didn't talk about nothing, or we were boring and nobody cared about shit we said, and I'll be like, this is dumb, and I'll just make it private. And then, so it's not really there for everybody to watch 87,000 freaking hours of it. But there's a couple different features. But I did want to tell people, like, if you are going to be streaming on Twitch, to let people I'll put that in a video I make, so these guys can see what I'm talking about, but you can go over and watch the streams on Twitch as well. I found nobody ever sees my stuff on Twitch, because it's just like never ever. I don't know how to do Twitch too much, but to stream and see what happens, but nothing ever happens.
I have a secret goal that I'm gonna share with you, and it's to be the top of the makers and crafting category. Because I go in there sometimes and it's like, the top stream in there is like 100 people, 90 people. I'm like, I wonder if I could do that one time.
I think you could beat that. Yeah,
maybe we'll see.
You could totally beat that. You would have to stream on Twitch only, because I think people would pick YouTube instead if they knew it was in both, and so you wouldn't get that top. But you could probably get the top if you only stream in Twitch for this project. I think you totally could get 100 people. Because
why do you think people prefer YouTube? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know. I think it's our age, and just we weren't, like, in my age, I was never really even exposed to Twitch. I mean, that was like, that came out for like gamers, which I wasn't a gamer. It was originally kind of like for them, I thought. And I only knew about Twitch because my son was like, "Oh, I'm streaming on Twitch." I'm like, "What's even Twitch? Like, what?" So, but I think it's just our age. Thing. Yeah. Same as Discord. Like, I have a hard time getting people to want to come onto Discord because they've never used it, and they're like, "What even is that?" And when I first started Discord, I hated it. I was like, "Bro, this is stupid. Like, I can't even figure shit out. Like, this is," and I still don't go over to the LPU very often, because I feel like a weirdo just popping into someone's conversation and being like, "Yeah, I think so too, bro." You know what I mean?
No, that's the beauty of the lounge. That's the beauty of the lounge. There's 3 simultaneous conversations, and you just pick one and jump in.
And every time I try, I'll like be over there, and I guess I'll think of typing, and then I'll go, "Oh, never mind." But someone will see it and be like, "Is Lady Locks creeping?" I'm like, "Yes, I am. Here I am. Hello." But I very rarely do that. You'll see me on Reddit way more, and I hate, like, Reddit's an evil hellscape of like horrifying people, but I'll go to the LPU's Reddit, and I'm on there all the time. But for some reason, I just don't really, but when I made my server, it's really small. Like, I kind of use it as a stepping stone for people, like, come into here, because we're older, we don't know about Discord. Like, first of all, it's weird. It's called Discord, which is like, Discord. Okay, that sounds terrible, and so people don't really, but when I have the smaller one, it's like kind of dips their toes into like chatting with people, figuring out how it works, seeing like the different channels and things, getting the hang of it, and then people then feel, I think, a little more comfortable going into that giant LPU server because it's so big, it's intimidating. Like you're like, holy shit, who are all these people? Like what?
So, yeah, and that's sort of like a Bane scenario, you know, like you come in there and you're like, oh, look at all this darkness. But I was born there. I've been an LPU for 7 years. So when I showed up, there were, I think, 240 people in that server.
So you kind of grew with it and got used to it, like as it
I've
was
been there
going.
well, not the whole time. I've taken long hiatuses, but that's mostly work related. So but yeah, no,
like
I love that place.
So I think that's another, like the Discord and Twitch is like people are just like, what is it? Like I don't know it, so I'm not messing with it. And you know, especially
hopefully some of them will put their feet in the water with Twitch. It's very approachable if you just go straight to the link. You know, like I wouldn't suggest scrolling around in Twitch. It's kind of I don't know. How do I describe that?
You can pretty much find everything in Twitch. It's like a big video.
It's problematic. I'll just say it that way. It's problematic to scroll around in Twitch. I wouldn't recommend it. But it is a very good platform for streaming. So I've already decided. I threw my hat in with them. That's where I'm streaming. Maybe next go around I'll add to that. But I'm not like trying to build a whole media machine here. I'm just trying to make a lock. So I needed enough avenues to get people to show up. You know? Yeah,
you need that, and you need to have a place to talk about what you're dealing with and what's going on, and you need to kind of be in all these places at once so that everybody gets a chance to reach you. You know, and I think that'll be great. But I definitely, you know, will put up the links for everything for Twitch and stuff, and like I said, if you guys, I know some of you probably have never bothered with Twitch, but if you just go to the link and follow the person, you know, then you can get kind of alerted to when they're doing stuff and all that. And like I said, I do Twitch off and on. I'm like, I'm just gonna, every once in a while, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna try it again, and I'll put my shit on there. But literally no one, I get 0 views because no one ever finds it. I just never messed with it to even figure out like how do you spread the word about it, like how do you do it. It's
very hard to grow on Twitch for sure.
And I don't talk about it. I don't tell people to go there and check it out because everybody's here on YouTube. So I'm like, why would I send anybody that way when we're all right here, you know? So
sure. Yeah. Well, and you're doing the best of both worlds. You're making it available to whoever's wherever.
Yeah.
And that's really cool.
If people see it, they see it. It's deleted after so many days anyway. So it's not like it's, you know, if they see it, they see it. That's how I feel about that. But I'll get the links spread out and stuff so people can check it out. And, you know, I think it's going to be cool. I think make sure you video every stupid thing that you think is stupid because you might you know, get funny accidents that happen and shit like that.
Oh, I will. I guarantee you that much. I'm going to destroy some parts for sure. Like I said, I'm not a professional machinist.
Well, you do a hell of a job. I mean, I didn't realize you weren't. Like, I couldn't tell. I was like, dude, especially some of the stuff you make, I'm just like, how in the world? Those trays are insane. The one that I bought off of you, I gave mine to Chris Capune because his whole house was destroyed in those fires. And so all his Locksport stuff, everything he owned was gone. And I was like, this is one of my most beautiful things. And I was like, I'm gonna give it to Chris because he has like literally nothing, and he loved it, and it all had a little bit of patina on it already because it, you know, I've had it for a while. Sure. So I sent it off to Chris. But even like that shit, like when you sent that one to Dig, you were like, "Well, it's messed up," and I'm like, I'm looking at it. Dig's like, "How bad? How messed up was it?" And I'm like, I don't fucking know. I said, "Let me show you," and I showed him, and he's like, "What's messed up?" I'm like. So, you know, I'm thinking well, he must be a professional and have an eye for it because nobody else can see the mess up on it. You're like, no, it's screwed up, man. We were both like, I don't know where. Like,
I don't remember specifically, but it was probably in the slots.
Yeah, it was probably like a measuring thing. But yeah, like I never would have guessed you weren't like a machinist because I just assumed you were with all the shit you do.
I appreciate that.
You do a good job.
That's the value of persistence. It has nothing to do with talent or skill. I just keep going until it looks right. So
yeah,
and I waste a lot of material doing it. But I'm getting better. I am getting better. It's mostly
in every project, you learn more stuff too.
Sure.
I mean, and this kind of thing, that's a lot to know, even just to be able to do this. So a lot, your shit, or you wouldn't even be able to do this. None of us are doing it.
Well, you'll see how approachable it is. It's surprisingly approachable. You do. I mean, yes, of course, there's a body of knowledge that you need minimum to be able to make a thing into a different thing. But Fusion 360 is an incredible program. It really is. Like once you can get to the point where you can model something, it does a pretty solid job of giving you initial passes on the cam side. Like, this is how I'm going to move your tool and where and when and how fast it'll be rotating. It does a pretty solid job of guessing on that. And then it's really just about sort of tuning that program in to get the result you want, because it's not going to give you a perfect solution. That's unreasonable to expect of a program. But if you watch the streams, you'll see it happen live. It's
gonna be cool.
Yeah, it's not as hard as you might think, but there is a bunch of random stuff that you got to pick up and know.
Yeah. I think it's going to be awesome, and I can't wait to see the participation. I think a lot of people are gonna, and they're gonna jump right in and want to help out, want to check, want to be a part of the journey. I think it's going to be very epic, and it's going to be something that's like a big deal for a long time because it's really cool. And you guys, everybody gets a vote if you're in on it. So if you want to make this lock, get your ass in there and vote.
Yeah.
You got to get your votes in, or you can't bitch about it later.
Right. Well, they will anyway.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
There's going to be plenty of shit talking at the end of this thing, I'm sure. But
should have did that.
I want to get to the point where all of the locks are done, they're shipped out, and we're in the picking competition phase, because that's the part I want to see the most. Like I want contestants, like people that sign up, to film their approach. If it winds up being a real monster, which is possible. I really
they might
have to make tools.
I want to see where it goes, and then I'm gonna decide if I want to put my hat in the ring.
Right.
Because I'm like, it could be something that I just can't. Because I'll tell you what, that Works by Design lock. If I didn't see Georgia Jim and how he did it, I never could have figured out you needed that. I mean, I would have, because it was written on the paper, but if it was just me up against a lock that I didn't, there's no way I could have picked that, because as easy as it was only easy because I knew how to do it, And so if you're just getting that and you have to approach it on your own, even though you know what's inside of it, sometimes that's still like, you don't know what to do. And so it's going to depend, but that would be something so cool if I would, if it's going to be something that I would feel comfortable that I could do. But there's so many things with those locks, it could end up being a complete and total monstrosity. So
well, but here's the thing. I think the playing field will still be leveled out, because if you're following along the whole time, you'll know what's inside of it. Right? You'll know how much space you have generally. And I went back and forth with that a bunch of times. Like, should I make the design files public and accessible the whole time through, or should I wait until the end? And I decided finally to wait until the end, because there's going to be people like Rain out there, or Gravity Karma, who are taking that model and building a tool as we go. So like the lock shows up and they already have the perfect tool, and they're just like, boop boop, you're done. And I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I was
So-
thinking that too. I'm like, dude, there's no way I would ever try to pick something up against people like that. But you know what? You gotta try. You gotta see. You know, you never know what can happen, and you know, people you can get in. Like I said, there will be some type of application that people can fill out if they want to try to be chosen.
I'm trying to figure out the fairest way to do that, and the tricky thing is I've had this conversation a bunch of different times to test the waters, and not everybody's fare is the same. So what I've been thinking about is sort of like 3 groups of 3, right? Where it would be 3 people that I expect that can do it, that have large YouTube channels to sort of drive interest, right?
Yeah.
And then 3 people that are black belts that I've seen murder a bunch of blocks, so that I know at least one person's gonna beat it eventually.
Yeah.
And then 3 people that are just anybody, you know, like dark horses, sign up and blow everybody out of the water, surprise people.
Yeah.
I like that scheme, but ultimately I think 9 random people is the most fair way to do it. You know, it's kind of
But you know, the thing about it is, though, that would probably be the most fair. But if you're taking yourself into account and this project into account, you definitely are going to want to make it so that, again, if you do I don't know, because if you do 9 random people and then you get somebody like Rain in with 8 other people, come on, you already know what's gonna happen there. Like, he's gonna kill everybody. Like,
maybe.
So there is some. I think there might be some, like you said, like doing it in a kind of a group of, like, you know, these people are definitely gonna like pit it against each other. It's a fair fight against each other too, because that's something you have to take into account as well. And also, like you said, you want it to get interest and stuff too. So that's another thing. You might want to choose people like that we're gonna, you know, like D-Mac, he's got a huge freaking channel. He might be able to get like, hey, check it out, you know, and get a lot of interest. But again, you know, I see how you're thinking though. That does seem like if you broke it into that direction, it would be fair. But also, you could just pick 9 people out of a hat and like, hey, good luck. You know,
sure.
Like, so and you can even vote on that. You should vote on that. Like, how do you want
it's going to be a vote.
Like,
I'm gonna put those different selection schemes out for people to vote on. So
those are both.
So I don't have to pick.
Yeah, that's both of them are really good ideas, though. You know what I mean? That is a good idea. You know, and I could totally see pros and cons of both things. You know.
Yeah, there's conflicting interests there. Like, I want for everybody that actually applies to film the whole process, right? Like, film opening, film your first attempt, film tool making, all of it, right? Just let the camera run, fill it up with footage, and store it somewhere so that it can make it into the documentary. Like, I really want to have like side by side people going
That's
after
gonna
this
be cool.
thing. But yeah, there's conflicting interests because if you sign up, then you get one of these locks, and it's automatically going to be collectible because there's only 10 of them, right?
Yeah.
And then on the flip side of that, well, can you actually pick it? And who knows? So that's why I left the application process all the way out in phase 5, because
let people kind of see what's going on with it. And also, I mean, as far as like the getting the word out, though, I mean, all you have to do is ask everybody, hey, can you put up something about this? I mean, I think even if you can ask everybody to kind of like just put the word out that has a channel that's going to show. D-Mac will probably do a video about it if you just asked them, and Locknew probably would too, you know, like you mind talking about it. So I think you could probably still get it, get the buzz going with it without picking people that are like, you know, in a higher, like that have a higher channel thing to pick for them. I think, you know, you could always just get the word out and not worry about that part, because I think people definitely want to spread the word, you know. It's really cool.
And I'm not talking about getting the word out so wide that it's a bunch of people that don't even care about locks. I don't actually want those people to show up. I want people that actually care to show up and vote, because then we'll get a bunch of troll decisions, like, you know.
You don't want
trying
that.
to structure it in a way where that's impossible. Like, they can't take it off course so far where it's a giraffe and everyone hates it, but
Well, and I think too, like, you pretty much know like how many people are in what groups and if they're actually a Locksporter or somebody interested that's voting, so you can kind of probably boot people out of that part of it, but Delbert says, yeah, like a karate match, same belt level. That seems like, I guess you could still do that if you picked random 9 people. You could probably pick like 9 random people and then take it from there and kind of split it to like even matches. You could probably do that. I mean, because a lot of people would, even if they don't have a belt, they could say like, well, I've picked, I mean, I know a lot of people that don't have belts, but they know what belt level they're picking at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you could probably even do something like that to where you pick 9 randoms and then split it a little bit,
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to hinge this to the belt system because not everybody participates, so
yeah,
it'll be more, what I've got in my head is maybe you do like a video application just answering questions, and you don't have to show your face, like most pickers just want to be behind the camera with the vice out or whatever.
Yeah.
Just answer a couple of basic questions so we have an idea who you are and what you're capable of.
Yeah.
And we could do it that way. Like if you've picked the following 12 locks, but you've never been an LPU, then I can still count you as sort of black belt tier or purple belt tier or whatever,
Strong contender.
Right.
Yeah.
Or at least in the right realm,
Yeah. I was talking to somebody about how sometimes they're on like the Discord server or the like in Reddit or anywhere really, and they're giving advice to somebody, and because they don't have a belt color next to their name, like people are disregarding them and their advice and all that. And I'm gonna make a video about that because that ticks me off. So I'm gonna make a video about that because I have seen that. I have seen where people just, and I can say, and my whole thing about it is this: you might have a yellow belt, but you might make cutaways like nobody else in the whole world, and they're badass, and you know everything about it, and you know what you're doing, and you kill it. So just because you're not a certain belt color doesn't mean you don't know all this other shit, but people assume you don't know anything, and it's like, well, wait a minute,
that's the wrong way to use it.
Somebody could just have not felt like getting another belt because they just didn't feel like it, so like they're at a belt level that's like lower, but it's only because they haven't decided to go for their black belt yet, you know what I mean, or whatever. So you just have to treat people like, treat them all the same no matter what their belt color, because you don't know what they know. And somebody could be a no belt and know everything about all kind of shit, like
did you ever meet Legend of Samurai?
I've seen him. I've seen his videos. The dude's a beast.
He might be the best picker of all time. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know how you would even gauge that, but he was an incredible picker, and he didn't have a belt. I've seen people make that mistake with him, but
that's the thing. It's like, come on, people, and I did say like I'm gonna make a video about that too, because I feel like that's part of being in the community. You have to realize not everybody does the belt system, and even if they do the belt system and their belt might be low according to that thing, it doesn't mean they don't know something. So, but I think what happens is newer people come in and they see the different belts and they see they assume like the knowledge level of all time goes into that belt. It's like, that's not what it is. It's just for picking, and like black belts might have other, because you have to do other stuff, but it doesn't mean they're experts at that other stuff. It's like, so you can't really be so judgmental about the belts. And it's like,
absolutely.
I just thought, I was like, that's, because I've seen it quite a few times, but people just don't realize it, I guess.
It's just a simplistic way of looking at it. And when there is a rank structure, people tend to refer and attach things to it that don't necessarily belong there. Like, if you ask Tumblr, the guy that invented the belt system, he'll tell you it was always meant to be a game. This isn't supposed to be like a rank structure that tells you how much somebody knows. Like, I did pick making as my quest all those years ago, and that's the thing that started this whole trajectory where I make things now. You know,
Yeah.
like that. Before that, I didn't have any tools to make anything.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I got
wow.
a Dremel to make picks, and then I got a lathe, and then I sort of lost my mind and bought a mill, and here we are. So
yeah, it gets you into other stuff for
it
sure.
sure does. You got to be careful, you know, once you
Yeah.
start walking down the road,
Yeah,
it'll carry you away.
it does. I mean, yeah, I never thought I would do a YouTube channel,
Yeah,
but somebody
You're
was like,
killing
"You
it,
should
too."
just put your." Yeah, I don't even know how. I mean, I just I never even thought of doing it, and because I saw other people, and someone was like, "You should just do it," because I had to do a belt submission, and I was like, "What the." I don't do all this shit. Like, what do you mean I got to put it on a certain thing to send it to? Like, well, how do I do? Like, I was so
Mhm.
confused. And someone was like, just make a YouTube channel. And I was like, okay. And I didn't even know everybody could make a YouTube channel. I was so stupid. I was just like, okay, I guess I'll do that. And then finally I did. I would have never made any of videos or like any stuff like that. You know, I mean, I'd still be telling people, like helping people around here and there, but I never would have made, you know, videos. And now I can see like how much they help people, and I'm just like amazed that that happened out of just me picking locks, you know. But I see people all the time are like, oh, your video about this helped me, or oh, I watched this and I got this, and I'm like, dude, from something I said, like,
Yeah,
real?
but
Like,
you're choosing to make
okay.
helpful content, which is how that happens, you know. Like
Yeah,
we
it's
made a run at
crazy.
that 5 years ago. We made the Lockpickers United YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And it's got a ton of information on it, but man, was it a lot of work.
Yeah, it is a lot of work. It is
Yeah.
a lot. It's like almost a full-time job to make anything, especially if you
Yep.
want to edit stuff and, you know, like, and I make different things. Like I have done just picking. My whole channel was just picking until I picked everything. And now I'm like, I look in here, I got hundreds of locks, and I'm like, maybe I'll do a video. I already did that. Maybe I'll do a video on, oh, I already did that one. Like,
Mhm.
so I'm like, there's really nothing that I can even do videos on, because I've already done videos about things that are picking like specific locks. And dude, I'll make crazy. I'll make a black belt video on like the hardest lock I ever picked. And I'm like, bro, this is like my most epic moment. And I'm going to put it out there for everybody. And like 10 people will watch it.
Yep.
And I'm like, are you for real? Like, this took
'Cause-
so much
Because
work.
no one's looking for it. No one's ever heard
Nope.
of it. And they're like,
Nope.
the only people that are ever going to watch that are the people that are trying to pick it and can't figure it out.
Yeah, maybe.
And that's
maybe.
That's ultimately why the LPU YouTube slowed down. Is like the original idea is, well, there's 50 of us, you know, there's like 50 black belts at the time. So if we all contribute and we take turns sort of like dissecting the lock, picking the lock, so on and so on, we can run through the entire black belt list. That was the plan. And we made it through, I don't know, 10 or 12 of them, I think. And the results just weren't there because the only people looking for those locks are the people that are trying to pick them.
Yeah.
It's still there as a resource, and it's going to stay there. But
you know, I think those are called evergreen, and they will always be viewed. Like, they're always going to get views forever and ever. But I think if you guys want to make that channel big, you have to make it for the people that need help the most, and for the most people. And the most people that need help are people just starting out, because you know, there's tons of people that just start out. Not a lot of people make it to black belt though. So that list gets tinier and tinier and tinier as the belts go up and the hawks get harder. And so it's like, you know, if you want it to get kind of grow and be a thing, you have to aim it towards, hey guys, welcome to the LPU. Here's what it is. Here's what we're doing. Here's, you know, little things like that to kind of get, because people want to know, like, well, how do I pick a master lock? Hundreds of people want to know that.
Yep.
Like 10 people want to know, how do I pick a Miwa U9, you know? Like,
or how do I make a slider pick? That
Yeah.
was one of the Fabrication Fridays I did. We
Yes,
did
sir.
everything with alliterative titles in the beginning. It was Mentorship Monday, Teardown Tuesday. What was Wednesday? I don't remember what Wednesday was. It was Throwback Thursday, Fabrication Friday, and Slaying Saturday. And we tried to do 5 videos a week every week, and we made it like 3 months before everybody was so burned out. We're just like, no more of this. But
yeah, it's very hard.
a couple people kept it going, and they still throw up videos here and there.
Dude,
so.
I love their video about the lock failures. That's my favorite video.
The blooper reels, yeah.
Yes, because honestly, I was having such a hard time. I felt horrible about myself. I was like, I am the worst, like the dumbest. This is terrible how much I keep breaking shit and like speed gunning things and all this. And I watched that and I was like, dude, these guys mess up? Like, really? I said, Dr. Hogmaster speed gutted a lock on accident? What? Like, so then I was like, hey, you know what? I'm not feeling as bad because I see other people have this. These are like the greats out here that are, they do it too. So it's like, that was like one of my favorite videos. And that honestly kept me picking because at the time I was like, I suck at this. Like, this is terrible. And so I attribute me even being still picking to watching that video and going, oh, wow, all these awesome people, you know, they do it too. They screw up too, you know? And so stuff like that, you know?
That's a hidden value I did not expect to hear. That's really cool.
Yeah, because I felt like shit. I was like, dude, I'm terrible. Like, I keep screwing this up, you know? Yeah. But honestly, I saw that. I cracked the hell up. And I was like, I can't believe these dudes screw up too. Like that, it cannot be for real. And then I was like, okay, so I must not be like, this must be normal that you can mess up this stuff.
Oh, it's very normal. Spring for everybody. They will disappear.
Yeah, I definitely was like, this is great. So I love it. And yeah, I think, you know, even if you guys do one a month, you know, you could still keep it going and keep people, you know, interested. And it's hard to get people to watch that though. It's hard to get people to watch YouTube stuff, especially in Locksport, because there's only how many of us active at one time? It's not a lot. It's really,
it's very rotational.
Yeah. And then the entire scheme of YouTube, if you're making videos and they're only for lock pickers, they're not gonna get, like, that's it. They're only going to be for lock pickers, and there ain't that many. So, you know, it's like, it's going to be a small amount. So like in the grand scheme of YouTube though, you know, when you have a channel with 500, 600 subscribers, you're doing freaking good. Like, that's a lot of people, you know? So especially because Locksport's not very big, you know. I've seen the graphs though, and how much it's expanding and growing, you know, it's amazing. And I like to see that. I like to see it getting bigger and bigger. But again, even as it gets bigger and more people join, a lot of people leave. So it's like always that little bit of rotation, you know?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. And I've had several different comings and goings in Locksport where I had to leave for 3 months for a detachment or 6 months or whatever it was. And I'd come back and the crew is different, you know, like even the lounge crew is different people. So there's like waves, there's pockets of people through time that have different products of mine, and I can sort of gauge like how long I've known you based on what you have, right? Like if I see you've got like a small aluminum tray, I'm like, oh, you've been there since the beginning, you know? And the same thing happened earlier today. I was getting ready to write you a message, and I was like, when's the last time we talked? And I was like, oh, it's brass trays. All right.
I do that too. All my messages, I keep them in Discord because, first of all, trying to keep track of everybody's names across every freaking social media drives me batshit crazy. Because I'm like, some people have different names on Reddit, and some people have different names on this one and this. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Then I'm also on Facebook, because there's a lot of new pickers on Facebook, you know, and so there's like, and again, everybody, and people will ask me for something or text me or email me on all these different places. So there's like 6 different places. And then I'll be like, I got to get so-and-so's address so I can mail this. And then I'm like, where did I talk to them? Where's their address? I have an address book in my computer of like hundreds of people in Locksport that I mail stuff to. I mean, there's just so many people, but some, like you said, come and go. But yeah, that's funny because I'll go through messages, same thing. I'm like, when did I talk to them last? And I'll find the message, and I'm like, oh, it's been a minute, or you know.
Mm-hmm. That's the reason why I started the company. By the way, is I got tired of keeping track of 80 different addresses for a tray run, or 80 different addresses for a lock run. I was like, you know what? I could just set up a website and they could put their own address in, and I can get a print.
Idea.
I could get a thermal printer and just slap labels on things. So I was like, yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I started using that pirate ship, and thank God I did. Let me tell you something. Thank God I did, because I don't keep receipts at all. And when it came tax time, I had to pay taxes for some money, and I was like, that I didn't pay for when I was getting the money, it was like 1099, and that's like, you got to pay taxes at the end of the year. So I was like, well, shit. Well, thank God that Lockchuck told me, hey, use Pirate Ship for your shipping it. You can save a couple dollars, because honestly, I saved hundreds of dollars, first of all, in shipping. And second of all, it kept everything in there. It was like $2,500 that I used in a year. Wow. So I was like, that's a tax write-off. Because that was for my
fast if you're doing international shipping.
And I was like,
a bunch of stuff to Australia or whatever. We did that a couple times with t-shirt fundraisers in LPU. We would put up a fundraiser and then take the funds and then buy lockpicking tools or whatever and give them away. But a lot of the money would disappear to shipping costs, and every time I did that, I was like, there's got to be a better way than this. But nowadays there really isn't. Like I made the business and I got a Shopify store, and that did make the shipping cheaper, but their international shipping is just as bad as anybody else's. So
yeah, it's terrible.
It's a global problem at this point. It's not like a source, like a shipping source problem.
Yeah, it's a shame, because if you just want to ship here, I mean, really, the most is usually $10. I mean, you might pay 20 if you're doing a bigger box or a package or whatever, but you really don't end up paying that much to ship around the US. But god damn, try to ship 1 mile out of the US and it's like, you try it's insane. And I did hear of a place. I wish I would have wrote it down, and I thought of switching, because they were doing I don't know even where I heard the ad. I heard it though. And so it must've been YouTube, or I don't know, Facebook, maybe a reel. And it was like a place that does shipping. And they were like, we can get you up to, this much % off of international, this much %. And I was like, huh. And I should have wrote it down, because I should have looked into it, but it's one of those places is running an ad now. And I might have to go look to see if I can find it again. I can't believe I didn't write it down, but they were offering at least a discount. And Pirate Ship had originally given you like $1 off, but then of course post office raised their prices. So it's like, you're still getting $1 off, but it's like, now you're paying.
It's still going up every year. Yeah. It goes up multiple times a year every year. Yeah.
Oh, Melanie said she has another one. Okay. Yeah, definitely let us know. It gets crazy. I couldn't believe it when I looked, because I wasn't really. I thought, oh, I probably spent a few $100, but when it came out to be $2,500, I almost fell over. I was like, damn, did I spend a lot of money in shipping? I didn't think that I spent, but I was thankful that I did it, because that I kept it on the Pirate Ship, because at least I had the receipts now, because I never kept them. So it was like a lot of money that I spent for business purposes, that I didn't think of looking for before that. So that's another thing when you when you're doing this, because you definitely have taxes and expenses, and it's crazy. It's like, it is like a business, like a full-time freaking business job. It's crazy, and all the shit you got to keep track of. And I'm like, now I got to print out I should make like a separate account is what I should do, because it's like, that would be easier. But it's a lot when you're trying to figure it out, because it's too small right now to really be much of anything. But if it grows, I'm gonna have to do something. So it's like, year at a time. It's like not worth anything. Do I wait? Do I do anything? Do I not? It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've noticed that the impact of taxes on the business has caused me to buy lots of stuff right before the end of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
It works out in your favor pretty well that way. As
Mhm.
Melanie said, you need to let the government know that money's not profit, but but that would be lying. So I'm not going to do that. Love you, Melanie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard when it's like a little bit smaller. I mean, for Locksport, it's huge, but for like the general everybody else in their businesses, it's like a very small amount of people. And I'm surprised at just the small amount of people that pay attention to locks. And honestly, when I first started lock picking, I almost shit when I picked open it was like, to me, I didn't know like what I was looking at and what I was doing at first. I'm just like, these are locks. I want to pick them. I want to learn how to do it. But once I figured out that the one lock I was picking was like an actual door lock, like somebody's deadbolt lock, I was like, what? Did I just pick this thing that easily? I got up and went and looked at my locks because I was like, what locks do I even have on my own house? And I never knew. I never paid attention.
Never bothered to look.
Yeah, like I think most people have no idea because when you buy a house, they hand you the keys to your new house and you're like, cool, and you don't think to yourself anything about that lock. But when you lock it, as me, I don't know if it's because me as a woman or just me as a person, but I never thought about that at all. And I really just thought locks were secure. I would lock my house at night and literally feel cool. I'd be like, dude, I'm totally safe. I'm totally good. Like, it's locked. I'm good.
Well, you just described the biggest problem with trying to make an American lock company just right then, because it's trying to educate the people in the country such that they care.
Yeah.
And even if they did know, I don't think they would care, a lot of them. So
it's crazy.
You got to choose like a very specific sector of the market if you want to try and be able to disrupt anything, let's say, or find some profit share. So that's a problem for 3.5 years from now. Right now, I'm just having fun. But but
those are things to think of, because how do you? And that's, I'm running into the same problem. If I ever come up with an idea, I will let you know. But I really don't know how to get people to think like this is important, because I think to myself, it is very important, like, holy crap. But then I look at the statistics and things like that, and people don't pick locks. So if people don't pick locks and you got a shitty lock, I guess it doesn't matter. But to me, I'm thinking like, well, you should have a better lock anyway, because you never know, and getting even anybody to care about that is crazy that they don't. And I don't understand how people just don't care.
Well, there's two things there, right? Like the number of known picking cases is always going to be smaller than the actual number of picking cases, because it doesn't leave enough of a sign, right? So the only time you're going to notice that is, let's say there's a murder case, right? They will actually get a forensic guy to look in the lock and see, hey, are there tool markings? But for petty crime, no one's doing that. So for one, the actual number is underreported. But for two, it's not just a picking problem. It's a security is like many layers, right? And so what we should be trying to sell people on as lock companies isn't you need a better lock. It's you need a better lock and a better door, because those two things combined actually will keep people out. You can't just let's say you can't pick the lock. Well, you got a foot, you can kick the door in most times because the frame is not built that well,
right?
So, and that's build quality is only descending right now. So,
and I just feel like I thought of maybe trying to just do like a workshop in my neighborhood, or something to kind of get at least people in general, not even just women, but people to hello, this is stuff that's important. And I think a lot of women should know at least the basics on how a lock works. Like, if you don't want to learn how to pick one, at least know what the hell it is and how to work it, if you should have to pick it, because you never, I don't think women need to know how to get into locks. I think women should know how to get out of a lock. You know what I mean? There's a huge difference there. And I don't think that they understand this someday could potentially help you save your life. You could save a loved one should you run into a problem where they, you need to unlock something. Like, if you knew these tiny little few things, you could probably open any lock you're going to run into in the US. I mean, at least in the US, you know what I mean?
That's why most internal doors nowadays only have a little flathead as the key. You just stick it in there and turn it, and it pops the lock open, because that's the level of expertise, we'll say. That's not the right word, but the level of skill that is expected of a human being is the ability to turn a flathead. Like, can you stick this in here and turn it?
But I'm just trying to get the attention, like, of people to understand, like, this is kind of important. I mean, you're worrying about all this other shit, but if you lock your door at night and it's not really locked, like, you're literally just leaving your doors unlocked. And if anybody knows just the basic information, like, and that's true, that point that you said, and I never thought of that, but that's the reported cases. That's what's been reported. This isn't what's probably true. So you definitely should have, little bit, at least know. I should be able to ask anybody, what kind of locks do you have? They should know. Whether they tell me or not, they should know it. But I never knew, and I never cared, and I never even thought about it. Never even crossed my fucking mind, to be quite honest. I just assumed if I lock something, that's safe. Like, my padlock on my locker is safe. Like, everything is safe because it's a lock, and that's definitely not the case. But how to get people to understand that and want a better security mechanism, or whatever, is tough. And how to get people to understand that you should know this stuff. You really should know this. Like, you never know when that you might need you need it to help yourself or somebody else. And I just it's alarming. Let's say it's alarming.
Unfortunately, that's only the first barrier too. Like, let's say you could educate and impress upon people how important that they are. You still have the cost gap. Like, a good lock is not going to be $15. I'm sorry. You go to Home Depot and you buy a deadbolt, it'll be cheap. It won't be good.
No.
And the difference between those two is it's only growing. So
it's like, you got to get. That's my recommendation would be, like, literally get a locksmith to come out and do something. And then, and even here in PA, where I live, you don't even need anything to be a locksmith. You just say you're a locksmith and you're a locksmith. So, that's another problem people have, is like, how do you even know the person you're calling, is legit?
So there's an answer to that question, and I would love it if you'd spread the answer around. The American locksmiths, I forget what it stands for now. ALOA.org is a resource for locksmiths. It's how they become apprentice, journeyman, masters, and so on. And it qualifies them to a level that is appropriate of a tradesman, right? Well, on their website, you can look up in your local area locksmiths that aren't garbage, that aren't coming from a call, being referred to you from a call center, that aren't going to just drill your stuff out. So
yes, I talked to Chris from Lockjaw about this one time. Just the matter of people that are getting sent to a call center, and this guy's going to come out for half price, and you don't even know who this guy is, what he does, and he's in your locks, knowing how to get into your house, I mean, they could come and fix your lock and then later come back, and who knows, you know what I mean? And that is a very important thing for people to know. It's like, nobody knows none of this, and they don't seem to care. And I just want to find a way to make them care and see this. And it's so hard to do that. It truly is. Even, it is. It's hard. And even like on YouTube, trying to say like those things on YouTube, I've done a video like, hey, ladies, you should you should make this in something important, and nobody sees it, and how do you get that out there? It just doesn't go anywhere. It's crazy because people just don't really, that's not something important to them. And I think it's wild that it's not. I'm just like, wait, nobody cares about this? Hold on a minute, But
Yeah. Well, I mean, the ultimate hope is that I can, once I retire from the military, I can scale this thing into a proper lock company and employ people with brilliant minds from Locksport and make kick-ass locks that are actually affordable. And maybe we can convince some people to start putting them on their houses, you know?
yeah, I'm more than happy to try to help get the word out in any way whenever it's time and whenever you need it. And I'm working at that now, just trying to kind of get people to realize it's important is like the very first step. It's like, you know, so if I ever figure it out, trust me, I'll let you know. But I thought of
Yeah.
maybe trying that, like doing little, you know, safety / whatever kind of seminar. I'd have to figure
Yeah.
out how to kind of go about it and how to get the word out in my local area. It's things I've never done, so I just really don't know, you know, what I asked my chat GPT about it, you know, and
Mhm.
chat tells me a couple of different things I would have to do, but it's like I just don't know if there would be anybody interested because they just don't seem to care. But it's an
Yeah.
experiment. I'd still like to try to do it just to see, would it even reach anybody? Does anybody even care? Kind of just to gauge the, you know, interest, I guess you could say, just to see if people would, you know, care. But it's just, you know, how do you do that shit? I guess you just do it and see what happens.
Yeah.
Try it. I guess you just try it. I don't know.
Melanie's throwing shade in the chat. Hey, so first of all, Bully Lock is Canadian, not American. But also, don't talk shit about Bully. Bully's an awesome company. They make great locks.
I've
Anyway,
never had
yeah.
seen one in person, but I've seen them and they're crazy.
Yeah, well, there's a reason you haven't seen a whole lot of picking videos of Bully locks because it's
Yeah.
a nightmare. It's a nightmare to try. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, picking isn't needed to be a locksmith. Yeah, that's the thing. Locksmiths do a lot more different things than picking locks. Like I think that's their last resort. Honestly, a single pin picking a
Yep.
lock would be like the last 100% last resort.
Yeah, you're not really going to spend the time doing that depending on what sort of smith you are. You know, it doesn't make sense. If you've got, like, let's say you had an older style lock that's appropriate to the building's historical. Let's say you're an institutional locksmith, right? And you want to keep the whole scheme of the locks throughout a building the same. Then maybe you might take the time to pick it instead of drilling it. Because it might be possible that Schlag or whoever doesn't make that specific lock in that specific finish anymore. That would be a good reason to do it. But the vast majority of locksmiths, they're probably going to drill it because it's faster.
Yeah.
That being said, there are legitimate locksmiths that deserve your business. And that Melanie
Mr.
also
Inferno
found the
said-
answer about that.
Yeah.
What is it? Associated Locksmiths of America is what ALOA stands for.
Yeah, I definitely have a plan. Like I told Chris, I want to do a video like that as well. The problem is that I have on any of the videos that I do is because it's YouTube, because of how YouTube works. When I make a video like that, it's intended for like not our little circle. It's intended for over here. But what happens is YouTube sends it out to my circle because that's who watches most of my stuff. So my circle gets it and they turn it on and they go, oh, this is like something else. Like this ain't for us. And then they turn it off. So that tells YouTube this isn't a very good video. So let's not spread this out any further, you know? So that's what happens is literally like, and it's not because it's terrible. It's just because these people aren't interested.
Right.
And that tells YouTube, these people aren't interested. This isn't the shit. So let's not put it out there like it's the shit.
Yep.
Let's just leave it right
traps
here.
you one way or
Yeah.
the other. Like
Yeah.
you're either in your niche all the time or you're a
Mhm.
variety content channel and you
Yeah.
have to move that selector based on that.
Yeah, and getting the word out, like of things like that, which you would think would go along with the channel because it's about locks and locksmiths and locks and whatever, you know what I mean? Locksport type of lock that it would go out, but it just doesn't. And that's the hardest thing. So it's very hard to figure out like what to do with that. I just don't think, you know, my channel would ever be able to get a word out like that because it's just not going to go anywhere. Again and again, it would just hit the wall if this video sucks and so it doesn't get seen, you know? So it's like
Mhm.
I don't know how to even do that other than make a separate channel and do it fresh with just and see who happens to land on it. But again, if you look on YouTube and you try to find videos about like that kind of thing, there just isn't any. And if there is, they're very small because people just aren't, they don't care about security. They just literally do not care. It's insane.
Yeah,
It's
it kind of is. Like the people that are willing to pay for really good locks are the people that have really expensive things. So it's a it's a smaller group, I guess.
right. There's actually one person on Twitch watching. Holy shit. So stoked to see a Locksport
Nice.
podcast. Thank you for putting this out. Thank you for stumbling upon it. Nobody else has yet. So you'd be the first. So thank you, Landrin. Or yeah, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Landrin. Thank you. Yeah, it's just very difficult. It's very difficult. But yeah, I think we definitely do, though. It is very needed. It's very needed to have a decent lock for a decent price, something that even, dude, the thing that would be the best is to see you do this and get your locks on the shelves of Home Depot and places like that. Not because they suck, but because then there would be a choice. Like, hey, I can get this one. It's the best out of all of them. Should I get this for you? Like the contractors to go to that and buy that. And that be what they, the contractors look at as like top of the line for their customers out of this, if you could land it there, that would be the best because that's where they all get them from. They all go to Home Depot and Lowe's and whatever, and they grab it. And, it's crazy.
So,
it would be great to have it there.
There is one avenue there, right? What if you've got a general contractor that's building a hotel or a series of houses, right? They're going to subcontract a lot of things out, and I think usually they do the doors and locks through locksmiths. So, if I was able to reach enough locksmiths and say, "Hey, I've got a product that's 10 times as good and it costs 3 times as much. Can you sell it?" They might be able to. You know, and especially in institutional cases where it's, let's say, a hospital or a bank, like they're going to want a better lock. But then I'm playing the game against Ass Abloy, and that's a hard battle to win. So hopefully I can come up with some incredible locks and get them patented. And
but you know what? In the U.S., what I don't think there's any really what's Ass Abloy over here. Is there anything that's?
Well, they own
here?
Medico. So
okay.
Yeah, they have Medico here. They've got Multilock has got a presence here. It's not super huge that I know of, but I'm also definitely not an expert on the market share of locks in America.
I forgot.
Further research required.
That. Yeah,
but yeah, they tend to buy people that have real solid patents. Like they bought Medico, they bought Multilock, they bought a lot of people. I think they have 37 different lock companies under that banner now.
Oh,
so
holy shit!
Yeah.
I think you can do
conglomerate.
I think you can do it. I do.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been here. Everybody knows you. So that's one big, huge thing to overcome. Like you've been here. Nobody else can really say, "Hey, I've been in the people that actually pick locks." Like, that's a big thing. And to be able to design something like that would do that would be amazing because it's definitely needed whether people know it or not. And I'm definitely trying to get people to realize it, so it's something I think I have to do off of I think it needs to be done off of YouTube in person with people because I think people need to start. I think it has to just start there because there's just nobody in the age group that you're aiming for. They're not watching YouTube. They're really not too much, at least, and the ladies that should be knowing about this stuff, they're not watching that kind of stuff. Like it goes under like home improvement and security and this, that's like more of a and sadly it's more of a gender thing where men are the most people that watch that stuff. So it never gets seen by the women. So it's like, you really can't, it's very hard to kind of get them into it. It's like, so I think it has to be done off of that and then grow outside of that. I think, something that would have to be like, start out small, like in your own neighborhood, see how many people can get it, that are actually interested and care about it, if they care about it, and then kind of tweak it from there as to what you want to talk about, or and try to do something like that, and hopefully then maybe you could grow it. I mean, I've seen self-defense people doing that, where they talk about self-defense and like women's safety and this and that grows. So I mean, I would hope that something like this would also take off outside of social media. Would probably be the only place to take it, because I just think it's not going to reach the right people.
Nola Southpaw just nailed it in the chat. You need a spot on the Lifetime channel or the Hallmark channel.
Yeah, that's true. That's 100%
That's pretty
true.
funny.
They
So-
need to actually come in. Like, Amazon makes so many shows about the life of this and the life of that. Like, they need to get into like the life of Locksporters and let people see what the hell we can do and what can be done to their security, because people should know that.
I would love to see like an old time frame specific show about Hobbs, for example. Go all the way back, do Hobbs and Chubb. And
I just want to see something. I want to see something about that. And I think people approach it with a bad attitude, going, you're teaching people how to pick locks. No, I'm trying to show you that your locks suck. Like, that's all I'm trying to do. Like, I'm trying to do my hobby, but I'm also trying to show you that your locks suck. And if I can do this to your lock, you should get a different lock, because I'm just a girl who's seen a video about somebody using a paper clip. That's where I came from. So imagine somebody with a bad thing in mind. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. You're coming at it the wrong way entirely, and I think you should be watching this shit and going, I'm not buying that one. I'm not going to buy that one, And I've, like I said, I've tried a million different things, to get people to understand, and people don't. And so I stick right here where I'm like, where people actually can value what I have to tell them, and that's what it is. YouTube isn't about what I have to say. It's about what you have to learn, or, whoever the audience is, what they want, what they need to learn, and because honestly, when you get on YouTube, what do? Are you looking for something? Are you going, let me see what Jen's doing today? Like, let me check out what Jen's doing today. No, you're going, I need to figure out how to do this, or I need to learn this, or I want to check this out because it's funny, or whatever. It's for you. It's for you that you're looking on YouTube. It's not for, you're not looking at what I feel like. You're looking at what you want to do. So, when you're doing stuff like that, you have to look at it like, I'm just trying to do what you want to see, so you'll watch it. Like,
right.
If I'm doing what I want,
of people that would be interested in this one particular thing.
Yeah.
I'm kind of doing it backwards. I'm doing the thing I want to do, and hopefully people will watch it. We'll see.
Well, I think it'll take off, because it's actually like a project for a bunch of people, it's including a bunch of people. So I think it's gonna at least hit the Locksport people. And when you look at your numbers, just remember that you're literally only I would say 5,000 is even high. Like that there's 5,000 active Locksporters right now is probably a high number.
I've been telling Church and VC every time we get the chance to chat, it's 12. As long as 12 people show up, I'm good.
Yeah, and that's the truth, because it's like, especially like with Locksports, there's just not a lot of people at a time. So when you're looking, definitely feel happy if your numbers, if you're getting like you said, a few people. Even our live streams, I look at our numbers on the live streams, and at first I was like, wow, this is terrible. Like, we only have, because we usually get about 50 people that watch when we're live, and it does grow in the middle and shrink. It's very small in the beginning till everybody realizes you're live, because YouTube sucks at telling people, first of all, that we're live, and then it falls off towards the end because people get bored and they're out. So right now we're about 32. It's because we're kind of towards the end and people are getting like, whatever. But if you look at other people's live streams, unless they have a channel that's like 100,000 subscribers and more, I've seen people with 30,000 subscribers doing live streams. There's a guy who does, he's like a drama channel, and he's got like 29,000 subscribers, and he does a live stream, and there's like 20 people. So I'm like, you know what? We're doing pretty good for where we're at. Like, for even just for the number of subscribers, we do pretty well just for that, you know. So it is what it is. You only have so many people at a time dealing with locks and Locksport, and
Right.
and then you get people that are new that don't even have a clue that you're here because they don't know about that, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah, that's the situation I'm in. You know, I've got, I think, 150 subscribers, and that's only from that was from last year when I was like, or no, 2 years ago I was gonna do this, and
Yeah.
that was before I ran into work being a barrier. But a bunch
You
of
could-
people came and signed up just on faith, and I'm hoping that some
Yeah.
of those people still care about locks, because
Yeah.
like you know, they cycle in and out so often that it's hard to say.
Yeah. I think if you keep, I think because you're doing it on the Discord, and I think that because you're like gonna have that, I think it's gonna be a lot of lock sporters. And I think if you do your videos, I don't know, the way to keep it, in my opinion, the way to keep it to lock sporters for the voting and like creation, or people that care about locks and care about the project, I think the way to do that is not to offer up the voting to just everybody on social media, because you're going to, if you're going to do YouTube and you want, you know, you want a lot of people outside of the lock sport to see it. And I understand, like, you want it to be big enough that, you know, people outside of Locksport will see it, because this is your company, this is your dream to get this to take off. So you definitely want to get people outside of here
Eventually, but not for this. Like,
yeah,
I'm
but, like, to
putting all
keep
the
the
polls on my
voting and
website
stuff.
because
Yeah.
no one's going to go to that website unless they're in Locksport.
Yeah, so that's a good thing. Yeah, because I was gonna say, if you want to get more views and more people interested that aren't mainly, like, say they're not in Locksport, but you want them to get interested because you want them like on your channel and stuff, you can do vertical streaming. That definitely gets way more views. And if you're doing something interesting and cool, like making a friggin' lock, you would think a lot of people might tune into that or find that interesting, that didn't know that they were going to think it's cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could probably fish and get a lot of people interested in what you're doing. You know what I mean? If you would do something like that, because it does pass through people that don't even, you know how it is. If you go on YouTube if you go on that shorts format and you look at the lives, there's so many people. I joke all the time because I will be live, vertical live, and I'll have, like, we usually get like more than 50 when I'm in vertical that'll come in and out. So we'll get 50, 60 sometimes. I've had 200 people on at once watching at one point. But the one day somebody said to me, I scrolled through the live streams and there's a clown, like some evil clown guy who's preaching. I guess he wasn't evil because he's preaching about the Bible, but he's a clown doing all this weird shit. And he's on the stream too. Yeah. So like you flip through and there's people, like there's a guy that he actually makes the flies for fly fishing, and like thousands of people are watching him. Like thousands of people are watching him make a fly for fly fishing. So when you're in vertical mode, I just mean to say
It's a different game.
it's a different game, and it's just flip through until you see something pretty cool and then you check it out. So you might actually get a lot of people that are like, oh dude, this dude's making a lock, like inventing a lock. That's pretty cool, you know? So you never know, that could be another avenue for you down the road, like when you're actually making stuff, and because people love watching that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the maker space has got a lot more attention than the Locksport space for sure. But that actually isn't what I'm after. Like I kind of want to do this one exceptionally well and just with Locksport, right?
Yeah.
And after the fact, then I'll have all that B-roll of shiny locks getting milled, right? And I can use that to potentially grow the channel if that's even a thing I'm interested in. But right now I'm looking at this as a standalone project. Like I'm going to do this. It's going to take probably 6-7 months, and then I don't know. I might keep doing stuff. I might not.
Yeah, just depends what you feel like doing, how it goes too. This, you know, it can be a shit show of like problem after problem.
Oh yeah,
you're just like, dude,
it could be.
Never doing this again. Like,
yeah, it could be.
There could be like a huge, dude. You know what's gonna happen? You're gonna have like people voting this and voting this, and then a huge thing disrupting. Everybody's fighting and like everybody hates each other.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yep.
Just kidding.
I mean, there's always hate and
never know.
discontent, right? Like you can. I learned that from the Navy. You can do everything in your power to be a good leader and provide for people and give them time off and so on and so on. But they just love to bitch anyway.
Yeah.
Like so.
Yeah.
They-
And here's the thing about that kind of stuff too. Okay, so given two choices, all right, no matter what you decide, there's always another choice that you could have made that people are going to be pissed off that you didn't make. And it
Right.
doesn't matter what you do. There's always going to be like 50% of people that hate it. So you just got to just go and do what you want to
Well,
do
and
there. And you know what I mean?
That's the whole point. That's the whole point of putting it up to vote. Well, it's not
Yep.
the whole point, but that is the best aspect of putting it up for a vote because at least
Absolutely.
51%
Yeah.
wanted it that way.
Yeah. And at least you can say, don't look at me. I put my vote in. I voted just like you did. So
Yep.
don't look at me, you know.
I'm
That's
whatever
so
percent of
funny.
whatever number went and voted. So,
That's
somebody suggested because I sent the videos around to a couple of people I trust just to give me some feedback, and
I
somebody
thought they were
suggested
great. I thought they
should-
were great.
well, thanks, I appreciate that. I've looked at them for so long now that I hate
Yeah.
them, but
I know. I know what you mean.
but yeah, it's a suggestion.
You watch it,
was
you're like, dude, shut up. I sound like an idiot. Shut up already. I can't watch this again.
right, and I tried using AI transitions to sort of like warp my face into the next position,
Yeah.
and about 90% of them were like imperceivable, right? But the other 10% were so weird that I was like, I'm never using these. I'm just gonna do jump cuts the whole time. I don't care. It'll be jumpy. But anyway, I got one suggestion that I thought was sort of solid, which was you're making these things, right? And you know what it takes to make one. So why don't you weigh in the decision point videos with your opinions? Like, what are you gonna vote for?
Yeah.
And I thought about that for a solid 2 days before deciding I'm not saying shit. Like
Yeah.
people are going to choose what they choose. I'm not going to tell them what I want to do because that's not the point. Right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
whether or not anybody would rally behind what I want is an unknown factor, but I'm not going to give anybody the chance.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I could totally see that. Yeah, if you're just and there's no reason you should have to do that. But also though, there's no reason you shouldn't. I mean, it is your thing and this is your shit. And
Yeah.
And you know, your opinion is your opinion. And if people I just think like if you wanted to, I don't see a reason why you couldn't, because you got to look at it like this. It's my project, my channel. And if I want to say my opinion, I can. You know what I mean? But I see how you would be like, I ain't saying shit. Like,
that's
no,
the
no,
thing
no.
is if it's my project, then it's not our project. Right.
Mm.
So I kind of
That's true. That's true.
I want people to take ownership of it. And
Yeah. And to be fair, nobody else has a video saying their opinion. So you saying yours is like kind of, oh, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah. So you don't want to,
if other people weigh in, I might actually do like the react chain with other content creators if that happens. Just to like talk out points or whatever, and people can weigh options. But the voting cycle is so short. You know, like I'm keeping it to 24 hours because like it took me a really long time to get this workflow figured out to where A, it fits in my life, and B, it can still produce something awesome. So like I need that the voting windows to be short enough so that I have enough time to do pretty heavy thought work. Like it's when we get to mechanisms, that's going to be a rough couple weeks for me in particular, because I have to be able to put forth enough designs where we're covered, right? And if somebody else comes up with something great, then awesome. But I have to have those base level ideas there, otherwise the project fails.
Right.
So, but thankfully I've got notebooks full of about 1,000 different locks. So we'll
you'll
if
be
I
able
get
to come
stuck,
up
I'll
with
pull one
some-
of those out.
Right. Melanie says a shit show. Oh my god, Digby Lockingtool is literally the best person ever to just throw lots of money at and wait and see what jaw-dropping piece of art arrives.
I appreciate the vote of confidence. Melanie got a paid me for a custom dial stand once upon a time. I made her a stand for a manifoil, and I'm rather proud of it. It's a cool looking thing.
I think she showed that to us. I think she showed us that in her collection, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I think it's gonna be amazing. I think whatever you do, it's gonna be cool. You know, I don't think it's gonna be any problems. I think it'll be, you know, you literally covered everything that anybody could think of. You covered everything. Like I was very impressed with everything that you got covered in that short amount of time, like for the videos.
Trust me, those videos were longer.
Yeah.
I've had the benefit of 3 years to think on this thing, and originally the outline for the How It Works video was originally it was very long, and if I had put that into video form, you would have fallen asleep at like hour 1.2. But I chopped it down as much as I could, except for some of the ums and ahs, because I just ran out of interest in watching the same 25 minutes over and over again.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I had to actually learn to quit saying because I was when I first started picking on video, I never did that shit. I don't know, and for some reason I kept feeling like I have to say just to fill the silence, because if there's silence, I felt like that was like the end of the world. I was like, it was,
it makes
so
you
weird
cringe internally, and you're just like, I'm freezing.
And trying to talk while picking, you're just like thinking, and literally in your head you're saying in your head, so it kept coming out on video, and then I wouldn't even notice it at first, and I would just say it and whatever, and then I'd watch the videos back and be like, oh my god, like listen to that, it's ridiculous. And it was like it was a lot, so I had to train myself to not say and that was one of the hardest things I ever had to do. I mean, it was very tough, and very rarely now when I'm making a video do I even say and when I do, it's like, you just said you dumbass. Like it's so big to me now that I'm like, oh, like I gotta redo that. But like I never noticed before, it's just a weird transitional thing that I had to do. But no, they turned out really, really good. So
thanks.
I wouldn't think, I wouldn't worry about that. They were amazing. I was like, damn, okay, trying to be a pro, okay. I'm like, shit.
Yeah, well, I figured I put some effort into it on the front end just so people know I'm serious about it.
Yeah.
Because there are, for as many people as do know me in Locksport, there's 1,000 times more that don't.
Yeah.
Trying to get them, the people that love locks, that would love the project but don't know or trust me, to get them into the project. I tried to bring the production up a little bit, but
yeah, it looked great. It was really good. I was like, damn, okay. It was very impressive. So I think they'll go over great.
If you notice, the background back here has absolutely nothing in it. That's because after like the 50th version of I'm gonna put a shelf here and I'm gonna put this knickknack on this shelf, I was just like, you know what? There's nothing. There's no shelves.
Looks good though. Nothing. It looks really good. I thought it was a green screen. I was like, bro, he's got the fucking green screen out. Like, dude's pro. That looks really good. And you wrote the words up. I was like, that's the coolest shit I ever seen.
Yeah, it took me so long to figure that out. I wanted to put it on all the videos. I really did. But that's the fusion. Awesome. That's the fusion tab of DaVinci Resolve. And after like a full day of doing that, I was just like, okay, maybe in the future, but I'm not going back and putting lines in for 25 minutes worth of film. And I wound up splitting off the How to Help section from the How It Works video because it was so long, and a couple people were like, maybe make that a separate video, because I guess it could be off-putting to people, even though I try to explain like why I'm doing it at the front. It might be off-putting to people to show up and immediately be asked for help. So I get that, it is what it is. So
No, I thought it was great. Yeah, it was a great job. I was like, he got a green screen on. He's fucking going to town. I was like, he got the words on the board. Like, this shit's pro.
Yeah, no, it's real. That's a
That was
giant
so
whiteboard
cool.
that I don't ever really use, but it might come into play. Like
Dude, it came in handy for the video. That was
Yeah.
really cool. That was very, very cool. I was like, damn, I never.
that was
even
the end
thought
result
that.
of me watching my own footage back and thinking, oh, you're just sitting there and not moving your hands at all. There's no
Well,
movement in the screen whatsoever.
I'll tell you
what are you
a
doing,
trick,
man?
A trick for that is when you're going to cut, like, or even just like in between topics, you make yourself bigger or smaller, or you keep doing it. Like, make yourself a little bigger, then go back down to small and start. Like, that movement keeps people watching longer, is what they say. Like, and it's true, because like, when you're not noticing any movement, you tend to start drifting, right? You're like,
Yeah.
And then but if you're seeing something different, like your brain's signaling like, hold on, something different happened. Wait, well, even if it's just a small movement. So if you do that too, you can kind of keep people like, oh wait, oh, he's like, oh, there's more, like, oh, okay. It just somehow keeps your brain into whatever.
Disrupts the pattern. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen that where they jump in and back out, and I could and probably
kind of
will
like
use that. But
yeah, that's kind of like the reason they do it, is just to keep people like, kind of like, oh wait, it's a movement, and it like helps a little bit to keep people on there. Also, I've seen somebody who does this really good is spontaneous disintegration. He does he will put in a cut of just like a random thing in the middle of his video. It'll be like a guy screeching or doing something weird, and then it goes back to like his video. And honestly, at first I was like, oh my god, this is so cool, but then it kept me watching. Like, it keeps you watching, because you're like, what's
gonna happen next?
Like, and you could put in
funny.
like just random, like a different story in the background of like a couple pictures, then another couple, then, or whatever it is. But like, I've been thinking about like, how in the heck do I even do that? Because I think it's really cool idea, and I've seen other people doing it, and it does keep people like, oh, what the hell is this now? Like, you know what I mean? And that's like, it's hard to keep people watching. That's the problem with videos. They watch for a minute and they're like, okay, or they'll put it on fast forward, or they'll just, whatever. So it's hard to make it so they watch. But it was very pro, and I was just like, damn, okay. But the information people need to know, so I think they're going to just watch the whole thing to get all the info. I mean,
I hope so, because the whole goal of that was like, all right, we've got potentially 10 to 15,000 minds in Locksport that might want to be interested, might want to get involved. How many questions does that mean? And it's a lot. So the hope was to answer all of the important ones and as many of the small ones as I could in one shot at the front, so that I don't have the heavy lifting of doing the thing and also answering questions at the same time. But it's going to happen anyway. And I'm hoping that people help with that, like they show up in the Discord server and they're like, hey, how does this work? And where do I put ideas? And people will know the answer to that. So it's not only going to be me,
it was really cool. He said the same. Leandrian said, at the same time, I will say I pay attention to videos where people are explaining things, and I feel like I'm growing by watching the video. I don't find value in watching a skill pick or simply defeat a lock too. Then it feels like I'm showing off more than I'm teaching something. Yeah. And that's another thing. People see you picking a lock, and that was another reason that I make kind of different videos than that too, is because people will see that, because I did. Like, that's what happened to me. I would watch people like Lock Noob, dude, he flies through locks, and I'm just like, I can't do that. I could never do that.
You could if you practiced.
Yeah, but it's like
that specific lock over and over again.
But to me, I'm like, that's how good they are, that they're doing. Like, that's what
it also might be that. Yeah.
But like, when you do watch those types of videos, that's the best of what we've got. Like, that's the best of the best. I will video something 17 times to get the best of everything I'm trying to do. And sometimes it'll be showing that I picked this lock, but other times it'll be like showing you something that happens when I'm picking that lock and being able to tell you what it is at the same time. And you will have to do 28 takes of that just to get that very perfect thing to go down. So like, you know, a lot of times the videos that are the locks being picked so fast isn't necessarily showing off as it is like trying to get it picked and telling something about it and whatever at the same time. And it's like, it just
providing
happens
value
to look that way. And that's another reason why these people actually like watching these live streams, because here on live, you can see some of the best pickers actually picking and having trouble and not being able to pop their lock open on video like that. And it's the best. We've had some of the best pickers in the world on here and have been like, oh shit, like I'm struggling with this lock. And it shows people that it is a struggle. And I try to say that in every one of my videos, like lock picking's hard. It's not really easy. It's very hard, especially when you're coming at it new. It's something you didn't know how to do yesterday, and today you're doing it, and it's very hard to do, you know? So
when I did those gauntlet streams, that was the most frequent comment was like, this is great because it makes me feel better. And I'm also getting to see how you think about approaching locks. Like once I got up into like the red and black locks, that Miwa had my number for like 4 hours, and they saw me try all kinds of different things, and I literally made a tool in the middle of the stream so that I could do it better. But eventually it wound up being an audio game. I beat that one. It's a magnetic Miwa. I think it's a 3800 if I'm remembering correctly. But finally I figured out how to beat it by I took that acoustic pickup like everybody likes to use to get the sound on magnet locks. And I turned it up so high with speakers plugged into it that I could hear the springs crunching.
Nice.
And that's how I could tell if I was moving one of those magnetic sliders or not.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine picking something with that magnetic stuff. I think I would go absolutely batshit crazy on something like that.
Some of them are literally a crapshoot. Like you're just doing it, and it's sort of like magnetic raking. You're just waiting for it to finally do something.
That's wild. I've seen so many different, and somebody Downfall sent me a lock that I had to it's not in this bag, it's the other bag. He sent me a lock that I had to use. Oh no, that is these magnets for. And then I had to put them on, like I have to put them on something to use them and stuff, like all this stuff I had to do. And then he sent me the magnets and everything. And notice they're just sitting right here in a bag. It never been used yet. And the lock, I think's in the drawer, still just sitting there like any day now, Lady Locks. Like, what are you gonna do?
So many neodymium magnets. So many. For all different shapes and sizes and strengths and grades, and
those are crazy.
I've played around with a bunch of different magnet lock setups, and what I can tell you just from the rip, if anybody wants this thing to become a magnet lock, is it's not a great idea because it's very hard to balance that.
I couldn't imagine, especially making them all the same.
Compression. Spring compression versus magnetic strength alone is a very, very hard balance to strike. So but anyway,
Landry says I had trouble with a lock and swore the thing had security pins, only to find out no, it had 0 security pins. I just sucked and was oversetting the pins. That happens, especially on those. What I found recently, found 2 things out that I didn't realize coming up through. And the first thing is the Avis 64 anything is sucky, and I don't think it should be recommended for new pickers at any point in time in life, because the thing, you literally learn nothing you can take with you to the next lock because it's so different from every other lock, and it's also really hard to pick, and sometimes you can smash it all up in there and not realize it's all smashed up. And then so what if you get it picked, because you're not gonna pick smashed up weirdo ass pins on any other lock you ever pick, so it's like kind of a pointless one to have to recommend to people. Now, if you want to pick it and you know that this is the case and that it's going to be all weird and shit can happen, that's a different story. But like, I think a lot of times people are like, see it on the list and go, oh, that's I'll try this one next. And then they get
Yeah.
it. They're just like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like,
Yeah.
what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. And then they just have a really hard time. And then they feel bad about themselves because they couldn't do it or whatever. But they're cursed. And I don't believe that they should even be something. I hate them. Any 64, I don't care. It sucks. The
Yeah.
next thing I learned is the master locks all have the unbalanced pin stacks. So ultimately that's why some of these locks can be cone picked, but also you can get stuck on these if everything starts below the shear line when you're picking them. If something, not everything, like everything, I mean the pin stack, like, so the spring is at the shear line. So if a pin, any one of them starts below the shear line, sometimes you can get really messed up on that and like wreck the spring and think it's a security pin because it actually goes into a false set on the spring. And you're like, why is there a false set on here? Because this is all standard pins, or you can think you're battling a security pin, but it's really just a standard pin that's like starting below the shear line, and it does weird feedback. It's kind of weird. And so I didn't realize at first it was only those 565s or 560 or whatever they are, or 70s, maybe 570 Master 5. I don't know which one it is, the little ones. But those two have that I seen the most. Like, that's when I noticed it, was when I went back to do a video about that lock, and I'm going, why in the hell is this happening to this lock?
Yeah.
Then I'm like, I think somebody showed me or gutted it and was like, well, here it is because of this. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So then I started like knowing what I was feeling when it would happen. And I was like, this happens a lot on these. It's the 570 and 575. I think that's what it's called. And yeah, those two. And I noticed it a lot on those, but then I realized that they are all unbalanced on the master locks, on any of the master lock. So it can happen on any of them, and so, sometimes you run into that on a lock and you don't realize that's what's happening because you don't know, you know what I mean? So you get all messed up thinking, well, I can't do this, or there's something wrong with me because I can't pick this. And like he said, he sucks at picking y'all because of that. But it could just be something like that, it's like, that kind of stuff happens.
I will second the 64 thing. I got one of those early on, and I try to tell as many people as I can in the lounge, like when they get stuck on the first lock they hit where they like really hit a wall, walk around it, go pick something else, and you will make it all the way up the belts if you just keep doing that.
That's what happened to me. Is I was doing great, and then I got an 1100 and I got stuck because I thought I should be able to pick them all, because I was picking all the other ones, and and I was like, well, I should be able to pick like at least a few of these because I'm supposed to know how to pick it. And in my head, I was like, that means I should know how to pick it, like, and pick a few other ones. And so I tried it, and at first I got them all, like it was so easy. And then like 2 days later, I'm like, I'm gonna pick these and do something, and I couldn't do it, couldn't do a single one. And I'm like, what in the hell? And all of a sudden I'm like doubting myself, and I'm like, something wrong, I can't do these, I gotta figure it out. And I spent like a week or two messing around with them stupid ass 1100s, and I could have been learning other shit, you know what I mean? And as soon as I switched to something else, I was doing fine, and I kept flying through the stuff, and I'm like, I wasted all that time. And to this day, it's a 50-50 chance if I'm gonna get an 1100 open, because I really hate them, and I struggle with them,
I fell in love with that lock, but that's my first video ever. You're talking about doing like flawless takes. My very first video that I ever made was it's 5 minutes, it's like 5 minutes flat, and I pick the 1100, I take it apart, and I put it back together.
Oh my god.
In one take, 0 mistakes, and it took me so many tries to do that, and that's without saying a single word. It's perfectly silent, the whole thing. My
That's great.
personal email YouTube account still has all of my belt videos, so that I'm gonna keep them there forever.
Cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I have all mine too, and I have a playlist, because some of them I didn't put up for like on my channel. Like I said, nobody cares about those types of locks or watches it. And it's like, even the ones that do would be interested, I don't say much on them because they're hard for me and I can't explain how to do it when I'm just barely knowing myself how to do it and trying to get like this big accomplishment done. It's not going to be helpful to anybody else, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly just like somebody said in the chat. Like, if you're not providing value on top of that, then who's going to watch that? So I actually did take that video and put it onto the Lockpickers United YouTube with a full dub over it, where I talked about everything I could think of on the 1100.
Yeah.
And I think that added value. I don't actually know.
It did, you know, it does, because those are things that little things sometimes is all you need to know about the 1100. Like just any little thing on that could be wrong with, like, the springs could be smushed and that could be a big friggin' issue. But if you don't know they are, and you're fighting one and you're sitting there stuck with it, like, it's just something that would happen that you really don't think to look for. Like, who knows about that when you're first doing it? You don't know that stuff. And it's like, you know, so that kind of thing where you're telling everybody like your tips and tricks and stuff, that definitely adds value, because a lot of that stuff is just one simple freaking thing that you alter and then you're like, oh, there it is, you know, and there I got it open, you know.
I think the most useful thing I shared in that video is that you shouldn't try and use batteries as followers for 1100s, because you don't need a follower for an 1100. You can just take it out slowly and all the stuff stays there. Like,
they
at
do.
This point,
that's true.
Having done,
true.
I don't even know how many cutaways it's been now. A couple hundred at least. 1100 cutaways I've taken apart and milled and cleaned and put back together. You don't need a follower, promise.
Yeah, that's true. Them springs are so smushy, and like I said, that's how a good one is, where you can just pull it out. That's a good one. So imagine a smushed spring one. I've had one where I had to dig the pin out. The pin was so far in there, smushed in. I'm like, well, where the hell is it? I had to dig it out. I'm like, okay. I had to dump it out, you know?
Nola Southpaw says, I beg to differ on that. Well, you're not going slow enough, I promise. I'll show you. I can take one apart and put one back together with nothing, and it'll go just fine.
I do believe that, because I've backed out the follower and like I said, just been like, where the hell's the pins at? And and on a good one, they just bounce up the tiniest bit. But if you put if you're pulling it out fast, it's gonna shoot up probably. But
that's most locks. Yeah, the springs are gonna do what they do.
Even then, you could actually put your hand over it or your finger over it and pull it out and let it shoot out. If it's only one.
Yep.
If
you're doing it like I'm doing it, I don't actually go slow, because I don't need to. I'm just gonna dump them all out. Yeah. Because again, after a couple hundred of those, you can look at the pins and you know what cut that is.
Yeah.
I can literally eye sort 1100 pins at this point.
Yeah. And some of them are colored, ain't they? Or is that just the ones
some of them,
replacement?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some of them are, but it's pretty inconsistent, and usually it's worn heavily. Even in new locks, they just show up and they've rattled around so much in shipping that half of your coloration's gone.
That's crazy. But I have to search for Diggs videos. I'm loving the content this evening. Recommendations list. I have his let me go back to here and give you the actual. I had his link put up here a little bit ago. It's in the chat, but I don't think you want to scroll back so far. Let me just find it and put it in there.
Yeah, I can drop it. I got my
put I don't know if it'll work. Oh, let me just make you a mod, then it would work. Where is your name? Hang on.
You might have to copy pasta it, but it's there.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Hey, Jimmy Longs is in the house. What's up, man?
Jimmy.
So Jimmy,
did you put it in?
I'm gonna put Jimmy on blast real quick. We had a conversation about the project 2 days ago, and then I think the following day or later that day, I got an email from Patreon and said Jimmy Longs is signed up as a benefactor, and I was like, what?
That's crazy.
I didn't think anybody was going to do that, but
nice. Jimmy's about to sign up and be a channel member here over on Lady Locks too. He loves me. Just kidding, Jimmy. Just kidding.
Me and
He's like,
Jimmy
come
know,
on, Lady Lock
known
and
each other a
Diggs.
long time. He's good.
Well,
people.
he's here for swear words. What the are you talking about? We don't swear over here, god damn it. No.
Nobody said a single swear this whole time.
Yeah.
Pinky promise.
See, I told you Jimmy Longs loves me. Even if I made him, he still loves me.
Nola missed the first part, so I'm gonna give you the elevator pitch, right?
Yes,
This is the nameless lock project. Starts tomorrow. All the videos will be on my page that lay the groundwork on how it works. But the idea is this, right? We get as many people as possible from Locksport to all come to the same place and use voting and my subpar presentation skills to make choices about what a lock should be, right? And then once we design this thing, I'm going to make 9 of them for the picking competition, and they'll go out wide, global. And we haven't really worked out the application process yet because I want people to have their own say. But yeah, we're going to send out 9 locks wide, and there's a cash prize. So we're going to go from cradle to the grave, from ideas to drawings to CAD to CAM to machining them live. And then at the end, we're going to pick them. And hopefully somebody beats it and wins the prize, because I don't know what to do if we send out 9 and nobody can pick it. That's going to be frustrating. But yeah, that's it. That's the nameless lock project in a nutshell, and starts tomorrow. And the first round of votes open tomorrow. So,
where can we vote?
Yeah, it's on my website. I will link that right now.
Yes, let's get
So
the website.
if you go to my website, I've got the YouTube channel, the Twitch channel, the Discord server for the project, and my Patreon all on the front page. And at the bottom is the newsletter if you prefer emails. Tomorrow there will be a page that's not currently accessible called the Nameless Lock Project, and it has everything else. It has the promo video for download. It has the financial tracker. It has the project calendar. It has links to PayPal and Teespring account for t-shirts. Everything is all on that page. So that'll be live tomorrow, same time the videos drop, which is 9 p.m. Eastern.
Let's see. Okay, yeah, put that link in. Where in the hell? Yeah, Keybeard said, definitely have my attention.
Nice. Yeah, I saw Trucker come into the Discord before I hopped in here. So yeah, the Discord's live. If you want to go and jump in there now, you can. It's just there aren't any videos to watch yet, and I'm not going to reschedule them at this point.
Yeah.
I think it's
cool.
I might get anxious tomorrow and like just let them drop at noon. But either way, it's going to be, the vote will be open 48 hours from 9 p.m. But
that's exciting.
Yeah,
that's exciting.
I hope people want to play the game.
Yeah, you all get a vote, so go vote. Go check it out. It's going to be a big deal. I think it's going to be a legendary project.
I hope so. I hope a bunch of people toss in, and what comes out is just the coolest thing. So
yeah, because also, guys, come on now. This is like, of the whole entire world, no one else is doing this. Okay, first of all. Second of all, there isn't a lock that has ever been made like this in the whole entire world. Come on, we got to show up and show out. You can't, don't be a dick and just ignore it. You got to get your stuff. You got to get in there and get it done. This is a big opportunity for Locksport. So we got to show them what's up.
Well, I mean, to that point, I appreciate you having me on. That's
yes, not a problem. Did you try to put your Discord link in just now?
I did, yeah.
Okay, because it's not linking. Send it to me on. Do you see a little thing on the side of the page here that says private chat?
Let me see. I'll just shoot
Or
it
you
to
can
you in
send it to
Discord.
me on Discord. Yeah, that's good. And then I can put it in because for some reason it is not popping up. I don't know why. I think it's because you can't link in YouTube on my channel
Gotcha.
unless you're a mod. So
All right, I'm just gonna throw them all at you. There's the
Yeah.
YouTube.
do that.
There's Twitch. There's the project Discord. And there's the Patreon.
All right. So we got YouTube. Here's Twitch. Yeah, guys, don't forget, get over on Twitch and check it out. Follow.
Melanie. Yeah. So I didn't send the videos to everybody. I just picked a few people. But no one has ever picked Alpha. It's in September. It will have been 3 years unpicked.
Oh, shit. That's a hell of an accomplishment.
Yeah. If we finish this project before September rolls around, I'm going to pick it because I'm tired of it. not being picked.
That would be cool to be the only one that can pick it.
Well, it's bittersweet, you know, like it's cool that no one's picked it because I've accomplished my job as a lockmaker. However, the reason that no one's picked it is because A, it's collectible, and B, I made it all out of 360 brass and it's just too soft. So people are scared to put steel tools in it. And they
Yeah.
sort of should be, because if you push on it with steel, you're gonna mar it. So I've let it slip to several different black belt pickers that the secret is a steel-based tool with brass tips, but no one's willing to make that. So I might be the only person that is going to make it.
You know what? I think if Lockchuck had one, he would probably make it. I
Yeah.
hope Lockchuck decides to get his self involved in this because he has some fantastic, spectacular ass ideas. I mean, truly. Just the thing he made today. Did you see what he made today?
No, I didn't.
He made a front loader out of, I guess somebody else made one similar and he redesigned it for right now. It's for the Yale keyway because of the distance in between pins is different for different Euro cylinder locks. So you have to kind of have one for each size, or eventually maybe he'll be able to make one that's universal, which I don't know if that can be done.
Mhm.
But he made it so that you literally just put the pins into this plastic piece, then you stick it into the thing and turn it, and the pins load themselves, or you could take the pins out like that. So you can put it in, take the pins out somehow,
Mhm.
and then pull the plastic thing out, and you're good to go. And then you just put it back in when you want to put them back in. So you don't have to sit there and smash each one down one at a time with that thing that you turn and all that crazy. Like,
Gotcha.
I cut them Euros right in half so I don't have to deal with it. But a lot of people have full Euros that they don't want to cut, you know, and they're collectors things and they want to pick it and gut it and whatever, but they don't want to cut them. And so they need a cool front follower. And that thing was brilliantly made. Very impressive.
I
And of
want to
course-
see that. Is it 3D printed?
Yeah.
That
he
sounds like
put-
something that should be metal. Like
Yeah, he put the
tomorrow.
file up. He put the file up on I think he put it on Thingiverse.
Cool.
Front follower, Lockchuck front follower or something. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy the shit he comes up with. Like, we needed a new vice and he came up with the mini chuck. He's got this one going. The one I used today, this is to hold your cell phone in place while you pick a lock. So you have
Nice.
it all in one. So it's just like attached to the vice.
Yeah.
So for people who are, you know, picking the locks like that, this comes up with some cool shit. So I think if
that's
he,
great.
you know, he can get in there and hopefully he can put some of his ideas up and people like that can get involved in it, you know. And
Yeah,
even if you don't know, like he said, even if you don't know a lot about things, you can still see what's happening. You could probably learn a bunch of stuff by being involved as well. Even if you don't know a bunch of things, you can still have a vote, and you can also probably learn a whole bunch about what's going on and, you know, how this lock is made just by
Yeah.
following along. You know, it's basically like if you're new, it's like a class and you get to vote. And if you've been here, you can put your ideas in if you have one. I think it's just cool. Everybody can participate, which is very cool.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a perspective here that people haven't had before. Like when I set about making my first lock, I learned all kinds of things about why lock companies do things, just as a byproduct of trying to do it.
Yeah.
So if that sounds interesting at all, hopefully people can learn some of that. But yeah, I'm gonna wind up learning a bunch too, because there's some real powerhouses in this community that have been around a long time, that know a lot of things, that are familiar with tons of patents, and I'm hoping that we all collectively can steer the ship towards something that won't get me in legal trouble and is also really cool. So
yeah, I think it would be awesome for anybody who's going to be involved. If you follow along, I think you're going to learn a lot of stuff, and you're getting, like you said, there's so many people that are involved that you're going to learn from. So I think it's going to be a very cool the whole situation's pretty badass. So Ryan Wilson wanted to know about this vice real quick. The shaking, that's an issue. That's one of the issues, is the shaking. But if you're just picking like 1100 where you're trying to be dainty, or some type of Euro where you got to be dainty, or if you're Dig, not Digby, but Dig picks, he picks super dainty, like he wouldn't shake it at all, because he's like very, I don't know how he does it, but it does shake a little bit, but not too bad. And like if you're going at a big heavy duty lock, you probably like barrel spools, I wouldn't pick it in there, because you're just really ramming it the lock. But it's a cool idea for filming some opens and stuff. I think is a really cool idea. But let's see, what sort of stuff did you learn on the first pair of locks?
Yeah, I just rotor one back, which is that's a huge cost saving move. Which is, if you need to make 100,000 of something in a particular shape, then you extrude the bar stock in that shape. That's not an option that I have, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Like when I said about making like the Bravo body, for example, it's that shape because that's very holdable in a vise. I wanted it to have lots of facets and shine light, but I also wanted it to be really easy to hold in a vise.
That's cool.
So
yeah,
there's all kinds of different stuff like that where you realize they made it that way so that they could hold it this way to be machined. But yeah,
cool.
The biggest one of the biggest ways to lose money as a business, if you're making things, is waste. So if you extrude a bar of metal out into the shape of a lock cylinder, let's say, then when you machine it, you're machining very little off of it. You're just bringing it to its final dimension and adding a couple of features, and you're done.
Yeah.
And there's so little waste. There's very little. When I make things, there's a ton of waste, because it's easier to hold a bigger, thicker chunk of stock in a vise and then mill something precisely, because you've got more grip on it.
Yeah.
But the byproduct of that is you have to cut away tons of material. And so I make tons of swarf, and I bought a furnace and melt it back down. So eventually I'm going to melt that into neat things, and it will be things made out of the hearts of locks.
That'll be pretty cool.
Yeah. Burn B1's been pinging me about that over and over again. He wants to make some dimple flags, the handles, out of recycled lock bodies.
Okay. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, I'll get around to it sometime in the next 10 years. But
okay. How could you please tell me if the Masterlock 140D and 140 are the same or different? Because I've not been able to cone pick it. Still learning. Help would be greatly appreciated. I think the 140D and the 140 are the same, aren't they? Just a different body around it, but the core, the plug and like the core is the same. Not been able to cone pick it. Well, I can tell you, cone picking them, you have to have the placement. Unless you have that ergo cone, you really have to have the placement spot on, and it's really hard to get it placed right, for at least for me, because I don't know. I have that butterfly knife, and I had to make a video where I was cone picking a master lock. That's my video, my short was, and it took me like 12 takes. I could flip it open real quick because I learned that, and I was like, I'm gonna make it look cool, and I flipped it open real quick, and then I had to fuck around with it trying to get the comb in the right position to pick the lock very quickly, like to make me look pro. So I had to do it over and over and over again. But the comb placement, you have to have it in the exact right position before you push it up. And when you push it up, you have to make sure you're pushing it up completely straight, because if it's angled, you're not pushing all the pins up at the same time. You've got your pins down like this, and when your thing's angled, you're not pushing them all at the same time. So it has to be flat so that they all go up at the same time. So just try to get your placement right, and you'll be able to comb it. But it's a pain in the butt, to be honest. If you don't, that ergo comb, yeah, it has a little notch on it, so when you push it the entire way in, and it's in the perfect position. That's why I like those, because I don't gotta mess around trying to figure out how to get it in the right position. But that's a pain in the butt.
Yep. I think Ryan's right. I think the 140D has the plastic coated body, and that's about the only difference, really.
Yeah. But
anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to have me on. I need to hop
absolutely.
off. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much for popping in to let us know about this. And I'll put a video up this week about it. And well, hopefully we'll see what happens. It's going to be really fun. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. I'll see you all around.
All right. Take care. All right, guys. So I am going to put back up our giveaway. Make sure you get this giveaway. Please type in hashtag put LL in the book. This has to do with the book that Sean Casey's writing. I told him I need to be in the book. So yes, I did get that flicking motion yin yet. I practiced over and over and over again, and I got it down. I don't know if I can still do it today because I haven't touched this thing in a week, but let's see. But yeah, yep, see, got it. Yeah, keep me in the book, please. Yeah, keep trying. You just have to basically absolutely make sure it's flat, like going in completely flat, so all the pins get pressed at the exact same time. And in and out wise, it has to be in the exact right position before you push it up. It's really annoying. It's hard to do. I don't care for cone picking without that other one, without the ergo comb, because it just puts it in the perfect place. But yeah, you got this. Just keep on trying. Sean should make you the evil dragon in the book. That would be funny, right? That'd be a good one. I agree. The evil dragon. That's a good one. All right, guys, get in your hashtags because we are going to see who is the lucky winner of a sticker pack and whatever else I feel like giving you. And, we'll see. We'll see who wins. Get your hashtags in. Yeah, the jigglers. They got jigglers for the butterfly or the butterfly pick. Yep. Yeah, I'm going to put the jigglers in mine. And Frick said certain cone picks will need to be slightly lowered to turn. All right. Did everybody get their thing in? We got 25 entries. All right, 26. I don't have a drum roll, but pretend you hear one. Let's go. Here we go. There, I'll make one. John Doe is the lucky winner. All right. Well, I will let John Doe know because I know he left to get some sleep already. So I'm going to put that in my thing here. let's see. What one was this tag? Lady Locks in the book hashtag. All right. Well, guys, I thank you all so much for hanging out with me and tuning in. Congratulations to John Doe, and very excited, very, very excited about this project that Digby's got going on. Definitely get yourselves into that project, because I do think this is going to be pretty epic for Locksport. And he's trying to eventually get into owning an entire lock company, making something that will hopefully change the way people think about security. And this could be a big part of the process, and you just never know. So get your asses over there and vote. All the links are in the chat, pretty close to the bottom here, because we just put them in. So if you're looking for any of the links, just scroll up a little bit. They're all there. The Patreon and the Discord server and his channel. Make sure you're subscribed. And for tomorrow, when he puts out the videos, you'll all get a notice. Make sure you just put them on while you're doing something so you can listen to the whole thing, because lots of information, lots of questions answered, etc. Thank you all so very much for hanging out. I love you all so much. Thank you. Smooches to everyone. And I'll see you probably this weekend. I think I'm going to go live again this weekend, because it's a lot of fun, and I plan on picking this Clavis. Okay. All right. Take care, guys.